Chapter 1 of The Elephant Club by Q.K. Philander Doesticks and Knight Russ Oxide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This is the veritable and veracious history of the doings and misdoings of the members of the Elephant Club, with a minute and particular narrative of what they did, to which is added a complex and elaborate description of what they didn't, containing also the exultant record of their memorable success in eventually obtaining, each and every one, a sight of the entire and unadulterated animal, from the primitive hair on his attenuated proboscis to the last kink of his symmetrical tail. Compiled by me, Knight Russ Oxide, M.D., and me, Q.K. Philander Doesticks, P.B. Preface. This book has been written by the authors and printed by the publishers in the hope that it may be purchased by the public. If it proves to be a failure, the responsibility must rest with the people who don't buy it. Chapter 1. How They Met. Enter with a flourish of trumpets. Shakespeare. There were no two horses to be seen winding along the base of a precipitous hill, and there were no dark looking riders on those horses which were not to be seen, and it wasn't at the close of a dusky autumn evening, and the setting sun didn't gild with his departing rays the steep summit of the mountain tops, and the gloomy cry of the owl was not to be heard from the depths of a neighbouring forest. First, because there wasn't any neighbouring forest, and second, because the owl was in better business, having some hours before gone to bed, it now being broad daylight. The mountain tops, the lofty summits, the inaccessible precipices, the precipitous descents, the descending inaccessibilities, and the usual quantity of insurmountable landscape which forms the stereotyped opening to popular romances, is here omitted by particular request. The time and place to which the unfortunate reader's attention is particularly called are 4 o'clock of a melting afternoon in August, and a labyrinth of bricks and mortar, yclept Gotham. The majority of the inhabitants of the aforesaid place, at the identical time herein referred to, were perspiring; others were sweltering; still others were melting down into their boots; and the remainder were dying from sunstroke. At this time a young gentleman seated himself behind the front window of the reading and smoking room of the Shanghai Hotel in Broadway. The chair he occupied was capacious, and had been contrived originally by ingenious mechanics for the purpose of inducing laziness. The gentleman had taken possession of this article of furniture for the double purpose of resting himself from the fatigues of a month's inactivity, and also securing a position where he could see the ladies pass and repass, in hopes that the sight might dispel the dull monotony of a hotel life in the city during summer. On this occasion, to secure additional ease, the individual had adopted the American attitude of raising his feet to a level with his head, by placing them upon a cast iron fender behind the window, an attitude, by the way, not particularly characterized by its classic grace. There was nothing remarkable in the dress of the person to whom we have alluded. He was evidently a victim of the popular insanity of conforming to fashion. So strictly were his garments cut and made in accordance with the prevailing style, no one could doubt for a moment that the taste, or want of taste, manifested in his dress was not his own, but the tailor's. In his hand he held a small cane, with which he amused himself, first by biting the ivory head, then by making it turn somersaults through the fingers of his right hand, after the manner in which Hibernians are supposed to exercise their shillelaghs. Whether the activity in the streets, the appearance of the ladies with every variety of dress, or the gymnastic eccentricities of his cane, were particularly entertaining, is very questionable. Certain it is that the expression of his eyes showed gradually less and less of animation. By degrees his eyelids closed. His head soon vibrated with an irregular motion, until it found a support against the back of the chair. His hat fell from his head, and his cane dropped from his fingers. His muscles became fully relaxed. He was undeniably asleep. He had been sleeping nearly a half hour when an individual, who was walking leisurely down Broadway, casually glanced in the window of the Shanghai, where our first person singular was sleeping, with more seeming comfort than real elegance of position. He seemed struck with the appearance of the sleeper, and pausing for a brief time to survey his form, contorted as it was into all sorts of geometrical irregularities, curves, angles, and indescribable shapes, he entered the hotel, passed around into the room where the sleeper was, and did not stop until at his side. He again stood for a moment silently contemplating the form and features of the sleep bound stranger. The second person was also singular. He was apparently about 25 years of age, with a full, florid, and expressive face. His body was quite rotund, even to corpulency, and, save a heavy moustache, his face was closely shaven. His clothes were of the thinnest material, and well adapted to secure comfort during the hot season. His expression, as he stood watching the first person singular, seemed full of doubt. At last, as if determined to remain in doubt no longer, he touched the somnolent first person lightly on the shoulder. First person singular opened his eyes with a spasmodic start, stared wildly about him for a moment, until his eyes rested upon the disturber of his slumbers. "Excuse me, sir," said second person singular, "but an irresistible impulse led me to awaken you. The fact is, sir, a few years since I had an intimate friend who was lost at sea, and such is the resemblance you bear to him, the thought struck me that you might be he. Were you ever lost at sea, sir?" First person singular looked with some astonishment upon his interrogator. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead, assumed an erect position in his chair, and replied, "I don't think I ever was." "It may have been your brother," said second person singular. "It couldn't have been, for I never had a brother. By the way, I did have an uncle who, on one occasion, when hunting in Illinois, some 15 years since, was lost on a prairie. Perhaps that's the circumstance to which you refer." "No, it was at sea. I'm sorry, sir, that I disturbed your sleep." "You needn't be," was the reply, "for I went to sleep without intending to do so." "Do you ever imbibe?" was the next interrogation. First person singular said that he was guilty of no small vices, though he didn't care if he did take a brandy smash. The parties then adjourned to the inner temple of the Shanghai. Second person singular ordered the smash for his companion, and a sherry cobbler (so called from the supposed potency in patching up the human frame, when it is about falling to pieces under the influence of weather of a high temperature) for himself. A succession of singular coincidences followed. Each party suggested at the same moment that it was confoundedly hot in the sun, both simultaneously imbibed, each said he felt better after it, and each undoubtedly told the truth. Both arose at the same instant, inquired who the other was, whereupon two autobiographies were extemporized in brief. They disclosed the following facts. First person singular's name was Myndert Van Dam. He was a descendant of one of the Dutch families who originally colonized Manhattan Island. He had been 3 years absent in Europe, and on returning a few weeks before, found most of his acquaintances had left the city on account of the hot weather, and his experience had been one of uninterrupted dulness. Second person singular rejoiced in the appellation of John Spout. His genealogy was obscure, but so far as he could learn, he was descended in a direct line from his great grandfather on his mother's side. If his ancestry had ever done anything which would entitle their names to a place in history, it was very certain that historians had failed to do their duty, for he had never found the name of Spout recorded in connection with great deeds, from the robbing of a hen roost down to cowhiding a congressman. He was by profession an apothecary, and was laying off for a few weeks' relaxation. Mr. Spout concluded his personal narrative by suggesting the following proposition: "Whereas we have demolished a smash and annihilated a cobbler, resolved, that we now proceed to devastate a couple of cigars." Mr. Spout adopted the resolution unanimously, and by a further singular coincidence they lighted their cigars and left the place for a promenade. A brisk rain began to fall. They sheltered themselves under an awning. A pair of gold spectacles, containing a tall, sharp featured man, adorned with an unshaven face and a brigandish hat, approached them, and asked Mr. Spout for a light. Mr. Spout acquiesced. The party, in attempting to return the cigar, accidentally touched the lighted end to Mr. Spout's hand, and not only burned his hand slightly, but knocked the cigar out of the fingers of third party, whereupon Mr. Spout extemporized a moderate swear. The third party apologized, and offered a cigar to Spout and Van Dam from his own cigar case, which they accepted, and he hoped that in their future acquaintance, should they feel disposed to continue it, he would not again involuntarily burn their fingers. He announced himself to be Mr. Remington Dropper, a 2 years' importation from Cincinnati, and a bookkeeper in the heavy hardware house of Steel, Banger and Company, down town. "Mr. Dropper," said Spout, "I am happy to have made your acquaintance. My name is Spout, John Spout, chemist and apothecary, with Pound and Mixem, No. 34, opposite the whisky shop. Allow me to make you acquainted with my old and valued friend, Mr. what the devil did you say your name is?" said he, addressing Van Dam aside. "Myndert Van Dam," suggested the gentleman, speaking for himself. "Yes," resumed Spout, "Myndert Van Dam." As they shook hands, Mr. Dropper's attention was called in another direction. He desired his companions to notice the fact that a man was approaching with his umbrella, and having bought and lost too many articles of that description, he should not stand unmoved and see the last one vanish from his sight. An individual of small stature, apparently about 45 years of age, with hair of an undeniable though not undyeable red, approached, holding over his head a silk umbrella. Mr. Dropper stepped forward and confronted him. He said he was aware that if every man were compelled to account for the possession of that which he claimed as his own, the world would hear some rich developments, in a moral point of view, respecting the tenure of property, and it was precisely for this reason that he stopped him in the street. He inquired of Fat Party with the silk umbrella if he saw the point of his remark. Fat Party confessed his inability to comprehend its intent. Mr. Dropper then proceeded to state that when he called Fat Party's attention to the subject of titles to property in general, he did suppose that Fat Party would be led to ask himself whether he had a legal and equitable title to the umbrella in particular which he was then under. Fat Party fancied that he did perceive a lurking innuendo that he had stolen someone's umbrella. Mr. Dropper was gratified to discover Fat Party's readiness of comprehension. At his request, Fat Party brought down the umbrella, which discovered the following words painted conspicuously on the cloth outside: "Stolen from R. Dropper." Mr. Dropper insisted that there was the evidence, R. Dropper meaning Remington Dropper, Remington Dropper being himself. Stolen from R. Dropper. By whom? He would not assert positively that Fat Party was a hall thief, but he would say, and he did say, that his umbrella was found in Fat Party's possession without his permission. Some old stick in the mud had said somewhere to somebody sometime that an honest confession was good for the soul, and if Fat Party would acknowledge the unbuilt whisky, he wouldn't appear against him on his trial for petty larceny. Fat Party repudiated the idea that he was a thief. As far as Mr. Dropper's recollection assisted him, he had always noticed that the biggest rascals protested their innocence the most emphatically. Fat Party appealed to Mr. Dropper's magnanimity to hear his explanation, which Mr. Dropper consented to do. The explanation developed the fact that Fat Party was Mr. James George Boggs, late of the Department of the Interior at Washington, who had arrived that afternoon in the city with his sister, Mrs. Banger, wife of Mr. Banger, of the firm of Steel, Banger and Company, who, it is already stated, were Mr. Dropper's employers. They went directly to Mr. Banger's counting room, and whilst there it commenced to rain. Mr. Banger offered Mr. Boggs Dropper's umbrella to walk up with. Boggs accepted it, and on his way up had been stopped on suspicion of theft. Dropper made a humiliating apology, swore eternal friendship to Boggs, introduced him to Van Dam and Spout, and invited the party to his room to spoil a snifter from his private bottle. They accepted the invitation with commendable alacrity, and soon arrived at Mr. Dropper's cosy apartment, which was situated on one of the streets intersecting Broadway. At Mr. Dropper's request, they seated themselves in a circle around the table, with the view of calling up the spirits, but whether saintly or satanic, the compilers of these records do not venture an opinion. After sitting 3 minutes and 20 seconds in solemn silence, it was discovered that Dropper was a medium, as he was enabled to bring up the spirits in tangible and unmistakable shape from his closet, and forthwith communications of a very satisfactory character were made to the circle. Indeed, the opinion was very generally expressed that the spirits were genuine spirits, and the medium an excellent test medium, through which they should delight in future to have further communications. As they finished their wine, a knock was heard at the door. Dropper responded with a "Come in." An Irish servant put her head within the apartment.
"Please, sir," said she, "I have a card here that a gentleman at the door told me to give the red-headed gentleman as just come in."
Dropper viewed the card, and the four looked at each other for a moment, apparently with a view of discovering who it was that answered the description of a red-headed gentleman. At last Boggs spoke. "I think it must be me," said he, receiving the card from Dropper, and reading aloud from the back of it, as follows: "Sir, an old acquaintance desires to see you for a moment, in relation to a matter involving your own interest." "Show him up," said Dropper. "It will only make one more, that is, if Boggs is agreed." Mr. Boggs had no objections to such course being taken, though he was deeply puzzled to know who the old acquaintance could be. In a moment the servant introduced into the room a tall, spare individual of about 32 years of age. He was ordinarily attired, and though not seedy, his garments were by no means new. His face was closely shaven and surrounded by a large standing collar. He looked around the room upon the different parties present, until his eyes rested upon Boggs. He then ventured to speak. "Gentlemen," said he, "excuse this interruption. The fact is, I have been seeking this gentleman for nearly 3 years past, and observing him in company with you, I could not forbear following to seek a brief interview." Boggs turned pale. Visions of cowhides and pistols came before his mind. "You are perfectly excusable," said Dropper. "We will leave the room if you desire." "Not for all the world," ejaculated Boggs hastily. "I have not the slightest objection to your remaining." "Nor I," said the tall gentleman. "Your name," continued he, addressing Boggs, "is Johnson, I believe." Nothing could have relieved Boggs from the suspense under which he was labouring more than this last remark. The gentleman had evidently mistaken him for one Johnson, who had probably insulted or injured the tall individual on some previous occasion. The blush again returned to Boggs' cheeks. "You are mistaken," said he at last. "My name is Boggs." "Boggs, so it is," said the tall stranger. "My bad memory often leads me into errors. But the mistake is very natural. Johnson sounds so much like Boggs. But, whether Johnson or Boggs, you are the individual whom I seek." This announcement caused Boggs's courage to again descend into his boots. "It is 3 years since I have seen you," said the tall individual. "During that length of time a person would be likely to forget a name, but your person, sir, that I could never forget," continued the tall man solemnly, and throwing in a little melodramatic action as he spoke, which made Boggs shudder. "Certainly," said Boggs. "Mr. Boggs," said the stranger, "you probably don't recollect me." "Can't say that I do," stammered Boggs. "That need make no difference," said the stranger mysteriously. "I know you." The stranger then commenced feeling in his coat pockets with his hands. Boggs sprang to his feet, observing this movement, fully satisfied that the stranger was seeking his revolver or bowie knife. "Sir," said Boggs hurriedly, "if I have ever unconsciously done you an injury, I am ready to apologise. I can see no good reason why this apartment should be made the scene of a sanguinary conflict." "Sanguinary conflict? Apology?" said the other, somewhat astonished. "My dear sir, the apology is due to you." Boggs's equanimity was once more restored. "You don't know how happy I am to hear you say so," said he. "Could you make it convenient to apologise at once, to fully relieve my mind of the frightful anticipations?" "With the greatest pleasure in the world, Mr. Boggs," said the stranger. "I apologise." "And I cheerfully forgive you," said Boggs. "Then you recollect the circumstance, do you?" asked the stranger. "Hang me if I do," said Boggs. "Then you forgive me in anticipation."
"Certainly," replied Boggs. "But what the devil were you feeling in your pockets for so mysteriously?"
"My porte monnaie," replied the stranger, who at length succeeded in finding the object of his search. He took from it a gold dollar, 2 dimes, and a cent, and placed them on the table before Boggs. "There," said he, "is the sum of $1.21, United States currency, which amount is justly your due."
"What the deuce does all this mean?" asked Boggs, in his bewilderment; "for between being waylaid in the street, accused of petty larceny, anticipations of being murdered, receiving apologies for unknown injuries, and the proffer of money from a total stranger, I hardly know whether I am standing on my heels or my head." The mysterious stranger then proceeded to make his explanation. "About 3 years ago," said he, "I invited a lady friend to the theatre. She signified her intention to accept the invitation. In the evening I called for her, attired in my best, and found her seated in the parlour, attired in her best. We arrived at the theatre. I had taken with me only a small sum of money, amounting to the aggregate to $1.37½ I took the dollar from my pocket and passed it to the ticket seller, who took occasion to pass it to me again immediately, and putting his physiognomy before the 7x9 aperture through which the money goes in and the pasteboard comes out, he announced to me in effect that the bank note aforesaid, of the denomination of $1, was a base imitation. This was a perplexing proposition. Had I been the fortunate possessor of another dollar on the spot, I should not have been troubled. The lady's acquaintance I had but recently formed. My pride would not permit me to announce to her my true financial condition at that moment. Between pride and a hurried contemplation of the prospective frightful results of my monetary deficiency, I was completely bewildered. I stammered out something about having nothing with me except 2 or 3 shillings and a $50 bill, the first of which, gentlemen, existed in the innermost recesses of my vest pocket, and the last in my imagination. I was wondering what the devil I should do next, when a gentleman with red hair addressed me. "Good evening, sir," said he, touching his hat. "Did you say you have difficulty in getting a bill changed?"
Without waiting for me to speak, he said,
"Here's a dollar, and you can return it to me to morrow, when you call at my office to transact that matter of which we were speaking yesterday. Good evening."
I looked in my hand, and found in it 2 half-dollars and a card, upon which I perceived a name and address written. I was more bewildered than ever, owing to the unexpected deliverance from what, a moment before, I had believed to be an inextricable difficulty. I thought that Heaven had deputed some red haired angel to come to my relief. Then I doubted whether it was not a dream, but the weight of the 2 half-dollars satisfied me that the whole thing was a tangible reality. The difficulty was dissipated, the funds were provided, and the necessary tickets purchased. Next morning I resolved to visit my deliverer, and gave him my heartfelt thanks and a dollar. As I was about to leave on my joyful errand, I felt in my pocket for the card. It was gone. I was horror stricken. I searched everywhere, but could not find it. I tried then to recall to my mind the name, but having read it under considerable excitement, it had not impressed itself upon my memory. I went to the theatre in hopes to find it there, but in vain. For 3 months, gentlemen, all my spare time was employed in perambulating Broadway, and standing at the entrance of the theatre in hopes of meeting my deliverer. Many are the short and red haired gentlemen whom I have vainly pursued. A half hour since, as I was riding down Broadway in a stage, I saw my deliverer turning the corner of this street, in company with 3 other gentlemen. I stopped the stage, gave the driver a quarter, and without waiting to receive the change, I made a rush for the stage door, stepped on the silk skirt of a lady passenger, kicked a fat gentleman on the shins, knocked a baby out of an Irish woman's lap, fell, and struck my head against the door, tumbled out, slipped on the rust pavement, excited the mirth of the passengers and pedestrians, got up, and reached the corner just in time to see the party whom I followed enter this house. I rushed on, and after some little inquiry, succeeded in attaining this apartment. Gentlemen, Boggs was my deliverer." "Hooray for Boggs!" shouted Dropper.
"Boggs, you're a philanthropist," said Spout.
"Vive le Boggs!" said Van Dam.
"Gentlemen," said Boggs, "I protest against your unwarranted compliments. "My dear sir," said he, addressing the stranger, "you only borrowed $1 of me, whereas I perceive you have given me $1.21."
"3 years' interest at 7%," suggested the stranger. "Legally you're due, and I insist upon your accepting interest as well as principal."
Boggs, without further objection, pocketed the proffered amount. "Your case," said Spout to the stranger, "is one of morbid conscientiousness, so much so that I feel desirous of knowing you better."
"My name, gentlemen," said the stranger, "is Dusenbury Quackenbush."
A general rush was made toward the stranger. Van Dam seized one hand, Boggs the other. Spout caught him by the arm, whilst Dropper, who was the last to reach him, threw his long arms around the whole party. For a moment there was general commotion, growing out of a fierce shaking of hands and arms. Each person loudly assured Mr. Quackenbush of the happiness he felt in having formed his acquaintance. As soon as they had relieved him from their affectionate welcomings, Mr. Quackenbush spoke.
"I am certainly happy to become acquainted with you, gentlemen," remarked he; "but really I am fearful I shall not be a very interesting acquaintance in a coterie of old friends, as you appear to be, and without doubt are."
"Yes, we are old friends," said Spout. "Our friendship is as enduring as the gullibility of the public, and I might add, as ancient as gentlemen, excuse me if I fail in this point to institute an appropriate comparison. As an astonisher, however, I will inform you of a fact known only to Mr. Van Dam and myself, which is that, 2 hours since, not one of the gentlemen of this quintet had ever known another of it, if I except the case of Mr. Boggs and Mr. Quackenbush." "Mr. Quackenbush," inquired Spout, "allow me to ask whether you are acquainted with life in the metropolis, in its multiform purposes?"
"I confess my ignorance," was the reply. "It is most unfortunate that the position of a teacher in a public school is one not calculated to bring an individual in contact with much that is interesting."
"Taking that fact into consideration," said Spout, "I propose that you all meet me at my room 2 evenings hence, when I shall be prepared to unfold to you a purpose and a plan which I have just conceived. My room, gentlemen, is over old Shavem's, the broker's, 3 doors from the corner. The number would be 461 1/2, if there were any on the door. You can't mistake the place, however. There is an antiquated pump in front, and when I'm at home there is a spout inside."
"Oh!" groaned Dropper.
"Never mind," resumed Spout, "I don't often attempt such things. Can I depend upon your coming?" All gave an affirmative response. "Then," said Spout, "you can depend upon my going. I pronounce this meeting adjourned." After a few words, the parties separated. End of Chapter 1. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 2 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 2 How the Club Organized. Put out the light, and then put. Shakespeare. The evening arrived on which the gentlemen named in the last chapter were to meet in the room of Mr. John Spout. Mr. Spout was there, awaiting the arrival of his friends. He was seated at the end of a table, in a large easy chair, in his dressing gown. Before him on the table were several written papers. The apartment was one of moderate dimensions, neatly carpeted, and with plenty of furniture, unobjectionable in quality and taste. On the walls were suspended various pictures, engravings, fencing foils and masks, boxing gloves, antique models, Indian ornaments, plaster casts of legs, arms, hands, feet, etc. On either side of the table were 2 chairs, placed there evidently in anticipation of the arrival of his friends. Several pipe stems protruded from a pasteboard box, which was on the table. It required no unusual shrewdness to guess at the contents, and to rightly determine that it was filled with the best abused, and at the same time best used weed known. One by one the other gentlemen arrived, and were ushered by the housekeeper into Mr. Spout's apartment. They sat engaged in discussing tobacco and the events of the day. At length Mr. Dropper inquired of Mr. Spout if he had as yet fully elaborated the idea which, on the occasion of the previous meeting,
had seemed to weigh so heavily on his mind.
"I was about to advert to the subject," said Mr. Spout. "It has engaged my undivided attention up to the present time, and the idea and plan based upon it are sufficiently perfected to satisfy myself."
"Trot it out," said Boggs. "We are all attention."
"The fact, gentlemen," said Spout, "that most of our number have been either absent from the city, or so much engaged in our different vocations that we have never gained, or have lost, familiarity with many interesting phases of life as it exists in New York, suggested to me the thought of devoting some portion of our time to looking about, and having put our observations in writing, to interchange them for our mutual gratification."
"A capital idea," said Mr. Dusenberry Quackenbush.
"Brilliant, with pleasurable results,"
remarked Mr. Myndert Van Dam.
"Replete with rational enjoyment," suggested Mr. Remington Dropper.
"I'm in," was the laconic response of Mr. James George Boggs.
"Then I suppose I can count upon your co operation in the realization of the idea."
A general affirmation answer being given, Mr. Spout continued.
"You are unanimous," said he. "I'll now proceed to unfold my plans. To secure unanimity of action and entire success, it is necessary that we have a plan of organization. But in thinking upon this subject, I have foreseen that by the adoption of any of the ordinary plans, we saddle ourselves with a useless machinery, which will hinder the successful accomplishment of the object we desire. We have no time to spare in discussing rules of order, the adoption of which invariably makes disorder the rule. Yet there must be a head. In brief, then, gentlemen, I propose that the principles upon which our meetings shall be governed shall be a despotic principle, but one which shall be compatible with the largest liberty of the governed. How do you like the idea?"
"The idea looks paradoxical to me," said Van Dam.
"Rather profound,"
suggested Quackenbush.
"Funny," said Boggs.
"I can tell better when I hear the rules," said Dropper.
"I have them prepared," continued Spout. "Shall I read them to you?"
"By all means," replied
Van Dam. The others signified an affirmative response. Mr. Spout then proceeded to read.
"We whose signatures are hereunto affixed do hereby organize ourselves into a club having for its name the Elephant Club, and having in view the following objects: 1. The enjoyment and amusement of its members through 2. A profound study of the metropolitan elephant, by surveying him in all his majesty of proportion, by tracing him to his secret haunts, and observing his habitats, both in his wild and domestic state. Officer: The only officer of the club shall be a old boy, whose duty it shall be to sit in a big chair at the end of the table, and to see that the members conform to the following: Rules of Conduct. 1. In the meetings of the club every member shall do exactly as he pleases. 2. Each member shall speak when he pleases, what he pleases, and as long as he pleases. N.B. If the remarks of any member are particularly stupid or tedious, the other members are under no obligations to remain and hear them. N. B. Should the speaker, at the conclusion of his remarks, find himself in the presence of only a part of his original audience, and some of those asleep, he is at full liberty, for his private satisfaction, to conclude that his eloquence, like that of the traditional parsons, is not only moving and soothing, as evidenced by the absence of some and the somnolence of others, but so satisfactory that those who were awake will never care to hear him again. 3. No member shall be permitted to bring spirituous or fermented liquors, wines, beer, or cider, whether imported or domestic, into any of the meetings of the club, under the penalty of passing them around for general use, unless the member prefers to keep them to himself from motives of economy, the economy in which case being regarded as an offence to be punished with a severe letting alone. 4. The third rule shall apply to cigars, cheroots, and cigarettes. 5. Ditto, sardines, Bologna sausages, crackers, and cheese. 6. Members are prohibited from sitting with their feet on the table, unless in that position they sit with more comfort, or they have other reasons satisfactory to themselves. N.B. The Higholdboy, in consideration of his onerous duties, is exempted from the action of this rule. 7. The Higholdboy is empowered to reprimand any member when he considers it necessary to preserve the dignity of the club. N. Special and Particular B. In order that this rule shall not operate prejudicially to the sovereign rights of the individuals, the members of the club are at liberty to treat the reprimand of the Higholdboy as a good joke. 8. Any member who shall be absent from any meeting of the club shall be liable to stand a half dozen on the half shell for each of his fellow members, unless he gives no previous notice to the club, or any member thereof, of his prospective absence, such notice which he fails to give to be either verbal or written at his own option. 9. These foregoing rules shall in all cases be construed strictly. They shall never be repeated or amended, and shall be of binding force except as hereinafter provided in the Order of Business. 1. The Higholdboy shall announce the suspension of all rules for 3 months. At the conclusion, Mr. Spout, in solemn tone, addressed the party. Gentlemen, said he, I am aware that the rules which I have prepared and submitted are stringent in the extreme, but I think they will be found, on examination, to be no more so than is essential to secure that unanimity of action so indispensable to the accomplishment of any great end. Believing, then, that you fully appreciate the importance of the end we have in view, I trust they will meet with your approval. Gentlemen, I give way to others. Mr. Spout took his seat, amid manifestations of the approval of his associates. Mr. Boggs was the first to speak on the subject of the rules. "Gentlemen," said he, "unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, and overpowered as I feel at the present moment, I should do injustice to my own feelings did I fail to endorse the excellence of the rules reported by my friend Spout, and to give my unqualified adhesion in accordance with the spirit which pervades them." Mr. Dropper said that he had but one fault to find. He was by nature fond of resisting all rules, the idea of which he had always associated with a restriction of individual liberty. The rules proposed by Mr. Spout contemplated no restriction. They were so nice an adjustment of the relations between the governor and the governed, that he could not find it in his heart to resist them. Hence he would be debarred his usual gratification of combating them. Still he was willing to give them a trial. Mr. Quackenbush liked the rules very much, as he thought it was coming down to first principles. Mr. Van Dam said that, so far as he was concerned, the matter was all right. If it wasn't, he'd make it right. An inquiry was made as to who would fill the office of the Higholdboy. Mr. Spout replied. He said that their club was an anomaly. It differed in its features from any organization which had ever been made. He thought that its individual peculiarities should be kept up in the matter of the election of its presiding officers. He was in favour of self-elevation to the position, and of letting the voluntary acquiescence of the members measure the duration of individuals' tenure of office. In other words, when they got tired of him, leave him to preside over a meeting composed of himself and the furniture. "Now, gentlemen," concluded Mr. Spout, "who wants to be Higholdboy? Don't all speak at once." Van Dam looked at Boggs. Boggs glanced at Dropper. Dropper eyed Quackenbush, and Quackenbush turned his eyes upon Spout. "No one speaks," said Spout, "which leads me to believe that no one desires the position unless it be myself, which I confess, gentlemen, is true. Gentlemen, I declare myself duly elevated and installed into the office of Higholdboy of the Elephant Club. And when you survey my proportions and look at the size of that chair, I am satisfied you will concede that I am well adapted to fill it. In conclusion, gentlemen, I ask of you your co operation in forwarding the aims and purposes of this club. Mr. Boggs, will you pass me the tobacco box?" "Certainly," said Boggs, as he passed the box; "and allow me to congratulate your constituency in having elevated you to so responsible a position." "A very respectable constituency of one, Spout," said Mr. Quackenbush; "but it is very funny, isn't it?" said he.
"It's a go," said Dropper.
Mr. Van Dam was very glad that he wasn't the lucky man, as he had such an abhorrence of responsibility. The question of the time and place of meetings was the next subject discussed.
It was finally agreed to leave that matter for future consideration. "Gentlemen," said Spout, "I have assumed a responsibility in anticipation of my attaining the Higholdboyship of this club. In this, perhaps, my course will not meet your full approval. The nature of the step you will be apprised of in the room below. Will you accompany me?" The party assented, wondering what further surprise was to greet them. They entered a rear parlour on the first floor, where an excellent dinner was awaiting them, got up at the expense of Mr. John Spout, Higholdboy of the Elephant Club. A good dinner is an excellent ending for anything, even a chapter. End of Chapter 2. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybart.blogspot.com. Chapter 3 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 3. The Elephantine Den. Off with his head, so much. Shakespeare. The club now being organized, and the eager members anxious to begin at once their expeditions in search of the pachydermatous animal whose peculiar habits, in a state of metropolitan domesticity, were to be henceforth their care and study, it became necessary to fix upon some convenient place of rendezvous, at which they might convene to prepare for their excursions, and where they might reassemble, should any desperate chance divide their strength and separate their numbers. After some discussion as to the most convenient locality, a room in Broadway was selected, as being less likely to attract attention. If lighted up and showing signs of occupancy at an unseasonable hour, and as being easily accessible in case a member was compelled to evade the pursuit of an avenging M.P., or should he be taken suddenly drunk and stand in need of brotherly assistance. It was not on the first floor, lest it should be mistaken for a tavern, nor on the second, lest the uninvited public should stray upstairs, thinking it to be a billiard saloon. Neither was it in the attic, as the gas didn't run so high. But on the third floor of an imposing building, a room was discovered, appropriate in dimensions, convenient in locality, and the rent of which was not so high but that its altitude was easily admeasured by a weekly V. It is not our present intention to designate the identical numeral which, in the directory, would point out the precise latitude of this mysterious apartment to the anxious inquirer. Suffice it to say that it was in the immediate vicinity of the public office of the man whose name is synonymous with that of the adolescent offspring of the bird whose unmelodious note once saved the imperial city from its fierce invaders, and that the occupation of this man of the ornithological appellation is to provide food and drink for hungry humanity. The relative situations of the club room and this restaurant are such that a plummet dropped from the chair of the Higholdboy would, if unimpeded by interposing floors, fall directly upon the private bottle of the amiable proprietor in the bar below. By the timely suggestion of Mr. Remington Dropper, ingenious advantage was taken of the proximity of an establishment so praiseworthy, and so conducive to the common comfort. A wire was arranged, running from a point ever in reach of the chair of the august presiding officer, thence to a bell in the room beneath. A system of tintinnabulatory signals was contrived, that the dispenser of good things on the first floor might be made to comprehend the wants of the thirsty individuals in the loft, without their coming downstairs. One jerk meant brandy smashes all round. Two pulls signified hot whisky punches with plenty of lemon. A prolonged jingle was to be immediately answered by an unlimited supply of ale, porter, and pewter mugs; while a convulsive twitch, or a couple of spasmodic tugs, signified to the man in waiting, not only that the entire club was "over the bay," but that they wanted on the instant soda water enough to float them in safety to the shore again. The furniture of this private elephantine den was simple, but necessary, made not for ornament so much as contrived for use, and consisted of a long table with an extra quantity of supersolid legs, in case the club should all take a freak to go to bed on it at once, 2 chairs for each member, one for the customary use and the other for the accommodation of his feet, an upright pianoforte, a huge match box, and a wash tub for empty bottles. A journal was also provided, in which to inscribe the proceedings of each evening, and by general agreement it was made a standing order that no man should write therein unless he was sufficiently sober to tell a gold pen from a boot jack. The poker was chained to the grate, that it might not, in case of an unusual excitement, become a convenient instrument for the demolition of furniture or the extinguishment of an offending member. For the same reason the water jug was tied to the door knob, and the private tumbler of each member made fast to one of his chairs with an elastic band, so that should he throw it at any one, he would not only miss the object of his unnoble aim, but the elasticity of the securing thong would cause it to recoil upon his own pate with a force which would, probably, render him for the future less inclined to experiment with projectiles. Over the entrance door, on the outside, was placed a toy elephant, 2 feet long, but 4 feet underneath, imported from Germany at the unheard of cost of $10. The room being furnished, and the club ready to commence operations, it was deemed expedient to select an individual of superior physical strength to attend to the door, lest some intruding outsider might some time interrupt the deliberations of the honourable quadrupedal order. Mr. Quackenbush elected himself to this dignified and honourable office, and under the belief that his brawny arms were eminently suited to do duty in case of the irruption of sacrilegious outsiders upon the sanctified premises, all the other members acquiesced to his promotion. If any undesirable person presented himself for admission, he was to inform him of the secrecy of the convention. Should the outsider persevere, he was first to expostulate with him, and endeavour to persuade him to go peaceably away. If all milder means should prove unavailing, he was first to black both of his eyes with a pewter mug, taking care to do it impartially and symmetrically, that the discoloration of one optic should not in the least exceed that of the other. He was then mildly to knock him down with a chair, pitch him gently head first down both flights of stairs into the street, and then, having filled his boots full of gravel, and put a brick in his mouth, he was to leave him, but on no account was he to deal harshly with such offender, unless he chose to do so on his own responsibility, or was specially authorized by a unanimous vote of all the members awake, in which case he might act his own pleasure. He solemnly bound himself, in case he should at any time be overcome by fatigue or any other potent cause, that he would go to sleep immediately before the threshold, in order to prevent any animated worldling from penetrating into the secret den, and spy out the mystic doings of the elephants, without forcing an entrance over his prostrate body. The arrangements being now complete, the solemn convocation of the honourable body was held, and a quadrupedal quorum being present, after a smoky and juicy deliberation of some 7 hours, the Higholdboy Mr. John Spout unanimously resolved: 1. That the club proceed to hunt the long nosed animal. 2. In a body. 3. Tomorrow night. To this series of resolutions each of the other members acceded. The result of this bold determination will be fully detailed in another chapter. End of Chapter 3. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 4 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 4. First Discoveries of the Club. He who fights and runs away will live. Anonymous. Pursuant to the resolutions unanimously adopted on the evening before, the Elephant Club met to proceed, under the direction of some experienced hunter, to scrutinize their ponderous game. Being duly equipped with all the arms and ammunition required for an expedition of so perilous a nature, they sallied forth. They dragged no heavy ponderous artillery, they wore no clanking swords, they rallied under no silken banner, and marched to no inspiriting music, but they tramped along, their only rallying flag being a yellow handkerchief round the hat of Mr. Myndert Van Dam, who had thus protected his Katy from any injury from a sudden shower. Their only martial music was the shrill pipe of Mr. James George Boggs, who whistled "Pop Goes the Weasel," and for arms each one had a hickory cane, and in the breast pocket of his overcoat a single pocket pistol, loaded, but not dangerous. Mr. Remington Dropper had assumed the leadership, and was to conduct the party on their cruise. They had proceeded but a short distance when Mr. Boggs called out to the party to observe the motions of a queer looking character, who was approaching at a distance of a half block. He was stepping on the edge of the sidewalk, with his gaze fixed upon the gutter, and in apparent unconsciousness of the existence of anything but himself. He was lank, lean, and sallow. His clothes were quite dilapidated, his beard and hair long. A smile on his face seemed to indicate his entire satisfaction with himself. He was a marked character, and after a moment's sight at the individual, inquiries were made of Mr. Boggs as to who he was.
"That is more than I can say," was Boggs's response. "I have known him by sight for years, and he has always appeared the same. He belongs to a class of beings in New York, a few specimens of which are familiar to those who frequent the principal thoroughfares, and are known by the ornithological appellation of gutter snipes. I have often talked with him, but he knows nothing of his own history, or, if he does, chooses not to reveal it. He is a monomaniac, but perfectly harmless, and calls himself Nicholas Quail. I have learned from other sources a few facts of his history. He sleeps anywhere and everywhere, and eats in the same localities. Nobody ever harms him, all being familiar with his whims. As far as I can learn, he was formerly a raftsman. He has never in his life owned real estate enough to form the site for a hen coop, nor timber sufficient to build it. His personal property could be crowded into a small pocket handkerchief; but let him get 4 inches of whiskey in him, and he fancies he has such boundless and illimitable wealth, that in comparison the treasures of Aladdin, provided by the accommodating slave of the lamp, would be but small change. He walks about the streets, viewing what he terms the improvements he is making. He gives all sorts of absurd directions to workmen as to how he desires the work to be done, much to their amusement. But here he is now. If he is tight, we'll have some sport."
As the personage approached, Boggs accosted him, when the following dialogue took place.
"So, Nicholas," said Boggs, "you've come back, have you? How is the financial department at present?"
Nick looked up and smiled.
"The fact is," said he, "I've just been buying all the grain in Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Indiana for $7 a bushel, and I am rather short for small change. But if you want 100,000 or so, just send a cart round to my office. Would you prefer having it in quarter eagles or $20 pieces?"
"Well, Nick, I don't care to borrow at present, but a boy says you've been drunk. How is it?"
"What boy is it?"
"Your boy in your counting room, the urchin who runs on errands for you, smokes your stubs, and pockets the small change."
"Now, hadn't he ought to be ashamed of himself, the red-haired devil, for getting old Nick into such a scrape by his drunken lies? Haven't I made him presents enough? It was only last week that I gave him a house in 32nd Street, and a splendid mansion on the North River, and on the 4th of July he had $14,000, all in pennies, to buy firecrackers and soda water with. And yet he goes to you and lies, and says that I've been drunk. Don't you believe the lying cub. He's got a spite agin me, because last night I wouldn't give him the Erie Railroad to bet on poker. But I couldn't do it, General. I seen the cards was agin him. The other feller held 4 kings, and he hadn't nothin' in the world but 3 high-heeled jacks and a pair of 4s.
"I do believe you were drunk," said Boggs, "and if you ever get hauled up before the justice, you will have to pay $10, and if you have not that decimal amount handy, you had better entrust it to the boy's keeping, to have it ready in case of such an emergency."
Nick felt in his pockets, and with a puzzled air remarked,
"I haven't got the money here, but I'll give you a check on the Nassau Bank for 1,000, and you can give me the change, or I'll give you a deed of Stewart's, or a mortgage lien on the Astor House."
Shan't do it, old Nick. I'm afraid you'll have to go to Blackwell's Island, sure."
"There's that infernal island again," said Nick. "If I'd ever thought it would come to this, I'd never have given that little piece of property to the city. But I'll buy it back next week, and use it hereafter for a cabbage garden. See if I don't."
By this time the Elephant seemed too disposed to go, but Nick spied on the shirt front of Mr. John Spout a diamond pin, which seemed to take his fancy. He offered in vain a block of stores in Pearl Street, the Custom House, the Assay Office, the Metropolitan Hotel, and 3/4 of the steamer Atlantic, and to throw into the bargain Staten Island and Brooklyn City, but it was no use. The party took their leave, and Nick was disconsolate. Passing up Broadway, their attention was attracted by one of those full length basswood statues of impossible looking men, holding an impracticable pistol in his hand, at an angle which never could be achieved by a live man with the usual allowance of bones, but which defiant figure was evidently intended to be suggestive of a shooting gallery in the rear. Mr. John Spout, who was in a philosophic mood, remarked that it was a curious study to observe the various abortive efforts of aspiring carpenters to represent the human form divine, in the 3-cornered wooden men which stand for pistol galleries, and the inexplicable Turks, the unheard of Scotchmen, and the Indians of every possible and impossible tribe, which are supposed to hint tobacco and cigars. The ambitious carpenter first hews out a distorted caricature of a man, which he passes over to the painters to be embellished. By the time the figure has survived the last operation, it might certainly be worshipped without transgressing any scriptural injunction, for it certainly looks like nothing in the heavens above, the earth below, or the waters under the earth. It is, however, an easy matter to distinguish the Highlanders from the Turks by the fact that the calves of their legs are larger around than their waists, and they are dressed in petticoats and plaid stockings. The Turks and Indians, however, being of the same colour, might easily be confounded, were it not for the inexplicable circumstance that the former are always squatting down, while the latter are invariably standing up. They are all, however, remarkable for the unstable material of which their countenances are manufactured. After one has been exposed to the boys and the weather for about a fortnight, his nose will disappear, his lips come up a minus quantity, the top of his head be knocked off, and a minute's scrutiny will generally disclose the presence of innumerable gimlet holes in his eyes. The boys, in their desire to comprehend perfectly the internal economy of these human libels, not infrequently carry their anatomical investigations to the extent of cutting off a leg or two, and amputating one or more arms, or cutting out 3 or 4 ribs with a buck saw or a broad axe. Indeed, there is one unfortunate wooden Indian, of some fossil and unknown tribe, on exhibition in front of a snuff shop in the Bowery, who has not only lost both legs, one arm, and his stomach, but has actually endured the amputation of the head and neck, and bears a staff stuck in the hole where his spine ought to be, and upon a flag is inscribed the heartless sentence, "Mrs. Miller's fine cut. For particulars inquire within." Mr. John Spout having concluded his explanatory remarks, the entire party went into the pistol gallery before mentioned, to have a crack at the iron man with the pipe in his mouth. The nature of Mr. Quackenbush's profession, that of a teacher, was not such as would make him familiar with the use of firearms, and in point of fact he had about as good a notion of pistol shooting as a stage horse has of hunting wild bees, but he resolved to try his hand with the rest. When it came his turn to try, he spilled the priming, and fired the hair trigger instrument, accidentally, 4 times, to the imminent danger of the bystanders, before he could be taught to hold it so that it wouldn't go off before he got ready. He finally got a fair shot, and succeeded in breaking a window immediately behind him, after which he concluded he would not shoot any more. As the other side of the room was used for a bowling alley, the company proceeded to have a game of 10 pins. And here, again, Mr. Quackenbush distinguished himself. After dropping 1 ball on his toes, and allowing another to fall into a spittoon, he succeeded in getting one to roll down the alley. With his second ball, by some miraculous chance, he got a 10 strike, knocking down, not only all the pins, but also the luckless youth who presided over the setting up department. Having refreshed themselves, the party once more regained Broadway, and consulted as to what place should be visited next. Mr. Spout suggested that he would like to smoke. Nobody dissented except Mr. Dropper, who said he had read the day previous in the morning papers that a Turkish elephant had arrived in town, and was on exhibition on Broadway, above the Metropolitan Hotel. Thinking that a comparison instituted between the Turkish quadruped and the one which it was their particular office to study might be of benefit to the members of the club in their investigations, Mr. Dropper suggested that the smoking be dispensed with until they should come into the presence of the Oriental animal. Onward the zoological specialists sped their way, sometimes marching in Indian file and sometimes arm in arm, running over little boys, dirty dogs, dry goods boxes, low awnings, and area railings, until at last Mr. Dropper cried "Halt!" before the portals of the den wherein the mysterious elephant, which had arrived from Constantinople, was concealed. It became a question who should lead in making an entrance. Boggs was fearful, Van Dam was afraid, Spout was cautious, Quackenbush would a little rather not, but Dropper's courage failed not, and he walked boldly into the outer temple, followed by his timid associates. Here they discovered a long counter and a glass showcase, in which were displayed queer shoes, quaint toothpicks, funny pipes, and singular ornaments. A glass jar filled with a rose pink fluid was also on the counter. A tall gentleman with a ferocious moustache and a diminutive red cap, without a front piece, met them. Mr. Quackenbush's curiosity was in a single direction. He said he wanted to go through the harem. They finally entered into the rear apartment. Here their wondering eyes beheld a long room, well lighted with gas. In the centre was a small basin, in which goldfish were indulging in their accustomed aquatic sports. On either side were arranged wide divans, covered with red drapery and high pillows. Small stands were arranged in front of them. Various parties were seated with novel inventions before them, suggested by the minds of ingenious Turks, to accomplish the destruction of the tobacco crop. The members of the Elephant Club placed themselves on the divans, and after they had arranged themselves to their satisfaction, their Oriental friend approached them, and gave each a "programme" of Turkish delicacies. Mr. Spout inquired what a nargil was, and was informed that it was a water pipe. Mr. Spout insisted that he preferred a pipe wherein fire rather than water was the element used. Mr. Boggs said he would take a chibouk on trial. Mr. Spout coincided, and called also for a chibouk, but Van Dam ordered 3 nargils, one for himself, another for Dropper, and a third for Quackenbush. The chibouks were produced, and Boggs and Spout commenced smoking in earnest. In the meantime, the nargils were produced for the other members of the club. Van Dam backed down at their first appearance. The glass vase, having in it water below and fire above, looked suspicious, and added to that was a mysterious length of hose, which was wound about in all directions, commencing at the fire and running around the vase, about the table legs, over the chair, back through the rounds, about his legs, around his body, and finally came up over his shoulder and terminated in a mouthpiece. Mr. Van Dam's first sensations, after these preliminaries had been arranged, were that he was in imminent danger of his life, and acting upon this impulse, he obstinately refused to go the nargil, remarking, that they might be harmless enough in the hands of the Turks, who knew how to use such firearms, but he thought prudence dictated that he should keep clear of such diabolical inventions. Dropper and Quackenbush, however, had no fears, but their first draughts on the fire, through the hose, were not honoured with smoke. They exhausted the atmosphere in their mouths, but get a taste of smoke they could not, and in despair Mr. Quackenbush called in the proprietor for an explanation of the mysteries of fumigating à la Turque. In compliance with the request, the gentleman informed the amateur Turks that they must inhale the smoke. Dropper protested that he couldn't make his lungs a stovepipe to oblige anybody, even the Sultan and his sultanas, and he accordingly dropped the hose and ordered a chibouk. Quackenbush, however, made the effort, but a spasmodic coughing put an end to further attempts, and the result was that another chibouk was called for. Each member of the club began to feel himself sufficiently etherealized to aspire to a position in Mohammedan heaven, where he could be surrounded by the spirits of numberless beautiful houris, when the attention of Mr. Spout was attracted to a young gentleman seated on a divan in the rear of the apartment. He was smoking a ponderous chibouk, and the cloudy volumes sent forth from his mouth hung about his form, quite obscuring him from sight. Occasionally, however, he would stop to breathe, which gave the members of the club an opportunity to survey his appearance. He was a young man of about 22 years, small in stature, with a pale, delicate skin, and light hair, plastered down by the barber's skill with exactness. He had no signs of beard or moustache. He was evidently making mighty efforts to become a Turk. He sat on the divan with his legs drawn up under him, adopting the Turkish mode of inhaling the smoke, and he followed one inhalation by another with such fearful rapidity that the first impulse of the uninitiated would have been to cry out "Fire!" But he evidently didn't sit easy, for after a few minutes he pulled his legs out from under him and stretched them out at full length to get out the wrinkles. The Turkish manner of sitting was evidently attended with physical inconveniences, for after about a dozen experimental efforts he gave it up, put his heels on the table, and laid himself back against the cushions. Still, however, he continued to smoke unremittingly, as if to make up in that what he lacked in ability to sit in the Turkish posture. But it was soon manifest that the young man was suffering. His face was deathly pale, and, dropping his tchibouque, he called out for the Oriental host. The gentleman in the red cap appeared, and the sufferer informed him that he felt so bad, and he placed his hand on his stomach, denoting that as the particular seat of his difficulty. The benevolent Turk suggested exercise out of doors, and as the elephant hunters were about going out, they offered to accompany him to his home. The offer was accepted, and the youth, sick in the cause of Turkey, left, supported by Dropper and Quackenbush. A walk of a few squares relieved the young gentleman of the extremely unpleasant sensations, when he begged leave to express his thanks to the gentlemen for their kindness. He took occasion to inform them that his name was John I. Cake, late a resident of an interior town in Illinois, where his parents now reside. He was at present living in New York with an uncle, who was a banker in Wall Street, under whose tuition he was learning rapidly how to make inroads upon the plunder of his neighbors, without being in danger of finding his efforts rewarded with board and lodging at the expense of the state. He had been educated at a country college, and knew nothing of city life, except what he had seen in Wall Street. Mr. Spout said that he was very happy to have met him, and inquired whether he would like to have an opportunity of seeing the elephant. Mr. John I. Cake said that nothing would please him better. Mr. Spout proceeded at once to inform him that the gentlemen who were present were members of an organization gotten up for that express purpose, and which was known among themselves as the Elephant Club. Further, he said to Mr. Cake that if he desired to join, they would administer the obligation to him that evening, and initiate him into the order. Mr. Cake said by all means. At this time the party had reached the front of a church, in the shadow of which they stopped. Mr. Spout, as high old boy, announced that the Elephant Club was now organized. "Mr. Cake," said he, "step forward and receive the obligation." Mr. Cake did step forward with a bold and determined step. Mr. Spout continued. "Let your arm," said he, "hang in an easy position from the right shoulder. Now let the digits of your other hand point over the left. Now then, Mr. John I. Cake, late of the State of Illinois, but now encircled with the moral atmosphere of Wall Street, you do solemnly swear by the sacred horn spoons that you desire to become a member of the Elephant Club, that you are willing, on becoming a member, to do as you please, unless it pleases you to do something else, that you will never kick a big Irishman's dog unless you think you are smart enough to thrash his master, that you will be just as honest as you think the times will economically allow, that you will under no circumstances buy and smoke a penny grab so long as you have philanthropic friends who will give you Havanas. All of this you solemnly swear, so help you John Rogers." "Perhaps," was the response of Mr. John I. Cake. "Having given the correct response," said the high old boy, "you are pronounced a member of the Elephant Club. When you shall have duly favored us with the initiative, sit down." "Good," said Mr. Cake. "Where shall it be?" "Wherever good oysters are to be procured," said Mr. Dropper. "There you are, then," remarked Quackenbush, as he pointed to a sign over a subterranean doorway over which was inscribed the words, "Here are the spot where good oysters is got." The club descended into the saloon, and Mr. Cake called for 6 half-dozens on the half shell. Now be it known to the readers of these records that Mr. Cake was unacquainted with the perfection to which many departments of manual labor had reached, and being naturally of an inquiring turn of mind, he stayed outside to watch the feats of the young man who brandished the oyster knife. This gentleman was an adept at his profession. With the most perfect grace of motion he would lift the oyster in his left hand, lay its edge gently on a small iron standard, give that edge two delicate raps with the butt of the oyster knife as a signal to the oyster that its turn had now come, when immediately the shells would open, the upper half would jump off and fall below, and the oyster would smile at the young man as he took the knife and delicately stroked down its beard. All of this transpired in a very short period of time, which, with the artistic grace displayed by the Professor, was sufficient to astound Mr. Cake. Indeed, he had entirely forgotten his companions in his admiration of conchological anatomy. The oysters were placed before the gentleman, and partaken of with a relish, but Mr. Cake had not seen enough to gratify his wishes. He ordered another dose all around, and again took his position outside to watch the operation of divesting the oysters of one half of their natural exterior protection. Without doubt the young man's merits at his particular vocation were great, but Mr. Cake magnified them in his intense admiration most alarmingly. To him it seemed as if each particular oyster was waiting for its turn to come, and only wanted a wink from the young man, when it would jump into his grasp, proud that it was permitted so soon to be sacrificed by such a hand. Mr. Cake was transfixed. He never moved his eyes until the second, third, and fourth installment of shellfish were served up. Mr. Boggs then spoke about drinks. Johnny protested that he never drank anything that would intoxicate. In fact, he was an uncompromising teetotaler. Still, however, he had no objections to treating the crowd, as that would give him an opportunity to remain a few minutes more with the object of his admiration. He continued to watch the motions, whilst his friends were doing justice to the spirituous decoctions. At last Mr. Spout told Johnny that it was time to go. Johnny went to the bar, paid the bill, and as the party regained the street, Johnny Cake said, with a sigh, that he only wished he were an oyster, that he too might be the willing victim of that young man's knife. But inasmuch as he was not, it was his intention to gratify his desire to see the young man's manipulations by coming every night until he was satisfied. It is a fact which may be asserted that Mr. Johnny Cake, as the members of the club had now learned to call him, with 40 oysters and the fixins on board, did not walk with much apparent comfort. The club stopped to deliberate, but in the midst of their deliberations the City Hall bell sounded, and instantly commenced all that furious uproar, peculiar to Gotham, at the sound of an alarm of fire. A crowd of screaming men and boys came tearing along, dragging engine number 32 1/2, which hung back and jumped about, as if determined not to go at any hazard. About half a block in advance of this crazy throng rushed a frantic man with a red shirt and a tin trumpet. Each individual yelled as if the general resurrection were at hand, and he under special obligations to wake up some particular friend. The rheumatic engine held back with all its power, and seemed, for a moment, endowed with a kind of obstinate vitality. Now it threw its wheel round a lamp post, then it tumbled against the curbstone, then it ran its tongue into an awning, then affectionately embraced with its projecting arms a crockery wagon, and finally, with a kind of inanimate, dogged determination not to go ahead, in turning a short corner, it leaped triumphantly astride a hydrant, where it stuck. The men tugged, but the engine held fast. The frantic man in the red shirt came tearing back. He had gone far enough ahead to see that 13 1/4 boys had got their steam on the fire, and he was furious at the delay. One mighty jerk, and the men and boys were piled in a huge kicking mass on the pavement, which phenomenon was occasioned by the unexpected breaking of the rope. The rope was tied, and by a united effort, directed at the wheels, the brakes, the tongue, and every yet addable point, the machine was again started, protesting with creaks and groans, and various portentous rumblings in its inner works, against the roughness of its treatment. The frantic red shirt man howled through his trumpet that hose 24 3/8 was coming. The boys looked back, and hose 24 3/8 was coming. Hose 24 3/8 came alongside. Hose 24 3/8 decided to go by. Hose 24 3/8 was evidently striving to get to the fire in advance of her betters. But hose 24 3/8 couldn't do it, for at this interesting juncture 32 1/2's fellows waked up to their work, and the race began. Single gentlemen got into doorways or crawled under carts. The ladies who were in the street at that time of night disappeared down oyster cellars. The M.P.s probably went through the coal holes, for no one was at that instant visible to the naked eye. Stages, to get out of the way, turned down alleys so narrow that they had to be drawn out backwards. An express wagon was run into, and wrecked on a pile of bricks. An early milk cart was left high and dry on a mountain of oyster shells. A belated hand cart man deserted his vehicle in the middle of the street, and it was instantly demolished, while the owner was only preserved from a similar fate by being knocked gently over a picket fence into an area where there couldn't anybody get at him. In the height and very fury of the race, the crowd rushed upon the Elephantines, who were gazing in fancied security at the mixed up spectacle before them. In an instant they were all inextricably entangled in the rush. Those that escaped 32 1/2 were caught up instantly by 24 3/8, and those who got away from 24 3/8 were seized upon by 32 1/2. It was no use resisting. On they must go. The ponderosity of John Spout was no protection for him, nor did the lankness of Dusenberry Quackenbush and the unreliable appearance of his legs avail him anything. The quiet inoffensiveness of Van Dam was not respected. No regard was paid to the philosophical composure of Mr. Remington Dropper. The youthful face of Johnny Cake, too, availed nothing in his favour. Mr. Boggs became involved, and all were irretrievably mingled with the howling demi devils who were racing for the miniature purgatory, the flames from which could now be plainly seen. It was number 1 round the corner, the residence of "my uncle," and each one was anxious to redeem his individual effects without going through the formality of paying charges and giving up the tickets. But their very anxiety was a serious bar to their rapid progress, and the two machines were jammed together by the zealous rivals. Hard words ensued, and a general row was the instant and legitimate result. Quackenbush was complimented with a lick over the head with a trumpet, in the hands of the frantic red shirt man, who accused him of locking the tongue of 24 3/8 into 32 1/2 squeal. Dropper had his hat knocked over his eyes, and thereupon, his indignation being roused, he hit out right and left. His first vigorous blow inflicted terrible damage upon the amiable countenance of his best friend, Mr. Van Dam, and the very first kick he gave upset Mr. John Spout upon the protruding stomach of a man who had been knocked down with a spanner. John quickly recovered himself, and hit Van Dam a clip in the sinister optic, which placed that useful member in a state of temporary total eclipse. The battle became general, and each man waged an indiscriminate war upon his neighbor. Between the affectionate thrashing they gave each other, and the indiscriminate kicks and punches they received from outsiders, the Elephantines were well pummeled. By the time 32 1/2 and 24 3/8 had got out of the muss, and were fairly on their way to the fire again, Mr. John Spout was the only one of that fraternal band visible on his feet. Dropper was doubled up across a hydrant. Van Dam was comfortably reposing on his back, in the middle of the street, while Quackenbush was sitting on him, trying to wipe the blood out of his eyes, and to ascertain as nearly as possible the number of teeth he had swallowed. But when the members came together to make mutual explanations, Johnny Cake was non est. Great, indeed, was the cry that was heard after the missing member. Quackenbush bellowed out in a heavy, sonorous voice that the difficulty was all past, when Johnny's shrill voice was heard in response. The voice proceeded from an empty molasses hogshead, into which Johnny had jumped, during the mêlée, for safety. His brother members released him from this situation, and when he was once more on Gotham's pavement, he was literally a sweet case. Dirty sugar adhered to every part of his exterior. Explanations were then made, and the members proceeded to shake hands all round, except Mr. Dropper, who couldn't shake hands with anybody because some one had upset a bucket of tar on his fingers, and he couldn't get it off. The matter being at length arranged to the satisfaction of all concerned, they adjourned from the sidewalk to a beer shop, where they washed their faces, pinned up the rents in their pantaloons, and got the jams out of their hats, as well as they could upon so short a notice. They then found their way to the club room, held a council, and without a great deal of deliberation it was resolved, every man for himself, that, to prevent the future possibility of all the members of the club having black eyes at the same time, The members would from this time forth pursue their investigations singly, or in pairs, the optical adornment of a single person being bearable, but for all the club to be simultaneously thus affected was a phenomenon not down in the bills. The club then adjourned for convalescence. End of Chapter 4. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 5 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. First evening with the club. Dogs bark. Shakespeare. As soon as the members of the Elephant Club had recovered their normal appearance, each issued forth alone to catch further glimpses of the colossal quadruped of the metropolis. Each was assiduous in pursuing his investigations, and all manifested a spirit of self-denial worthy of martyrs in the cause of scientific research. The quantity of bad liquors they drank in forming new acquaintances it were useless to estimate. The horrible cigars they smoked with those acquaintances are beyond computation, and yet they never flagged for a moment. After a few days thus passed, the Higholdboy thought it time the club should hear the reports of its members. He accordingly put up on the bulletin a notice stating that he expected the attendance of every member on a certain evening. The evening came, and with it came the members. The weather was sufficiently warm to admit of the windows being up, and a fine cooling draught of air passed through the apartment. The gentlemen filled their pipes and proceeded to take it easy. Mr. Dropper hung himself upon 2 chairs. Boggs stretched himself upon a sofa. Van Dam took off his coat, rolled it up for a pillow, and laid himself out on the floor. Quackenbush put an easy chair by the door, and seated himself there to act as sentinel. Mr. Spout, the Higholdboy, moved his official chair up to one of the windows, turned the back upon his fellow members, seated himself, raised his feet to the window casing, and said that, with his eyes looking out between the toes of his boots upon the tiles and chimney pots, it could not be said that he had seen any disorderly conduct, if the members should see fit to vary the monotony of the proceedings by getting up an extemporized row among themselves. Johnny Cake alone seemed aware that a necessity existed for the exhibition of proper dignity on the part of the meeting. He sat by the table proudly erect. His standing collar, neatly tied cravat, and scrupulously clean exterior corresponded with his prim deportment. It became a serious question who should open his budget of experience first. There was no rule to coerce a member to commence; consequently, appeals were made to the magnanimity of each other. These were irresistible, and all suddenly became willing and even anxious to make the beginning. Mr. Dropper, however, got the floor first. He insisted that he was not in the habit of appearing in large assemblies as a prominent participant in the proceedings, and, in consideration of this fact, he ventured to hope that his incipient efforts would not be judged of harshly. Mr. Dropper's spasmodic modesty excited the boisterous mirth of his fellow members. Mr. Remington Dropper commenced. "Gentlemen of the Elephant Club," said he, "the subject which I have to present for your consideration this evening is a remarkable instance of the genus homo, which I accidentally came across in my peregrinations a few evenings since. I was returning home from the theatre, and in passing a doorway on Broadway, I discovered a man seated on the stone step, with his form reclining against the door casing. The gaslight shone directly in his face, which revealed to me the fact that he was asleep. The singularity of his personal appearance could not fail to attract my attention, and I stopped to study his form, features, and dress, to determine, if I could, who and what he was. His face had evidently been put up askew. The corner of his mouth, the eye and eyebrow on one side were inclined downward, giving him a demure and melancholy look, but on the other side they were inclined upwards, which made that side show a continued grin.
A front view of his face was suggestive of both joy and melancholy, which was equal to no expression at all, as the expression on one side offset that of the other. His coat, which was buttoned tightly about him, was neither a dress nor a frock, but the skirts were rounded off in front, making it a compromise between the two. His pants were also a go between. They were neither white nor black, but in point of color were a pepper and salt formation. The leg on one side was rolled up. On one foot was a boot, on the other a shoe. He wore a very dirty collar, which, on the laughing side of his face, was Byronic, and on the solemn side uncompromisingly erect. His hat was an antiquated Shanghai, black on the crown and light underneath the brim. If a noun, he was certainly a very uncommon, but not strictly a proper noun. If a verb, he seemed to be passive. The tense of his general appearance it would be difficult to determine. Strictly, it was neither past nor present, nor was it in accordance with my ideas of the future. To a certain extent it was all three. His seedy exterior was the remains of the past, existing in the present, and existing prospectively in the future. His mood was subjunctive, full of doubt and uncertainty. Judging from his entire appearance, I could come to no other conclusion as respects his character, than that he was a combination of ups and downs, a concentration of small differences, a specimen of non committalism in everything except an entire abstinence from water, used as a means of purifying his body externally, and his clothing. His red nose led me to suspect that he did not bathe with cold water to an alarming extent inwardly. The individual was remarkable, not for what he was, but for what he was not. Such were my thoughts, gentlemen, and I determined to awake the unconscious sleeper, to see how far my conclusions were right. I shook him well, and accomplished my act with a peremptory order to get up. After a moment he roused himself and looked at me, but immediately dropped his eyes. I commenced a dialogue with him, which, as near as I can recollect, was as follows: "What are you doing here?" said I. "Dunno," was the response. "You're certainly quite drunk." "Likely." "That is an offence against the law." "Dessay." "You've been arrested for drunkenness before." "Werry like, but I haven't been a doin' nothin' else." "But I've arrested you before," said I, playing the policeman in order to continue the conversation. "Dessay, hofficer, but did I hoffer any resistance?" "Your weight did." "Was it wiolent?" "You were too drunk to make any violent resistance." "Dessay, I honly required for hinformation." "What's your name?" "Vich name do you want to know?" "Your whole name, of course." "Bobinger Thomas." "Where were you born, Thomas?" "Hingland." "What is your business?" "My perwession." "Yes." "It's warious. I never dabbled with law, physic, or diwinity." "I asked you what your profession is, not what it isn't." "My perwession now, or vot it used to vos?" "Your present profession, of course." "Vell, nothin'." "Well, what was your profession in the past?" "Vot do you vant to know for?" "I shall answer no questions but you must. Now tell me what your past profession was." "Dogs." "Are you a dog fancier?" "Poss'bly I fancies dogs." "What breed of dogs do you fancy?" "Them as I gets in Jersey." "What do you do with the dogs that you get there?" "I vouldn't go into the business if I vos in your sitivation. It don't pay any more, 'cause there's so many coves as has invested. I left 'cause it vos hoverdid." "I hadn't the slightest intention of going into the business. I asked you for information." "Glad to 'ear you say so. I vos halmost hutterly ruined in it." "Well, what do you do with the dogs?" "I doesn't follow the perwession no more." "I asked you what you did with the dogs you picked up in New Jersey." "They muzzles dogs now more than they did vonce." "Tell me what you did with the dogs." "If you nab a cove for gettin' drunk, vot do they do vith 'im?" "Are you going to answer my question?" "Vill they let me off if I tell vere I got the liquor?"
Look here, Thomas, answer my question. Vot do they do vith the coves as sells? I shan't trifle with you any longer. If you don't tell me what you do with the dogs, I shall enter a charge of vagrancy against you. Well, I didn't sell 'em for sassengers. What did you sell them for? I didn't sell them. How did you dispose of them? Is old Keen Varden of the penitentiary now? Tell me now what you did with the dogs. I took 'em to the dog pound. What did you do with them there? Why, doesn't they muzzle cats the same as dogs? Look here, Thomas, you must answer my question without equivocation. I want to understand the details of this dog business. What did you do with them at the dog pound? For hevery dog as ve takes to the pound ve gets an 'arf a slum. Then it seems you caught your dogs in New Jersey, brought them to the New York dog pound, and claimed for your philanthropic exertions the reward of half a dollar, offered by ordinance for every dog caught within the limits of New York? Vell, if you'd been born into the perwession, you wouldn't have understood its vays better. You are a sweet subject, certainly. Des'say. Are you not ashamed of yourself to be found lying drunk in doorways? Believe so. Are you not certain you are? Prob'ly. Did you drink liquor to night? P'raps. Where did you get it? Dunno. What kind was it? I halvays 'ad a passion for gin. Was it gin you drank to night? Des'say. Are you not sure that it was? Mebbe. How often do you drink? Honly ven I've got the blunt to pay. Dutchmen von't trust now. Did you have any money to night? Likely. How did you get it? Oldin' an 'orse for a cove. How much did you get for that? A shillin'. With that you bought gin? Prob'ly. And got drunk? Possibly. Thomas, where do you live? Nowheres in particular. Where do you eat? Where the vittles is. Where do you sleep? Anywheres, so that the M.P.'s can't nab me. You ought to be sent to Blackwell's Island as a vagrant. Des'say. You've been there, have you not? Mebbe. Don't you know whether you've been there or not? P'raps. Are you certain of anything? Dunno. Now, Thomas, said I in conclusion, I am going to let you off this time, but I hope you will keep sober in the future. Now here is a quarter for you to pay for your lodging to night. Thomas, the non-committalist, accepted the silver. I concluded to ask him one more question in hopes to get a direct and positive answer. Will you use the money to pay for a bed? I asked. Des'say, said he, upon which I vamoosed. The old highboy raised himself from his official seat before the window, turned round, got on his knees in the chair, leaned his head on his hands and his arms on the chair back, and whilst everybody was still and quiet, he called out in a stentorian voice, "Order!" The effect of this peremptory demand was to induce considerable disorder, as no one was willing to be regarded out of order, even by implication, without some foundation. Everybody talked and nobody listened, except Mr. Dropper, and it was not until Mr. Quackenbush had stuffed a ham sandwich down the throat of the Higholdboy, thrown a box of sardines at the head of Van Dam, tipped over the timid Boggs, and poured a lemonade down the throat of Johnny Cake, that they would consent to hear what he desired to say. "Gentlemen," said Quackenbush, "that's a remarkably fine story, isn't it?" "Des'say," said Spout. "Werry like," responded Van Dam. "Mebbe," replied Johnny Cake. "Likely," remarked Boggs, as he picked himself up, preparatory to letting himself down in 3 chairs. Mr. Spout left his chair, and moved to that particular locality in the apartment where the bell pull, leading to the bar below, was situated. He gave sundry pulls in accordance with the previously arranged system of telegraphing, and in a few minutes they were answered by a young gentleman with a tin waiter in his hands, on which were placed divers decoctions, which stand in better repute outside of local abstinence societies than inside. Each took his mixture until it came to Johnny Cake, when the Higholdboy passed over to him a mild beverage
called a port wine sangaree. Johnny refused to accept it, and announced that he was strict in his adherence to principle, that he never indulged in anything which could intoxicate. A lemonade he would indulge in sometimes, but a port wine sangaree, never, never, never! When Johnny Cake had finished his indignant repudiation of the port wine sangaree, among the cheering of his fellow members, Mr. James George Boggs arose. He mounted a chair and made an effort to speak. He was greeted with loud applause. As soon as these manifestations had subsided, he said,
Fellow citizens, applause, I may say that it is with feelings of the most profound gratification,
loud applause,
that I meet, this evening, the members of the illustrious Elephant Club,
continued applause,
of which I am an unpretending and obscure member.
Renewed applause.
Gentlemen, I do not like to appear as an apologist, and much less an apologist for my own shortcomings.
Loud and continued applause.
Gentlemen, I protest against your unwarranted interference when I am trying to be funny.
Applause and cheers.
I am a modest man, and I am unwilling to stand here to be fooled with
enthusiastic applause.
Mr. Dropper, if you don't shut up your mouth, I'll knock your moustache down your throat.
Tremendous applause.
Mr. Spout, you are the Higholdboy of the club, but I'll hit you with a brick if you don't keep better order.
Cries of order, order.
If you'll stop your blasted noise, there will be no trouble about order.
Cries of go on.
Well, gentlemen, as I was saying, that, where the devil did I leave off?
Applause and laughter.
There, you see that you have broken the thread of my remarks.
Cries of good.
Yes, it may be fun for you, but as the boy said to the frogs, it's death to me.
Laughter.
No, I mean as the death said to the boys, it's frogs to
renewed laughter.
Go to thunder! I am not going to make speeches to such a set of young rascals as you are.
More applause. As soon as order had restored itself, the Higholdboy ordered at his own expense a glass of applejack for Mr. Boggs, with the view of expressing through it his full and thorough appreciation of Boggs's oratory. Mr. Boggs accepted it. Inquiry was then made of Mr. Boggs as to what he had desired to say in his speech. He stated substantially that, having been engaged in loafing about and doing nothing, he had had no time to prepare a contribution for the entertainment of the club. So completely had the eloquence of Mr. Boggs riveted the attention of the club, that they had hardly made a commencement in disposing of the beverages which had been ordered. Mr. Dropper proposed that, as Johnny Cake was not to be employed in drinking, he having ignored the proffered port wine sangaree, he should occupy their time by relating his experience. To this he expressed his willingness to accede. He stated, however, that he had been on a flying visit to Illinois, since his initiation into the Elephantine order, and that he was consequently unable to furnish them with any experience of an interesting nature in New York. But some interesting incidents had occurred on a railroad train which he had undertaken to note down, with the view of reading to the club. Mr. Johnny Cake here produced a roll of manuscripts, which, after he had straightened up his collar, he proceeded to read. The manuscript read as follows: I do not propose, now, to give you a glimpse of anything within the city. In fact, it is my intention to inflict upon you an extra metropolitan scene, which I recently witnessed, and which, though funny, was not comfortable, and I don't care about experiencing it again. The section of country to which your attention is called was flat, positively flat, comparatively stale, and superlatively unprofitable. It was a western prairie marsh, the home of gigantic frogs, the abiding place of water snakes and muskrats, where flourished in luxuriant profusion bulrushes, watercresses, pond lilies, and such like amphibious and ungetatable vegetables. Through that particular locality a train of cars was not only seen, but heard going at 2 minutes and 40 seconds speed over a pile bridge, made across a Michigan swamp by driving black oak logs endwise into the mud. The people therein were covered with dust, as thickly as if each man had been a locomoting Pompeii, each woman a perambulating Herculaneum, and some vagrant Vesuvius had been showering ashes on them all for a month. They were lying about loose in the cars, after the ordinary fashion of people on a tedious railway journey, curled up in some such ungraceful and uneasy positions as the tired beasts of a strolling menagerie probably assume in their cages during their forced marches across the country. To carry out the parallel, the conductor came along at irregular intervals, and with deliberate and premeditated malignity stirred up the passengers, as if they were actually animals on exhibition, and he really was their keeper and wanted to make them growl. And this conductor, in common with conductors in general, deserves notice for the diabolical ingenuity which he displayed in forcing from his helpless victims the greatest number of growls in a limited space of time. The cars had just left the flourishing prairie city of Scraggville, which contains 7 houses and a tavern, and a 10-acre lot for a church, in the centre of which the minister holds forth now from a cedar stump. At the tavern, dinner had been served up, and the conductor, according to the usual custom, had started the train as soon, without waiting for his passengers to eat anything, as the money was collected. The population of our train, which exceeded that of the great city of Scraggville by about 170 persons, had composed itself for a short nap, and the various individuals had settled as nearly into their old places as possible, when a man, remarkable for a particularly lofty shirt collar, a wooden leg, and an unusual quantity of dust on the bridge of his nose, began to sing. He commenced that touching ballad now so popular, the affecting history of Vilkins and his Dinah. The pathos of his words, added to the unusual power of his voice, waked up his right hand neighbour before he had proceeded any further than to inform the listeners that "Vilkins was a walking." The neighbour, who was so suddenly aroused, and who was distinguished by a steeple crowned hat, did not appear to care where Vilkins was a walking, or to take much interest in the particulars of the said walk, for he immediately turned on the other side, tied himself up in a worse knot than he was in before, and attempted to sleep again. He had in so doing shaken from the top of his mountainous hat about half a peck of cinders, directly into the mouth of the vocalist. The latter gentleman, however, seemed nothing disconcerted by this unexpected pulverulent donation, but, removing those particles which most interfered with his vocal apparatus, he proceeded with his melody. This time he progressed as far as to state emphatically that "Vilkins was a walking in his garding one day," and was about to add the explanatory notes that it was the back garding, when his left hand neighbour emerged from a condition of somnolency into a state of unusual wakefulness. The most noticeable thing about this last named individual was the optical fact that he had but one eye, and as this solitary orb was partially filled with the dust which had accumulated therein during a 10 hours' nap in a rail car, over a sandy road, with a head wind, it might be supposed that his facilities for visual observation were somewhat abridged. This did not prove, however, to be the case, for with a single glance of this encumbered optic, he seemed to take in the character of the singer, and to make up his mind instanter that he was a good fellow and a man to be acquainted with. Acting promptly upon this extemporaneous opinion, he held out his hand with the remark: "I don't want to interfere with any arrangements you have made, stranger, but here's my hand, and my name's Wagstaff. Let's be jolly." The singer had by this time got to the chorus of his song, and although he took the extended hand, his only immediate reply to the observations of one eyed Wagstaff was "Turali, turali, turala-lee-la," which he repeated with an extra shake on the last la before he condescended to answer. And even then this observation, though poetic, was not particularly coherent or relevant. It was couched in the following language: "Jolly, yes, we'll be jolly. Old King Cole was a jolly old soul, and a jolly old soul was he. He called for his pipe and he called for his bowl. Wonder if he got it. My name is Dennis. My mother's maiden name was Moore, so that if I'd been born before she married, I'd have been a poet, which I'm sorry to say, don't think it, for I ain't. I'm glad to see you, Mr. Wagstaff, and as you say, you're jolly, and propose that we shall all be jolly. Perhaps you'll favour me by coming out strong on the second and fourth lines of this chorus."
"I'll do my utmost," said Wagstaff. And he did do his utmost, with a will, and their united voices croaked up again the first man with the steeple crowned hat, who hadn't got his eyes fairly opened before he joined in the chorus too, and he gave his particular attention to it, and put in so many unexpected cadenzas and quavers, which the composer never intended, and shakes, that nobody else could put in, and trills that his companions couldn't keep up with, that he fairly astonished his hearers. And he didn't stop when they did, but kept singing "Tooral-ee, tooral," with unprecedented variations, and wouldn't hold up for Dennis to sing the verses, and wouldn't wait for Wagstaff to take breath, but kept right on, now putting a long shake on "tooral," now an unheard of trill on "looral," and coming out with redoubled force on the final "la," and then starting off again, as if his voice had run away with him and he didn't want to stop it, but was going to sing a perpetual chorus of unceasing "toorals" and never ending "loorals." For 15 minutes his harmony was allowed uninterrupted progress, but at length Wagstaff, putting his hand over his mouth, thereby smothering, in its infancy, a strain of extraordinary power, addressed him thus: "I don't want to interfere with any of your little arrangements, stranger, but if you don't stop that noise I'll knock your head off. What do you mean by intruding your music upon other people's music, and thus mixing the breed? Don't you try to swallow my fist, you can't digest it." The latter part of this address was called forth by the frantic efforts of the unknown amateur to get his mouth away from behind Wagstaff's hand, which he had at length accomplished, and when he had recovered his breath he made an effort to speak. The musical fiend, however, had got too strong possession of him to give up on so short a notice, and he was unable to speak more than 10 words without introducing another touch of the magical chorus. The address, with which he first favoured his companions, ran something after the following fashion, and sounded as if he might have been the identical Villikins, unexpectedly recovered from the effects of the cup of cold pison, or prematurely resurrected from the same grave, wherein he had been disposed by the cruel parient, by the side of the lamented Dinah. "My friends, don't interrupt the concert. Tooral-ee, tooral-ee, tooral-ee-la. I'll explain presently, with a tooral-ee, tooral-ee, tooral-ee-la. I'm delighted to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. Rally-la, I am a professional looral-ee, looral-ee man. Rally-la, my name is Moses Overdale, with my looral-ee, looral-ee, looral-ee-la." Here he stopped, evidently by a violent exertion, and shook hands with each of the others, and afforded such a view of his personal appearance as satisfied the individual of the solitary optic, and his companion of the vegetable leg, that they had fallen in with another original, added to the fact, with which they were already well acquainted, that he had a powerful, though not very controllable voice. Other things about the newly discovered person showed him to be a man far above, or below, or at least differing from, the common run of people one meets in a railroad car. His face, had it been visible to the naked eye, through the surrounding thicket of hair, might have passed for good looking, but the hirsute crop which flourished about his head was something really remarkable. If each hair had possessed as many roots as a scrub oak sapling, and had grown the wrong way, with roots out, there couldn't have been more; or if each individual hair had been grafted with a score of thrifty shoots, and each of them in turn had given off a multitude of sandy coloured sprouts, and each separate sprout had taken an unconquerable aversion to every other sprout, and was striving to grow in an independent direction of its own, there wouldn't have been a more abundant display of hair, growing towards a greater variety of hitherto unknown points of compass. It was so long that it concealed his neck and shoulders, and you could only suppose he had a throat from the certainty that he had a mouth. And even the mouth was in its turn ornamented with an overhanging moustache, of a subdued rat colour, which also was long, running down the corners of the jaw, and joining the rest of the beard on the neck below. A shirt collar, turned down over his coat, was dimly visible whenever the wind was strong enough to lift the superincumbent hair. Taking into account the physical curtailments of Overdale's companions, the trio consisted of about 2 men and a half.
Dennis now proposed that they should go on with the song, he volunteering to sing the verses and requesting the reinforcements to show their strength, when he said, "Chorus!" The mention of music excited Overdale's harmonic devil again, and he was obliged to twist his neckerchief until he was black in the face to choke down an embryo "toodle" which ran to his lips before the cue came, and seemed to insist upon an immediate and stormy exit. By dint of the most suffocating exertions, he succeeded in keeping back the musical torrent until the end of the verse, when it broke forth with a vengeance. And then Wagstaff struck in, and Dennis took a long breath, and he struck in, and they waked up a couple of children, and they struck in, and Dennis put his wooden leg on the tail of a dog, and he struck in, and the locomotive put on the final touch by shrieking with a frightful yell, as if it had boiled down into one, the squalls of 1100 freshly spanked babies. And they kept on, Dennis singing in a masterly manner the historical part, the charms of Dinah, the barbarity of the cruel Periant, the despair of Villikins, the death and burial of the unfortunate Loviers, their subsequent ghastly reappearance to the cruel Periant, and his final remorse, had all been related. The chorus of tender maidens had been pathetically sung by the musical trio. The chorus of cruel and unnatural Periants had been indignantly disposed of. The chorus of pizened young women had been spasmodically executed. The chorus of agonized young men, with an awful pain in the stomach, had been convulsively performed. The chorus of cold corpusses had been sepulchrally consummated, and the musical enthusiasts were laying out their most lugubrious strength on the concluding dismal chorus of gloomy apparitions, when the concert was interrupted by the train running off the track, and pitching a part of the passengers into a sandbank on the right, throwing the remainder into Frog Pond on the left, and gently depositing the engineer on a brush heap, where he was afterwards discovered with the bell rope in his hand and his legs covered up by the smoke pipe. It was soon ascertained that no very serious damage was done, beyond the demolition of the engine, which had left the rail without cause or provocation, and was now lying by the side of the road with its head in the mud, wrong end to, bottom side up, roasting itself brown, steaming itself yellow, and smoking itself black, like an insane cooking stove turned outdoors for misbehaviour. Overdale got out of the sand without assistance, and save a black eye and a peck or two of sand and gravel in his hair, was none the worse for the accident. Wagstaff crawled out of the frog pond, looking as dripping and juicy as a he mermaid, while Dennis, though unconscious of any painful hurt, had sustained so serious a fracture of his wooden leg, that he found it necessary to splice it with an ironwood sapling before he could navigate. It being discovered that the danger was over, and that there was nothing more to fear, the ladies, as in duty bound, began to faint. One old lady fainted and fell near the engine. Happening, however, to sit down in a puddle of hot water, she got up quicker than she went down. Young lady, rather pretty, fainted, and fell into the arms of 4 or 5 gentlemen, who were waiting to receive her. Another young lady fainted, and didn't fall into anybody's arms, being cross-eyed, and having a wart on her nose. Maiden lady, ancient and fat, got near a good-looking man with a big moustache, and giving notice of her intention by a premonitory squall, shut her eyes and fell towards Moustache. She had better, however, have kept her eyes open, for Moustache, seeing her coming, and making a hasty estimate of her probable weight, stepped aside, and the gentle creature landed in a clump of Canada thistles, whence she speedily recovered herself, and looked fiery indignation at Moustache, who bore it like a martyr. Young lady in pantalettes and curls tried it, but being inexperienced, and not having taken the precaution to pick out a soft place to fall, in case there didn't anybody catch her, she bumped her head on a stone, and got up with a black eye. Jealous married lady, seeing her husband endeavouring to resuscitate a plump looking miss, immediately extemporized a faint herself, and fell directly across the young miss aforesaid, contriving as she descended to break her husband's spectacles by a malicious dig with her elbow. In fact, the ladies all fainted at least once apiece, and those who received the most attention had an extra spasm or two before their final recovery, while the vicious old maids, whom nobody cared for, invariably fell near the best looking girls, and went into furious convulsions, so that they could kick them in the tender places without its being suspected that their intentions were not honourable. During this characteristic female performance, our musical trio had not been idle. Dennis had been busily engaged in splicing his wooden leg. Wagstaff had seized a bucket from the disabled engine, and nearly drowned 3 or 4 unfortunate females with dirty water from the frog pond. Overdale was attracted to the side of a blue eyed girl, who had swooned in a clean place, behind a concealing blackberry bush, and he had rubbed the skin off her hands in his benevolent exertions to bring her to, and had meanwhile liberally peppered her face and neck with gravel stones and sand from the stock which had accumulated in his hair when he was first pitched into the sandbank. Everybody was eventually convalescent, and likely to recover from the damage which nobody had sustained. The gentlemen had repented of the prayers which they had not said, and were now swearing ferociously about their fractured pocket companions, and their broken cigars, and the ladies were regaling each other with multitudinous accounts of miraculous escapes from the horrible accidents which might have killed everybody, but hadn't hurt anybody. Another engine was sent for, and the cars ran to the end of the railroad, 70 miles, before the women stopped talking, or the men got anything to drink. The musical trio, whose united chorus had been so suddenly interrupted, met at the bar of the nearest tavern for the first time since the run off. Their greeting was peculiar, but characteristic. When they came in sight of each other, they didn't speak a word until they solemnly joined hands and finished the "Too-ra-lee-la," which they hadn't had the leisure to complete at the time of their sudden separation. Overdale, true to his ruling passion, wouldn't stop when the others did, but was going on with an extra "Too-ra-lee, lor-ra-lee," when Wagstaff presented a glass of strong brandy and water at him. The plan succeeded. He stopped in the midst of a most astonishing shake on the first "Lor-al," and merely remarking, "To be continued," he yielded, a passive captive, to the fluid conqueror. Subsequent conversations disclosed their future plans, and it was discovered that they were all journeying to the same place, New York City, and that their several visits had one common object, to see the mysteries of the town. An agreement, which I overheard, was quickly made, that they should remain together and pursue in company their investigations. They proceeded harmoniously on their journey, singing "Villikins" between meals every day, and when Overdale couldn't stop in the chorus at the proper time, Wagstaff corked him up with a corncob, which he carried in his pocket for that purpose. It so happened that I continued on the same trains of cars as this interesting trio of eccentricities, until we took the steamboat at the Dutch village, where the state legislature meets. After the last verse of their customary evening hymn had been sung, with a strong chorus, as they were about to shelve themselves in their state rooms for the night, I heard Overdale remark to his companions, "When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or well, no matter where. Dennis, you see this black eye? I have to make this particular request, that if this steamboat blows up in the night, and you take a fancy to black anybody's eye, you will pick out somebody's else." "I didn't black your eye. What do you mean?" Overdale explained thus: "I could a tale unfold, which would, but I won't. I'll tell you how it happened, nothing extenuate or set down aught in malice. When that locomotive ran off the track, the shock threw us both, as you were aware, about 15 feet straight up in the air. As I was going up, you were coming down, and you were practising some kind of an original pigeon thing with your wooden leg, and in one of its fantastic gyrations it came in contact with my visual apparatus, and damaged my personal beauty to the extent you see. Don't do it any more, that's all, my friend, don't do it any more." Dennis expressed himself exceedingly sorry. "Overdale, my hairy friend," said he, "at the particular time you speak of, that leg was not under my control, and I am not accountable for the misbehaviour of that leg. But I solemnly promise that if we are blown up before morning, if I see which way you go, I will do my best to travel in a different direction." Each of us, myself included, then went to his state room, achieved his allotted shelf, rolled himself into so small a ball that the narrow blankets would cover him, and laid in feverish restlessness, awaiting that morning bell which should summon him to disperse himself into his pantaloons, go on deck, and catch the first glimpse of smoky Gotham, the home of the undiluted elephant. "Hurrah for Johnny!" said Mr. Spout, as he rushed towards that individual to offer his congratulations. The other members followed suit, and Johnny, anticipating that he would be favoured with a bear like hug, more boisterous than pleasant, unless he acted promptly to prevent such a consummation, ran into one corner, squared off, and threatened to show an immoderate pugnacity if they made any immoderate demonstrations of fraternal affection. The language and action of Johnny had the effect to check the enthusiasm of his friends, and they resumed their places. Johnny then came out and made a peremptory demand of Mr. Spout that he telegraph to the saloon below for a lemonade for his, Johnny's, private consumption. Mr. Spout announced the impossibility of acceding to Johnny's demand, as there had been no signal agreed upon which would indicate to the individual below that a lemonade was wanted. Johnny said that he could not hold Mr. Spout to a strict accountability on that occasion, but if he did not arrange a signal to indicate his future wants, he should proceed to expel Mr. Spout from the club. Under existing circumstances, he should go down below and order personally a strong lemonade, to be made of considerable lemon, some sugar, and a good deal of water. Johnny disappeared through the door. He had been gone 3 minutes by Quackenbush's bull's eye silver watch, which he says keeps excellent time as long as he hires a boy to move the balance wheel, when the Higholdboy arose and proposed "The health of the elephant, may his shadow never be less," which was to be drunk in silence, standing. All the members had assumed an erect position, required for the performance of this imposing ceremony, when a yell of such prodigious dimensions, entitling it to be called a roar, followed by a most extraordinary clattering outside the door, as of 3 persons trying to ascend abreast a flight of stairs only wide enough for one, and quarrelling about the precedence, and in the intervals of their emphatic remarks to each other uttering cries of exultant triumph, as if they had made some long sought discovery, suddenly petrified the various members into flesh and blood statues with breeches on, and mouths open. Not long, however, did they remain thus inactive, for a mighty rush from the outside carried the door from its hinges, knocked Mr. Quackenbush, the stalwart guardian of the portal, into a far corner of the room, and disclosed to the astonished gaze of the assembled elephantines the forms of 3 individuals, to them unknown. The action of the Higholdboy, who first recovered his senses and his presence of mind, is worthy of remembrance. Keeping both eyes fixed upon one of the intruders, he deliberately drank the contents of his tumbler, and then, taking a cool aim, he threw the glassware at him. This act of the Higholdboy was regarded as an announcement, by implication, that crockery and glassware could be used on the present occasion offensively, and accordingly the other members followed the example of their chief. For a few minutes the destruction of property was great, and the more so, as whenever a tumbler, plate, bottle, or any other similar missile fell to the floor unfractured, one of the 3 intruding parties would stamp on it with one of his feet and pulverize it instanter. When the crockery was all disposed of, the assault was renewed with lemons, crackers, bologna sausages, and whatever projectiles remained, and the chairs and tables would have undoubtedly followed suit, had not the precaution previously taken of chaining them up precluded the possibility of their being used for this purpose. The result of this peculiar reception of the intruding parties was the temporary demolition of one, who had been hit over the head with a lemon squeezer, and knocked down in the corner behind the chair of the Higholdboy. The second person had rolled himself up in a heap as well as he could, drew his head into his coat, and seemed resigned to whatever might be his fate. The third, however, made no resistance whatever, but rushed into one corner, turned his face to the wall, in which position he sustained for 5 minutes a brilliant cannonade of lemons, Boston crackers, with an occasional bomb in the shape of a nutcracker and doughnut, for which affectionate tokens of respect he was indebted to the kindness of Van Dam, who bestowed upon him his undivided attention. At the moment when the utter defeat of the invaders was shown to be a fixed fact, Johnny Cake re-entered the room. He saw the confusion, which was everywhere apparent, and his first inquiry was as to the cause. Before he had been answered, his eyes caught sight of the party in the corner, who had ventured to turn his face around. "Here," said Johnny, "you've got one of my railroad party, whose adventures I have detailed to you this evening."
"The devil!" said Spout. "How unfortunate!" remarked Quackenbush. "Are you seriously injured?" asked Van Dam of the man in the corner, who was no other than Overdale. "Nary time," was Overdale's response. "But where's Dennis?" he asked. "Here," said Dennis, as a head was seen to protrude itself from a coat collar, like a tormented turtle from its shell, and after some scrambling, Mr. Damon Dennis was erect and experimenting with his wooden leg, with the view of ascertaining whether it had suffered another fracture since the railroad experience. Wagstaff also essayed forth from behind the capacious seat of the presiding dignitary of the club, and after shaking the wrinkles out of himself, was once more himself. Johnny Cake here introduced himself to the parties. They remembered him as having been one of the audience which listened to their free and easy concerts whilst travelling. They were then successively introduced to the different members of the club, all of whom expressed their regrets at having received them in so informal a manner, whilst Dennis, Overdale, and Wagstaff protested that the apologies were useless, as they should not have made such an informal call. Mr. Spout again operated the telegraph for all parties, and when they were once more seated, Johnny Cake called on their uninvited guests for an explanation as to how they had found out their location. The statement was given by all three of the parties in disconnected sentences, sometimes one talking and sometimes all. The narrations occupied about an hour in their delivery, and were replete with interest, but too long to be incorporated verbatim into these veracious records. The facts disclosed, however, were substantially these. After leaving the steamboat, they made their way to the Shanghai Hotel without loss of life or further limb. Each had his carpet bag in his hand, and having made a demonstration towards the hall door, the attendants came out to relieve them of their loads. Unused as they were to a reception of this kind, their greeting was rather peculiar than otherwise. Overdale put his hands in his pockets, and told his gentleman to clear out. Wagstaff, with great presence of mind, knocked his down instanter. Dennis started to run, but finding his wooden leg impeded his speed, sat flat down on the sidewalk and called for a constable. Being eventually satisfied that the intentions of the individuals were honourable, they went into the house and placed their names on the register. Overdale, who did not understand this last performance, expressing his surprise that they should be required to sign a note for their board as soon as they came into the house. They were shown to separate rooms, and each proceeded to make himself as comfortable as his limited knowledge of the uses of the bedroom furniture would admit, preparatory to making his appearance in the dining room. They were all shown this latter part of the establishment after they had visited arm in arm the barber's shop, the ladies' parlour, and the hat shop next door, in their vain search for something to eat. As they entered the room, and the head waiter approached for the purpose of showing them some seats, Overdale took his arm, and having marched the whole length of the room, was finally seated at one end of the table, while his two companions were accommodated with chairs immediately opposite. Their exploits at their first dinner in the city were many, being all of them ignorant of napkins, and innocent of silver forks. Their performances with those unknown articles were something out of the common order. Having recovered from their first impression that the bills of fare were religious tracts, left for the spiritual improvement of the boarders by the Moral Reform Society, and having ascertained that they were in some way connected with the science of gastronomy, they proceeded to call for whatever they imagined would suit their palates. Wagstaff began with tarts. Then, taking a fancy to a jelly, he reached for them, and devoured them all, 17 in number, and concluded his dinner by eating a shad without picking out the bones. Dennis had somewhere heard of ice cream, for which frigid monstrosity he immediately called. When it came, not knowing exactly how to dispose of it, and perceiving that other people made use of the bottles from the castor stand, he concluded that it would be proper to season his cream in like manner. He began with the pepper, followed it with vinegar, kept on to the cayenne, added a good quantity of oil, drowned it with ketchup, and then, with unusual impartiality, not wishing to neglect any of the bottles, he poured Worcester sauce over the whole. He ate it with the mustard spoon, and pronounced it excellent. Overdale, seeing a gentleman on leaving the table throw down his napkin, called to him across the room that he had dropped his handkerchief, and then, with the consciousness of having done a neighbourly turn, he proceeded to eat his dinner. He studied for some time over his own napkin, but eventually concluded that it would be proper to put it in his chair, so that he would not soil the cushion,
and accordingly disposed of it in that manner, and sat down upon it with great care, for fear he should tear it. He then opened his bill of fare at the wine list, and after puzzling for some time over the names, put his finger in the middle, and told the waiter he would have some of that. The servant, perceiving how matters stood, and having compassion on his queer customer, brought him some soup. He at once set to work to eat it with his fork, in which attempt he scalded both his mouth and his fingers, wherein he drank the water in his finger bowl to cool his mouth, and wiped his fingers in his hair to reduce their temperature. The considerate waiter came once more to the rescue, and brought him some beef, and also performed the same kindness for Dennis, and probably saved him from absolute starvation. But Overdale, never remarkable for strict temperance, looked for something to drink, and perceiving nothing that looked juicy, save the bottles in the castor stand, he took out one of them, and having filled an egg cup with the contents thereof, drank it down. As it was salad oil, he did not feel disposed to repeat the experiment. Having cleaned his nails with a nut pick, and pared an apple with a fish slice, he continued his performances by putting half a dozen fried oysters in his pocket, and leaving the table. At night they went immediately to bed, only finding their own rooms, after poking their heads into every other apartment on the same floor, and eventually securing the services of the chambermaid as a guide. Overdale, having got his lady to light his gas, was not able to get into bed without doing something further extraordinary, so, wishing to open his window, he called a boy to his door 27 times by pulling at the bell rope, which he imagined to be connected in some inexplicable manner with the sash. He was at last ready to go to sleep, when he blew out the gas, and laid down on the carpet, covering himself with the hearthrug, fearing to get into the bed lest he should rumple the sheets. He woke up subsequently, and yelled for a waiter. One happened to be passing in the hall at that moment, and answered his call. Overdale asked where the tavern keeper was, as he wanted to see him. He didn't want to be imposed upon, if he was from the country, and considered it a huge imposition to put a man into a room which was right over an assafoetida factory. The waiter comprehended the nature of Mr. Overdale's difficulty, and explained to him the nature of carburetted hydrogen, and the mistake he had made in blowing out the light, instead of turning off the gas. Mr. Overdale thanked the waiter for his valuable information, and after waiting for the room to be well ventilated, he retired to rest. This time, however, in the bed, the waiter having kindly explained to him that the bed clothing was nicely adjusted for the express purpose of being rumpled up, in order to give employment to a useful class of the community known as chambermaids. In the morning, by one of those curious coincidences which we know do happen, but for which we cannot account, our three rural friends found themselves at precisely 8 o'clock in the bar room, before the bar, and calling upon the Major for something to drink. Each drank, after which they went in to breakfast. The bill of fare not being so complicated as the one on the dinner table the day previous, and being printed in good readable English, they had no difficulty in procuring breakfast entirely to their satisfaction. After arising and supplying themselves with cigars, they started out on an exploring expedition through the city. Overdale, having read a good deal about the various lions of the town, assumed to know all about it, and therefore Dennis and Wagstaff acquiesced in his taking the lead. Wagstaff taking notes of everything for the benefit of his children when he returned home. They strayed into Taylor's saloon, which Overdale informed them was the Crystal Palace. Gurney's daguerreotype gallery he stated was the American Art Union. The three of them took the cars on the corner of Canal Street and Broadway, Overdale remarking that he hoped all their lives were insured, as they were now on the Camden and Amboy Railroad. Dennis hoped they would run off the track in such a way that his wooden leg would be again broken. He would then retire for a few weeks, swear that he had lost a leg by the accident, sue the company for $50,000 damages, compromise by accepting $10,000, and then go to Kansas and set up a faro bank. As they passed the Jefferson Market fire alarm bell tower, Overdale said it was a shot tower, erected in Revolutionary times. They then arrived at the real Crystal Palace, which Overdale declared answered the descriptions he had read of Fulton Market. The submarine armour which was on exhibition, he explained, was a flying machine. The statue of the Amazon was noted down in Wagstaff's book, upon the authority of Overdale, as a cast iron Blackfoot squaw on a prairie mustang.
The fountain was announced to be a patent frog pond. After writing down an accurate description of the fire engines and hose carts, the first of which Overdale supposed to be perpetual self acting locomotives, and the second a newly invented threshing machine, Wagstaff proposed they should leave. The Croton Reservoir, Overdale stated, was the gas works. They then ascended the Latting Observatory, which their intelligent informant assured them was Trinity Church. From the altitude they here attained, they were favoured with a view of a large extent of country. Overdale called the attention of his companions to the high bridge over the Harlem River, of which they had an excellent view. He said that it was one of the few gigantic relics of the architecture of the Norsemen, whom he stated populated this country 10 centuries before Columbus sculled over here in a sculboat. This was the same bridge, he further remarked, which Edgar A. Hood, a historian, and an intimate friend of Nicholas Galileo, a poet of the 16th century, had spoken of as Bridge of Sighs. Mr. Overdale stated that the squadron of pleasure yachts anchored at Hoboken were a number of clam sloops, which had probably been abandoned by their owners because they were old and unseaworthy. Jersey City, he was inclined to believe, from its general description and situation, was the 6th Ward, which he further stated was in the centre of the 5 Points. The penitentiary on Blackwell's Island, of which they had an excellent view, he informed them was the City Hall, the regular resort of the common scoundrels of the city. When they left the observatory, they strayed over into Avenue D, which, upon the word of the intelligent Overdale, Wagstaff described in his book as the Bowery. After mistaking the dry dock for the Battery, and a Williamsburg ferry boat for a Collins steamer, they continued to wander about, making divers mistakes, all of which were faithfully noted down as facts in Wagstaff's notebook. At 8 o'clock in the evening they found themselves in the Franklin Museum, whither they had gone on Overdale's invitation to visit the Free Love Club. When the performance was over, they sallied out, and fetched up in a German lager beer saloon in William Street, where the assembled Teutons were singing their national airs. For a moment Overdale was in doubt, but after 2 minutes' thought he informed his friends that they were in the Academy of Music, listening to an Italian opera. When they left, they were full of music, they having caught the inspiration from being in the presence of foreign artists, and immediately commenced to sing more Vilkins and his Dinah, with a strong chorus, but were almost immediately choked down by the police. They wandered about disconsolate, inquiring frequently of some hurrying passer by where they could find the Elephant, and receiving in reply to their interrogations a great variety of directions as to his whereabouts from disinterested persons, all of which they noted down for reference. They searched an hour and a half for "my uncle in the second story of the Fifth Avenue Railroad," which individual, they had been informed, could give them the desired information. They walked about 4 miles in search of "Number 1" round the corner, at which place they had been assured by a venerable female of Milesian accent, who sold peanuts on the curbstone, they would undoubtedly find the wished for quadruped on exhibition. In the course of this latter search, as they were about to venture into a promising looking saloon for the purpose of procuring something to allay their thirst, Wagstaff caught a glimpse of the miniature elephant which was over the door of the club room, and imagining that he had discovered the veritable animal, he uttered a cry of joy which attracted his companions to the same object, upon which they made a grand rush up the flight of stairs. Where they got to, and how they were received, is already told. When the narrative had been concluded, Mr. John Spout, the Higholdboy of the club, declared in solemn terms that by virtue of his office the 3 persons whose adventures had just been related by themselves should be henceforth considered members of the Elephantine Order. He added that any member might object, if he chose, but it wouldn't do him any good, as he should immediately overrule the objection and kick the daring objector down stairs. This persuasive manner of addressing the members had the desired effect. They were convinced by the gentle logic of their dignified superior officer, and they could not have the heart to oppose him had they felt so inclined. Messrs. Wagstaff, Overdale, and Dennis, who were thus so summarily promoted, were solemnly sworn in on a boiled ham, after which all hands joined in singing "We won't go home till morning." It may be proper to add, in respect to this last musical asseveration, and as a deserved tribute to the veracity of the persons concerned, that when they said they wouldn't go home till morning, they didn't. End of Chapter 5. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 6 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Colored Camp Meeting. There is a divinity that shapes our ends. Rough. Shakespeare. An evening or two after the facts related in the last chapter of this veritable and never to be believed history, the members of the club were seated in silent deliberation round their table, each man smoking a short pipe by a special order of the council. An unusual commotion was noticed at the end of the table where John Spout was supposed to be anchored. First, the smoke, which had settled in a thick hazy layer upon everything and concealed the members from each other, as if they had mutually pulled the wool over each other's eyes until all were for a time invisible, was observed to wave to and fro, as if agitated by some powerfully moving cause, concealed from the observers by the fragrant tobacco fog which had been raised by the joint exertions of the assembled multitude. A few minutes more disclosed the arm of John Spout, working like an insane windmill, backwards and forwards, to open a clear space and make himself visible to the naked eye. After the lapse of some little time, and the expenditure of no small amount of muscular power in this interesting exercise, the ruddy beef face of the Higholdboy beamed forth from the encircling mist, like a good natured lighthouse, which had been on a spree the night before, and got up with a red nose, in consequence of the nocturnal dissipation. As soon as he had cleared a space about him large enough for him to speak without danger of suffocation, he announced that he had a proposition to lay before the honourable body, and proceeded to state that he had observed in a morning paper an advertisement of a camp meeting, to be held at a distance from the city easily accessible by a 2-minute 40-second team, in a couple of hours. He, moreover, went on to say that the presiding officers of the gospel hunt were to be of a sable complexion, and that the greater part of the congregation was expected to be of the same colour. In fact, it was to be what a Bowery boy would, in his peculiar and not inexpressive dialect, call a "nigger Methodist camp meeting." The proposition of the pious Mr. Spout was that the elephants should pack their pockets, and proceed to the scene of action, for the purpose of picking up any superfluous piety that might be lying around loose, and of making themselves generally agreeable and having a good time all round. The suggestion was listened to with approval, and it was unanimously resolved that the elephants proceed to the camp ground in the morning. A special committee, consisting of the entire club, was appointed to see that every person was provided with all the necessaries of life, and the requisites for having a juicy time. In consideration of his being the mover of the scheme, it was moved that J. Spout, Esquire, should be empowered to procure from the livery stable the necessary conveyances, and should become personally responsible for the same. The proposition was agreed to, with a clause to the effect that when he paid the bill he should treat the company with the change. Each man then appointed every other man a committee to raise the means, and keep himself sober until the appointed hour, after which they adjourned to prepare. At 8 by the City Hall clock, and of course 8:30 by every other clock in the city, next morning, the convention was incomplete. For an hour there were 3 men lacking, but Mr. John I. Cake finally made his appearance, with his breeches tucked into his boots, a horsewhip in his hand, and a suspicious looking protuberance immediately over his left coat pocket. The attention of the company being called to this, Johnny explained by saying that this was his Testament and hymn book, and that he had been all morning engaged in turning down the leaves at the proper places, so that he might not be interrupted in his devotions. A half hour longer was appropriated in waiting for Wagstaff and Overdale, but at the end of that time, those two worthies failing to appear, the party resolved to start without them, Boggs remarking that if those tardy individuals failed to reach heaven because of their religious shortcomings, they could not say, in extenuation of their offence, that their fraternal elephants had not waited a sufficient time to give them an opportunity for salvation. The vehicles provided for the occasion were two single buggies, into which all 7 of the party were to pack themselves, a feat which was finally accomplished, much to the detriment of Johnny Cake's shirt collar, and greatly to the discomfiture of Quackenbush, who had to sit in behind and let his legs hang over. Van Dam took the reins of the foremost carriage, and his first exploit was to run the wheel against the curbstone, and spill the party into a coal hole, from which they were rescued by the exertions of the bystanders. They once more started on their journey, under the supervision of Quackenbush, who was recalled from the stern of the craft, and made to assume the guidance of the crazy horse. Van Dam, on being deprived of his charge, immediately went to sleep, and waked no more, except when his companions roused him to pay the toll, which they did at every gate, until there was no more small change in his pockets than there is gunpowder in a tom cat, after which they offered to pay every time with a $20 bill, and as no one would assume the responsibility of changing it, they passed free, and proceeded merrily enough until they reached the encampment of the devout darkies. There being no taverns immediately adjoining, the horses were made as comfortable as circumstances would admit of under a beech tree in a clover field, and the human part of the elephantine delegation marched in an exceedingly irregular procession to the campground, the line of march being occasionally thrown into disorder by John Spout, who persisted in making protracted and strenuous efforts to squeeze something wet out of a Schiedam schnapps bottle, which had been dry as a powder horn ever since Quackenbush had his last pull at it. A description of the sylvan scene which met their metropolitan gaze may not be out of place. It was in a clearing, in a piece of beech and maple woods. Stands were erected for some of the prominent speakers. Slabs were laid from stump to stump for the accommodation of such of the brothers and sisters as desired to sit still and listen to the preaching; and in places straw was laid on the ground for the special benefit of such as had the "power," and wanted to get down on the ground and have a private tussle with the devil on their own account. Stands were erected under the trees in the shadiest spots by enterprising white folks for the sale of gingerbread and root beer, and it was rumoured that some speculators, distrusting the appearance of the "sperrits of just men made perfect," had supplied their place with other spirits, full as potent and equally reliable. The grass might have been agreeable to look upon at a distance, but a close inspection showed it to be full of pismires. The stumps would have been commodious seats, if they had not been most of them previously appropriated by blacksnakes. The sleeping places would have been tents if they had not been huts, and a poetical fancy might have pictured them as being constructed of canvas, white as the driven snow, but the practical mind instantly discovered that they were made of oak slabs and dirty horse blankets. Some imaginative people would have set down the speaking of the ministers as eloquence if not inspiration, but a critical individual would have found fault with the bad grammar, and insinuated that the inspiration was all perspiration. At the north end of the ground, a big darky in his shirt sleeves was mounted on a platform, preaching to a crowd, who seemed by their vermicular contortions to be possessed of a legion of Ely devils. On the west side a fat wench was stirring up the fire under a big kettle of soup, seemingly composed principally of onions and ham. In a sly corner a red shirt boy was displaying the mysterious evolutions of the "Little Joker," and 2 small specimens of ebony juvenility were playing euchre on a basswood log. Opposite to these, mounted on a cider barrel, a molasses coloured gentleman was going through a rather extraordinary performance. He had preached till his audience had all left him, then shouted "Hallelujah" and "Glory" till he was hoarse, had sung hymns in a spasmodic whisper till his voice gave entirely out, and now, in despair at being unable to speak, yet compelled to work off his superabundant religion, as if he were a locomotive with too big a head of steam on, he was dancing on one leg and kicking the other about in a kind of perpetual pigeon wing, and tossing his arms upwards in a wild and original manner, as if he was using his utmost endeavours to climb to heaven on an invisible tarred rope. To the shouts of the men and the screams of the women who had got too much religion, was added the laughter of the outsiders who hadn't got enough religion, and the swearing of the gamblers who hadn't got any religion; and to complete the harmony, from a neighbouring pasture was wafted the roars of a herd of cattle, applauding, in their own peculiar manner, an extemporaneous bull fight. Mr. Dropper gave it as his opinion that camp meeting religion, if analysed, would be found to consist of equal parts of rum, rowdyism, and insanity. As, however, it was deemed improper to decide without a complete examination of the premises, it was resolved to proceed in company to explore the place. Quackenbush, who had assumed his nap on the grass, was roused, and after getting the grasshoppers out of his hair, the sand flies out of his ears, and pulling off his boots to look for centipedes, he was declared ready for active duty, and they proceeded on their march. They found in a side hut of more pretentious appearance than the rest that there was something unusual going on, and upon inquiring discovered that one of the fragrant flock having transgressed, he was then having his trial before the session. The party moved on to where the minister in his shirt sleeves was edifying a small but select, not to say noisy, congregation. The audience seemed to be affected much in the same manner as a strong shock of electricity will stir up a crowd of boys who have all got hold of the same wire. As there seemed to be a prospect of fun, the elephants made a temporary halt to witness the same. The sermon was now concluded, and the shirt sleeved man kneeled down on the platform and began to pray. He must have had no inconsiderable amount of similar exercise before, for the knees of his pantaloons were worn entirely through, and there was a large hole behind where he had sat upon his heels. No sooner had he fairly commenced praying than some of the more energetic in the crowd began to groan. When he made a thorny point, and said something about the arrow of conviction, some fat wench would sing out "Glory!" When he put in a touch about hell fire and other torrid climates, they would cry out "Yes, Lord!" And when he put in an extra lick about repentance and death and damnation and other pleasant luxuries, the whole crowd fairly screamed with excitement. At length a powerful darkey, with a head like a cord of No. 1 curled hair, and had nothing on to hide his black anatomy but a pair of thin breeches and a blue shirt, began to give unequivocal manifestations of the workings of his faith. First he kicked a woman with his right leg, then he kicked a little boy with his left, then he punched one of the brethren in the stomach, then he stepped on the toes of a gray haired class leader, but as both were barefooted, no harm was done. Then he yelled like 7 Indians, and howled like 7 Irishmen, and danced about like a whole regiment of crazy Dutchmen. When he opened his mouth, the minister dodged the yawning chasm, and the man fell down and sprawled about in the mud, striking about with his arms and legs, as if he were swimming on a bet, and was only 2 minutes from the stake boat. At last he ceased to move, and stiffened out as if he had suddenly swallowed a rifle barrel, which stuck in his throat like Macbeth's Amen. The damaged brethren gathered round. The sisters, after giving their injured shins a consoling rub, also came to the rescue, and the man was picked up. He was foaming at the mouth, his teeth were set together so that a fence stake was required to pry them apart. His shirt was unbuttoned, his pantaloons had unbuttoned themselves. A pail full of water out of the nearest frog pond was dashed in his face, and he soon so far recovered himself as to ask for corn whisky. All immediately sang, with a strong chorus, a thanksgiving hymn, that his soul was saved, though what connection there was between corn whisky and salvation puzzled the elephantines some, if not more. When this interesting episode in the day's performance was concluded, the participants picked themselves up, and prepared to again besiege Satan in his stronghold, the north side of Sebastopol, of the hearts of sinful niggers. Singing was the first feature, and the hymn was of a style unique, and, to the elephants, highly refreshing. In point of comparison, they had never known anything like it, and the execution was incomparable to anything known to exist by them. An athletic colored individual sang the words of the hymn, and after each verse the whole congregation would join in the swelling chorus. The effect of the hymn was electric. No less than 27 colored females were seized with spasmodic religion, whilst over a dozen of the sterner sex found themselves unable to longer resist the thirsting of the spirit for religious nourishment, and they, too, fell over, and amid the howling, kicking, singing, shouting, and indescribable confusion that followed, Mr. Quackenbush expressed it as his opinion that chaos had come. But Mr. Boggs was seriously affected by the performance. He fell down in the grass, and laughed and rolled, and positively refused to be comforted or get up, until the rest of the company ran sticks in his ears, and put last year's chestnut burrs down his back. When he had sufficiently recovered, the members of the club renewed their investigations. They listened to several exhortations and hymns, and then peeped under the horse blanket tents. In one they saw a youthful wench trying to pray with her mouth full of cold sausage. Her efforts were useless, and becoming satisfied of this fact herself, she concluded, very sensibly, to no longer try to save her soul on an empty stomach, but see to her bodily wants first. Before she had got ready to pray again, she had drank a pint of gin, which so heightened her religious enthusiasm that she made a dive among the pious elders, gave 4 shouts of glory, and fell into the arms of a venerable gentleman, who divided his time for the next hour in kissing the young sister and crying Amen and Glory in alternation. At last the Elephants concluded to return to the city. They piled themselves into the vehicles, and by means of sundry persuasive arguments, the horses were induced to reach the livery stable, rather warm, inside of 2 hours. After the party had stowed away divers beef steaks and onions and other articles of food, they ascended into the club room. Here they found Overdale and Wagstaff both asleep. They were awakened, and in a peremptory manner the Higholdboy demanded to know why they had not been on hand in the morning at the place of rendezvous, to witness the sable performance in the rural districts. The answers of the 2 offending individuals differed. Wagstaff assigned as a reason that he was asleep, whereas Overdale stated that he wasn't awake. The Higholdboy announced himself satisfied with the answers. End of Chapter 6. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 7 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Further Discoveries. There is a tide in the affairs of man, which taken at the flood leads on. With the facts contained in our last chapter, the members of the Elephantine order may be said to have fairly begun their Herculean labors. Certain it is that all the spare time they could command was devoted to an investigation into the particular specialty in zoological science for which the club had been organized. And certain it is that the prospect of some rare contribution from members at the next regular meeting was good. The meeting night arrived at length. The members were all present, and punctual to the hour. The Higholdboy had brought with him a pair of boxing gloves, which he announced were to be used in this wise. He was determined to keep order in the meetings, and this too, even if he had to resort to severe means to do so. But actuated by the same feelings of benevolence which animated the legislators who caused the passage of laws to prevent cruelty to animals, he did not want to do physical injury to the refractory members of the club. Therefore he had brought the aforesaid boxing gloves, so that when he knocked a member down he wouldn't either draw blood or give him a black eye. This humane considerateness on the part of Mr. Spout was warmly commended by the brethren, and Mr. Quackenbush, in behalf of the club, resolved that the Higholdboy is a model presiding officer. This resolution in behalf of the club was adopted by Mr. Quackenbush. Overdale here arose and said that he fully coincided with the spirit of the resolution. He had a proposition to make, however, which was to order up some cold corned beef, celery, mustard, rolls, and butter, provided he would consent to let the members keep order after their own fashion. This appeal to Mr. Spout's feelings was irresistible, and he gave his full consent, saying that that was all he had contemplated under any circumstances, and if they could ring in Overdale for the feed, it was so much gained. It was accordingly ordered that Overdale give his order. Mr. Boggs said that the boxing gloves forcibly reminded him of some experience he had had several years previously. Though a person by no means thin, and notwithstanding the fact that he had been for years troubled with chronic good health, yet from reading at that time various physiological works, he had become convinced that from the want of proper physical training his dissolution might be considered near at hand, unless he took immediate measures to save his precious life by means of active exercise. He accordingly visited the gymnasiums, but the idea of putting himself into such fantastic shapes as he saw young men doing was to him not to be thought of. Further, he was decidedly opposed to the idea of making himself the laughing stock of a set of young rascals by his awkward efforts and his incipient progress. Whilst he was yet undecided, a friend suggested to him that he procure a couple of pairs of boxing gloves and practise with them. "Having purchased the gloves," continued Mr. Boggs, "I was still at a loss to know how to proceed. I didn't want to practise with anybody, because I knew that my awkwardness would make mirth for them, and to this I was decidedly opposed. Under these circumstances, I resorted to other means. In the garret of the house in which I lived was a mammoth stove. In fact, gentlemen, a stove which I could strike and not knock over, which would not laugh at me in my attacks, and therefore a stove with which I made up my mind to have a few rounds each day. The next day I went up into the garret. There stood the sable companion of heavy weight, and for the first time in my life I stripped myself of my coat, to fight without being appalled. The stove loomed up in giant proportions. I stood before it, and squared off as well as I knew how. I imagined I saw the stove's right fist coming at my left eye. I parried off the blow, which, without doubt, would have been aimed at me, had the stove had a right fist, as I imagined, and with my right fist I planted a stunner in the place where his bread basket should have been. The result was a powerful reaction, and I found myself sprawling on the floor. I ascertained that I was not damaged, and wisely determined then that I would not strike such powerful blows in the future. I squared off again, and began putting in the blows in rapid succession, whilst I managed successfully to keep my adversary from hitting me in even one of the many attempts which I imagined he made. I kept up the practice about an hour. The next day I resumed my practice, and I kept it up for several weeks, when I fancied that I was sufficiently expert to travel on my muscle. To be sure, I had fought an inanimate object, which could not strike. Still, in the tussles I had imagined the stove striking at me from all conceivable directions, and I had not only been able to guard off these imaginary blows, but I had shown the stove that I could put in a few astonishers between times. I was ready now for practice with a living adversary, but who was he to be? That was the question. I was still unwilling to call in any of my acquaintances, as I might possibly, after all, be found veni vidi vici, as we say in the classics, which, when translated into English, means weighed in the balance and found short. Suppressed snickers. One day, as I was cogitating upon the matter in front of the house, a big nigger, full 6 feet in height, came along. He looked as if he wanted a job, and with a good deal of trepidation, I ventured to ask him if I was right in supposing him anxious to make a $50. I found him to be an eager candidate for my position, from a cashier of a bogus bank up to a bootblack. I took him up in the garret, and disclosed to him the nature of my desires, and took occasion to inform him that I would give him a $50 for 2 hours' services per day, and a quarter in addition never to say a word about the matter. For this he assented, and I told him to put on the gloves. He took the dirty pair, out of respect to me, not taking into consideration the probable consequence to me, in case of his succeeding in putting in a few licks, and I took the clean pair. We squared off, and occupied a minute or two in preliminary practice. I felt fully confident that I could manage him quite as easily as I had the stove, and after telling him to do his best, I proceeded to give him a poke in his breast. We gradually warmed to the work. The blows passed more frequently, and as we proceeded I became conscious of the fact that I managed to put in almost 1 blow to his 3. I then made my calculations to give the nigger a regular rib riser, and just as I was about to consummate this well digested plan, I became apprised that something important had happened. What it was I was unable for a minute or two to decide. Several thoughts passed rapidly through my mind. One idea I had was, that a bombshell from Sebastopol had exploded in the identical premises which I was then occupying. But this gave way to another, which was that New York had been tipped over into Buttermilk Channel. Then again I thought that somebody was using my head for a rattle box. Several other theories suggested themselves to me, all of which were equally reasonable. But at any rate, the cause of the peculiar sensations was soon solved. The nigger had given me a clip, covering the lower part of my proboscis, my mouth and chin, had set my nose bleeding, cut my lips somewhat against my teeth, and the blood was flowing profusely. I looked around for the nigger, but he had disappeared. The probability is that he thought he had been the cause of my death,
and fearing an indictment for murder, had vamoosed without stopping to get his 50 cents. I picked myself up as well as I could, and travelled downstairs to my room. A look in the mirror presented to my view an interesting picture of myself. Not only were my nose and lips swollen, but the gloves which the nigger had on, being blackened with the stove blacking, had communicated the metallic polish to my face and shirt, so that both were of a beautiful sheet iron colour. I kept my room for 10 days, sent word to the landlady that I had the measles, and requested that nobody be admitted to my room but the servant who brought me my food, and him I feed liberally to keep mum. When I got well enough to go out, I loaned my boxing gloves to a young gentleman, with my mind fully made up that if he never offered to return them, I shouldn't send a constable after him, nor ask him for them. I have not indulged in any amusements of the kind since, and I am glad to announce that I am fully satisfied with my past experience in the study of the science." Mr. Boggs' narrative was loudly applauded. He, however, protested against the civility. Mr. Van Dam characterized it as a valuable contribution, which called forth from Mr. Boggs the question, what the devil he meant by calling it a contribution. He had no idea of the kind. The members insisted that, however he might regard it, it certainly was a valuable contribution to their entertainment, and would grace the archives of the club. Mr. Boggs stated that had he entertained the most distant idea he was doing anything of any value to anybody, he should have never been able to say a word. If it was a contribution, he was glad of it. The Higholdboy then called upon the other members for their contributions to science. Mr. Quackenbush responded, and after drinking some Croton water diluted with gin, he began: "Last evening I started out on a cruise, with the view of seeing the elephant on the streets by gaslight. I saw the identical elephant to be seen every evening, and with which you are all familiar, and I began to think about 11 o'clock that I should be compelled to retire to rest without having seen anything worthy of note. To be sure, I had seen a fight between a nigger and Irishman, which, after the first round, was finished by each party running away as fast as his legs would carry him, thereby tacitly acknowledging that he was beaten. But what was this? Every one of you have been in fights, and of course it would be unnatural to suppose that a description of a scrimmage of brief duration between an Irishman and a nigger would be particularly interesting. I was about to turn my footsteps homeward, when the movements of an individual attracted my attention. The person in question was a gentleman of about 45 years of age. His height was fully 6 feet, his form was very spare, his face thin, his nose sharp and prominent, his eyes and hair gray, and his face closely shaven, wrinkled, and sallow. He was dressed in a plain black dress coat and pants, of a style about 3 years old. His vest was of black satin, his shirt bosom was scrupulously white, a black silk choker was tightly enveloped about his neck, above which peered a diminutive collar, which, when it was put on, was without doubt a standing collar, but the starch had not been made of such a consistency as to render it consistent for the collar to stand up against the unstiffening effects of a hot day's sweating. As I saw him, he was coming down the street at a rapid rate, describing all sorts of geometrical figures on the sidewalk, and making efforts to sing the words of Yankee Doodle to the tune of Old Hundred. Whenever he ran against an awning post, he would stop, and expostulate with the post for its want of civility, and would insist that the post had never been born and bred in the St. Lawrence country, or it would have shown more politeness to strangers. He was entirely unable to account for the sudden revolutions of the earth, which made day and night follow each other in such quick succession. When he ran against a lamp post, he would look up to the light and insist that it was dinner time, and would wonder why the old woman didn't blow the horn. At that moment a policeman came along, and he was going to take him into custody. On observing the policeman's uniform, he inquired of him whether he was a American or British sojer, and whether the Russians had whipped Nicholas, and whether Cuba had begun to bombard General Pierce at Sebastopol. I knew the officer very well, and he suggested that as the man seemed to be quite respectable in his appearance, it might be well to take him to a hotel for the night. I volunteered to do this, and accordingly took him under my care. On going down, he asked me if I was a cavern keeper,
as he wanted to take a drink of bed, and then go to sleep on a glass of brandy. I told him I was, and would see him put to bed all right. On asking him his name, I learned that he was Deacon Josiah Pettingill, of St. Lawrence County. We got to the hotel, and I informed the clerk that the gentleman was a country friend of mine, whom I wanted stowed away for the night, and for whom I would call in the morning. I accompanied him to the room, assisted in removing his garments, and after putting him between the sheets, I left the premises. This morning I called on him at his room, and found him still asleep. I proceeded to awaken him. It occupied some minutes to explain to him the true condition of affairs. At last the whole of the occurrences of the previous evening seemed to come to his recollection. He inquired his condition when I found him. I told him that he was at the time considerably drunk, and disposed to be somewhat noisy. "Well, squire," said he, "I shouldn't be surprised if it was so. The fact is, my head aches at this minute as if it was ready to bust, and it feels just as it did once in my lifetime a good while ago when I took too much eggnog. That was full 25 year ago. For a while I felt as if I was ridin' to heaven over glary ice down a high hill on a bobsled with its runners greased. But I never got there. I know one thing sartain. A few hours afterwards I felt as if the bobsled had run agin a stump, when almost at the bottom of the hill, and the concussion had landed me into a cauldron kettle full of fever and ager and blacksmith's hammers mixed together in equal parts. It wasn't funny, squire. I went right off and jined the church, and hain't been blue since, unless I was last night." I asked Mr. Pettingill to give me a history of his experience in the city. He complied, and stated the facts as follows: "Well, you see, squire, I came to the city last evenin' in the railroad, and when I got to the shed where the railroad stops, I got out. A feller stepped up to me as important as a bantam cock after he has crowed for the first time, and asked me where I wanted to go. I told him I wanted to go to a first rate tarvern. He said that idea was ridiculous, that they never allowed distinguished strangers to go to tarverns, and unless he was mistaken, I was something above the common folks from the rural deestricts. I told him I was supervisor of the town where I was born and brought up, in the St. Lawrence country. He said he was thunderin' glad to hear it, as he himself was something of a high cockalorum of New York. He insisted upon my gettin' into the carriage and going to his private dwellin', as it would be vulgar to go to tarverns. I asked him if the St. Nicholas Hotel was common. He said that nobody but those that wasn't no great shakes went there. We finally came to a real big purty stun house, and the man jumped off from the carriage. He told me agin that if he was rich he wasn't proud, and it was a way he had of always ridin' outside and drivin'. I told him I always done so, only in the consarn I had they all rode outside, for the reason that there warn't no inside. With that he larfed, and said that all folks didn't have jest the same way of doin' things, and we went to the door. A nigger come and opened the door, and we went in. There was about 20 gentlemen, fixed off to kill, and a table sot with bottles, and everything as slickery as could be. The man who brought me took me to a fine looking gentleman, and told me that he was his brother, that he was obleeged to go out on business connected with his office, and that he would be back by 11 o'clock. He said his brother would see to me, and do the scrumptious while he was gone. Well, we set down to the table. He was orful kind, for he helped me to everything he could on the table, all kinds of chicken fixin's and gingerbread arrangements. He then asked me to take a glass of wine. I told him I was a little too much of a temperance man for that. He said certainly he wouldn't ask me if I had any scruples agin it. He asked me if I was opposed to drinkin' cider. I said no, if it was sweet. He said that they had got in, about a week before, a barrel of sweet cider, which had just enough snap in it to make it taste good. He told the nigger to take a bottle of wine upstairs to his sick nephew, and to bring a pitcher full of cider upstairs from the new barrel. The nigger left with the bottle and the pitcher, and in about 5 minutes came back into the room with the pitcher full of the slickest cider I ever seen. I drunk some of it, and it tasted so good that I drunk more. Even when I had taken almost enough, the gentleman asked me to go into the back room, where a lot of men was a settin' around a table, holdin' little round pieces of bone in their hands and puttin' 'em down, and another man was fumblin' with some pieces of paper. I asked him if they wasn't playin' cards, 'cause I thought they looked as if they was. He said no, that they was Wall Street stock dealers, and that the pieces of bone stood for so many shares of stock. He asked if I wouldn't like to become a stock jobber, and he said there was a power of money to be made at the business. I said I guessed not, but he seemed to be anxious to do a little at it himself, and he asked me to lend him $100, which he would give back to me when his brother came. After he had give me 3 or 4 more glasses of cider, which by this time he poured out of bottles, I handed him my money puss, and told him to help himself. He opened it and took out all there was in it, which was $10. He asked me if that was all I had got, and I told him that my calculations had been just right, that when I started from hum I had an idee that I should land with just $10 in my puss. He then asked me if I had brought any checks or drafts, and I told him no, so he said he would borrow the 10, and he went into the stock business pretty heavy, and I watched to see how he made in the speculation. But after takin' 3 or 4 more glasses of that cider, I kinder lost the run of the speculation. He then said it would be a good idee to go out and get some fresh air, which we did, after taking a little more of that cider. As we went along the streets, I thought that we didn't have to move our feet, that the street moved up and down to save us the trouble. The houses kinder got to playin' blind man's buff, and the streets got to heaving up and down orfully, and when I was wonderin' what on arth made it, I missed the gentleman. That, squire, is about all I recollect. But the fun of the matter is this, that I was cute enough not to tell the gentleman I had $300 bills tucked behind the strap of my boot in the leg. Mr. Pettingill then took one of his boots from the floor, drew out the $300 bills, and held them up as a triumph of St. Lawrence cuteness. "Now," said he, "squire, I want you to show me a tarvern where nobody don't want to borrow money of me. I am a little 'spicious of that man's brother. I don't believe he intended to pay me." I told him that his present quarters were as desirable in all points of view as any he could find in the city, after which I informed him, much to his astonishment, that he had been taken to a gambling house, and it was owing to his cuteness, which it seems did not forsake him when drunk, that he had not lost all his money. Mr. Pettingill thanked me for the part I had taken in his behalf, and gave me a pressing invitation to come to his place in St. Lawrence County next summer and spend a month with him, all of which I promised to do, if it was possible. Mr. Quackenbush was congratulated on his good fortune in coming across that particular species of the elephant, whose nature and characteristics he had so happily and correctly delineated in his paper. It was moved by Mr. Dropper that a copy of the contribution be requested from Quackenbush to make cigar lighters of, and that the original be deposited in the big room of the American Institute as a specimen of bad chirography. Mr. Q. said he would see them blowed first. Mr. Van Dam next proceeded with his contribution. "A few evenings since," said he, "as I was passing through one of the streets of Gotham, I observed a crowd collected near a corner grocery. Thinking that an opportunity was afforded to see something worth taking note of, I ran for the spot in time to see the difficulty. I found there a man holding in each hand a boy, and both of the juveniles making frantic efforts to release themselves from his grasp. The man was a small, cadaverous appearing individual, a compound of gamboge and chalk, the gamboge predominating. There was a tinge of yellow in his face. He had yellow hair, and he had on a suit of summer clothes made of some yellow material. Nature had favored him with a dwarfed mustache, composed of 28 yellow hairs, and also an incipient beard made up of 76 yellow hairs, and turned out in the shape of a triangle, the base of which rested upon the chin, at the point where it begins to retreat, and the apex of which reached the middle of his under lip. The appearance of the boys would indicate that they were of Irish birth. One had a squint eye and a head of hair which the youth of America are accustomed to designate as bricktop. His snub nose was ordinarily directed to an imaginary point in the heavens, about 45 degrees above the horizon. His garments were not altogether the style which would be pronounced au fait by a Broadway leader of the fashion. It would seem that he had only one purpose in view in jumping into the aforesaid garments, which purpose was not to create a sensation either by the accuracy of their fit or the newness of the material, but rather to cover his form and keep out the cold, at such times as the clerk of the weather was induced to fetch up heated terms, all standing, and give us a specimen of the temperature, perhaps somewhat mollified, which is supposed to exist in the immediate vicinity of Syme's Hole. The description of one of the boys will do very well for the other, except that in some particulars he was a little more so, and others a little less, which statement, gentlemen, I consider sufficiently definite for all practical purposes. The sympathies of the bystanders seemed to be decidedly in favour of the boys, who were so violent in their resistance that the man could hold them only with great difficulty. Once they tripped him, and then all three fell over a barrel of turnips, upsetting a barrel cover containing apples, but the man was enabled to continue his hold on the boys. At last, when one of them, by tangling his leg around the man, upset him into a tub of pickles, the man called out in a shrill voice, "Vatch! Vatch!" All this transpired amid the shouts of the lookers on. "Go in, Blinky," said one. "Keep a going, Sauerkraut," said another, and various were the remarks of this character which were heard. But, as usual, the police were not at hand, and the sequel proved that their absence was rather to be desired than otherwise. Notwithstanding the fact that the sympathies of the crowd were apparently in favour of the boys, yet the general feeling seemed to be that the merits of the case should be understood, and when the boys made an effort to escape, they were prevented, and when the vanquished German had extricated himself from the pickle tub, one of the persons asked what the boys had done. "Do," said the grocery keeper, "dey do so much as to sents dem to de state's prison. Dey is de worst boys as runs in de streets. De oder night dey comes here to mine store grocery a couple of times, and ven I vas not see dem, dey catch my cats by de tails and dies vire crackers to de cat's tail on de step valk, and den sets vire to de crackers and throws de cats down. Den de cat she runs like de tuyvel into de store, so much scare. She yump all around on de counters, over into de barrels, breaks into pieces some new bottles vat I buy yust, sets vire to some paper vat vas lay on de counters, tumbles over eberrytings dat vas in de way, and gets all splitter splatter mixed up together. I find some sweet oil bottles spill in de box von green tea. She knock down from de shelf a big match box, vich hold a gross von matches, and they go off and smell so verse mit brimstone as if de tuyvel had moved into mine store grocery, and I can't tell you so much damage as it do, and ven I look for de cats, I find her about an hour rolled up in a pasket von green bees, mit all de hair scorch off de behind side von her. Dis vas on Saturday night will be 2 weeks. "Why didn't you catch them?" asked one of the party. "Catch dem?" said the groceryman. "Before I vas over mine scare, dey vas run away, and you might yust so well try to find a needle mit a haystacks to find dem. But I tells de constables about dem, and dey say dey will look out for dem. Well, 2-3 days go by, and one morning I comes downstairs to unlocks de door von mine store grocery. De key vas in de inside de door. And ven I turns dem round to unlock dem yust, I hears someding shoot off in de oder side of de door. I vas much scare, and I runs upstairs, for I dink some feller vants to shoot me, and I sends my wife out de oder door to look round on de step walk, and see who vas dere. Ven she come back, she say der been no beeples dere, and so I go vonce more to unlocks de door. I turns de key so quick as I can, ven pop, crack, shoot! I hears again de noise. I vas so much scared dat I falls over, and I bulls de door open. Ven I finds I was not shoot, I looks in de lock and finds there some pieces of paper, vat you make de little vite vire crackers, you call." "Torpedoes," suggested one of the persons present. Yes, Dorbidos, resumed the German. That's the name. How do you know these boys put torpedoes in your lock? Asked one. I know it so well as I wants to know, was the response. Did you see 'em do it, or did anybody else? Was the next question. No, I did not see them do it, but I know it was them. I can schwear it was them, said the confident accuser. Pretty good swearin', said a man in a red shirt. Say, old sauerkraut, he continued, what else have the boys done? Mein Gott, said the corner groceryman despairingly, is that not enough what I have tell you? Ven I go out my store grocery for a minute, once they durns the spigot von de lager beer and vinegar barrels, and they runs out on de floor and waste. Ven dey see me in de streets, they calls me Old Nix kummer raus, sauerkraut, sprecht Deutsch. They finds dead rats and troys them on mine awning, till they schmells so bad. They brings an old barber's pole and sets them up before mine store grocery, on which was paint shaving done here, and ven de people see the sign they laughs and say good, and make all mine customers think that I cheat them.
Is that all? Inquired a bystander.
No, said the German emphatically, I can tell you more as that.
But how do you know these boys did all these things? Inquired another.
All the people say they is the fellers, was the reply.
What did they do tonight? Inquired another of the crowd.
Well, I tell you dat, said the persecuted merchant. Tonight I was stand in front von mine store to talk mit a carman who had bring some dings to me. Pretty soon he get on his cart and drive off, and ven he start, a barrel von potatoes dat stand on the edge von de step walk tip over in de street, and de potatoes fall out and scatter about, and the barrel it go yumping along de streets mit de cart. I holler for de carman, and he stop. Ven I go to see, I find that a rope was tie around the barrel and hitched to de cart wheel close. Well, I pick up de potatoes, and put de barrel once more on de step walk, and keep watch. Soon I see dese boys come along, and they look at me mit de tuyvel in their eyes, and I know it was them. Just then I run and catch them.
The details of the case being pretty well understood, it became a question with the crowd what should be done. The general opinion was that the boys were wrong in their continued annoyances of the Dutchman, though they did not think the case was one sufficiently aggravated to justify their being turned over either to the police or to the vengeance of the groceryman. At last, a portly old Knickerbocker, who had laughed heartily at the Dutchman's narration, essayed to act as a spokesman. "What's your name?" said he to one of the boys with assumed gravity.
Mike Harrigan, said he, and this here boy is Barney Doolin.
Oh, you young rascals, continued the gentleman, you deserve to be arrested for your bad ways. You are very bad boys, you know you are, whether you are the ones who have bothered the Dutchman or not. He guessed right, I think, in supposing you to be the boys, but if these gentlemen will let you off, will you stop troubling him in the future?
Yes, sir, said both the boys, meekly.
Then cut stick, both of you, said he. Just then an individual with a remarkable loaferish air, dressed in a blue single breasted frock coat, with a row of military buttons, a blue cap with silver mountings, and a brass star on his breast, an individual in brief known as a policeman, arrived on the spot and inquired what was the trouble. After informing him that he was a day after the fair, I left the vicinity. When Mr. Van Dam concluded, on motion of Mr. Boggs, it was resolved that the members of the club do now proceed, each man for himself, to light his pipe. The resolution was acceded to without a dissenting voter. Dennis, Wagstaff, and Overdale, as usual, had been investigating in company, Overdale taking the lead, and Wagstaff taking notes, and all three occasionally taking eggnogs. A unanimous call was made for Wagstaff's notebook, which was immediately forthcoming. The reading of Mr. Wagstaff's notes was prefaced by statements on the part of Dennis and Overdale, which made the following facts apparent to the club. The previous evening the three went into a Greenwich Street bar room, on the invitation of Overdale, to pay a visit to Delmonico's to get a piece of pie and some cigars. Whilst partaking of the order, a singular person entered the room. His beauty was decidedly of the yardstick character.
He was long as a projected Iowa railroad, and as symmetrical as a fence rail. His face was as expressionless as the head of Shakespeare which is seen on the drop curtain of the Broadway theatre, surrounded by a triple row of attenuated sausages. His square and angular shoulders made him resemble a high shouldered pump, while his arms moved with as much ease and grace as the handle to the same. Long black hair, parted in the middle, was soaped down until the oleaginous ends reposed upon the unctuous collar of his seedy coat. His shirt collar, guiltless of starch, was unbuttoned at the neck and laid far back over his vest, doubtless to display a neck which, had it been cut off, was long enough to tie. He had seated himself and had settled down into a misanthropic quiet when a little stubby man with one eye, the very ideal of a Washington market butcher, happened to enter. As soon as the first mentioned subject saw him, he jumped up, rushed at the stubby man, and had hardly touched him before a blow from the fist of the stubby man caused him to collapse on the floor. The stubby man followed up his success by pulling the nose of his fallen enemy, and threatening to give him a tolerable shake up if he ever came round this shop again. The conflict was brief, as it soon drew in quite a crowd, and amongst others a policeman. The tall man was pointed out as the aggressor, but the stubby man said he didn't want to appear agin the crack-brained cuss, that he guessed he, the said cuss, had got the worst of it. But the assembled multitudes were not satisfied. They thought it was due to them that they should have an explanation, and as the tall individual seemed anxious, and the stubby individual didn't make any objections, a ring was formed to give the parties a chance to be heard. The stubby man said that while the other was exercisin' his jaw, he'd have some ham and eggs. Whilst he was eating, the tall individual told his story, which was one of blighted hopes, disappointed expectations, unrequited love, and unappreciated genius. Wagstaff's notes of his words read as follows: My name is Julius Jenkins, and I have a cousin named Betsy Brown. I love my cousin Betsy Brown, have always loved my cousin Betsy from the time when as children we tore in loving partnership our mutual pantalettes and petticoats, for these legs once wore pantalettes, and their symmetry was hidden from admiration by petticoats, looking for blackberries in a cedar swamp, from the time we sucked eggs together in the barnyard and teetered in happy sport upon the same board, from the time we built playhouses in the garden and made puppy love behind the currant bushes, from those happy days of rural felicity until the present time, my cousin Betsy has been the ideal of my soul. We used to eat bread and milk out of the same bowl, dig angleworms with the same shovel, go fishing in the same creek, steal apples from the same orchard, and crawl through the same hole in the fence when the men chased us. Through all my lonely life, the memory of cousin Betsy has been my guardian angel. I have been exposed to dire temptations. Once I was reduced to such extremity that I was about to earn my dinner by sawing wood, but my cousin Betsy seemed to rise before me and say, "Julius, don't degrade yourself," and I didn't. I cast the saw to the earth, and begged my dinner from a colored washerwoman. I once accepted a situation as a clerk in a retail grocery. I stayed a week, but on every barrel of sugar, on every bar of soap, on every keg of lard, on each individual potato, in every bushel, in all the cellar, I saw the reproachful face of my cousin Betsy. It rose before me from the oily depths of the butter firkin, and from the cratery interior of the milk can. The very peanuts rose up in judgment against me, and had on each separate end a speaking likeness of my cousin Betsy, which said, "Julius, don't degrade yourself." I couldn't stand it. In the darkness of night I packed up my wardrobe, comprising one shirt of my own, and two I borrowed from a neighboring clothesline, helped myself to the small change, and vanished. I became a painter. I executed a portrait of my cousin Betsy. I asked a critical friend to see my masterpiece. He gazed a moment, and then asked me which was the tail end. The dolt! He thought I meant it for a pig. I wrote poetry to my cousin Betsy, but the printer returned it because I spelled Cupid with a K, and put the capitals at the wrong end of my words. The uninformed ass, he did not understand the eccentricities of genius. I became an actor and attempted Othello. At the rise of the curtain I was saluted with a shower of onions from appreciative friends, and at its fall I was presented by the manager with a brush, to which he added his gratuitous advice that I should keep the paint on my face and go into the boot blacking business. I turned composer, but could never get my Boot Jack Waltz published, or my oratorio of the Ancient Apple Woman before the public. At last my cousin Betsy came to live in the city, and I thought once more to possess her love. But I found a rival, a one-eyed butcher. I wrote letters to her. I know they should have been tied with blue ribbon, but necessity dictated cotton twine. I sent her presents, not so valuable as I could have wished. My intention was good, but my means were limited. I could have wished to offer gold and jewels, but I could never afford more than a string of smelts, or half a pint of huckleberries. I resolved to serenade my cousin Betsy. I procured a violin, strung with the daintiest filaments ever made from the bowels of the most delicate female feline infant. I repaired beneath her window and commenced my song, but the butcher came to the window, threw down a dime, and told me to go away. He took me for an organ grinder. I indignantly stamped the money into the earth, but thought again, picked it up, and purchased some brandy to nerve me for a desperate deed. I had resolved to see that butcher, to meet that butcher, to challenge that butcher, to fight that butcher, to conquer that butcher, or to die. Yesterday I went to that butcher's shop to execute my design, but he kicked me out. Today I came in here in despair. Who should come in but the butcher? Now was my chance. I rushed at him, but my personal strength was not equal to the task. He boxed my ears, pulled my nose, and I was cheated out of my revenge, simply because I wasn't able to lick him. Now I demand of this intelligent assembly, as a matter of right, the instant annihilation of the one-eyed butcher now present, the author of all my miseries, that my Betsy may be restored to me. Mr. Jenkins sat into a chair, exhausted by his efforts. The butcher wiped his chops on a red silk handkerchief, and then proceeded to tell his story, which was as follows, as appears by Wagstaff's notes. This here feller's allers botherin' my wife, 'cause he says she's his'n. Yesterday he gets drunk, comes in my place, and wants to fight me. I told him to leave, and he wouldn't, so I hustled him out. I happened to come in here just now, and he comes at me. I doubles him up, and that's the whole story. The laconic statement of the one-eyed, stubby butcher satisfied the parties assembled that Mr. Jenkins's insane pursuit of another man's wife had justly brought upon him the indignation of the husband, and he was advised very generally in the future to cease all importunities of a similar character. Finding that his story excited no sympathy in his behalf, Mr. Jenkins left the place in disgust, and the three Elephantines soon after left in an omnibus. Mr. Spout here arose, and said he liked the story in all its parts, excepting the concluding joke, which he considered to be not only unkind, but uncalled for. He should take the liberty of considering it expunged from the records. Some member here dared to suggest that it was high time that the Higholdboy should do something else than criticize the contributions of his fellow members. Mr. Spout desired it to be understood that he should admit of no dictation from inferiors, that he should exercise his own discretion in deciding whether he would contribute to the amusement of others, or criticize them in their efforts to be jolly. Yet, without giving up any of this right, he would volunteer to lay before the club, on the present occasion, a matter which, to him, possessed some points of interest; and as he didn't care whether it interested the others or not, he should state facts for his own amusement. He intended to laugh at everything which he thought was funny, without any reference to the comfort of others. "The circumstance which I am about to relate," said Mr. Spout, "is one in which a friend of mine was involved. My friend's name," he continued, "is Bartholomew Buxton. He is the owner of a bookstore, and was led into that business on account of a thirst for reading. He is a man of about 35 years, and his whole life has been passed in poring over books. I regard him as a man of very rare intelligence, though his intellect is not perhaps very fruitful of original thoughts. What is remarkable with him is his personal appearance. He is a little man, just large enough to be entitled to enter the army, that is to say, 5'4". His body is very small and his head very large, round and full. His hair is of a sandy color and of the scratch wig order of cut. His eyes are small and one of them squints frightfully. His complexion is quite pale. In the matter of dress, he wears usually a pair of pants of a checkerboard pattern on a large scale cloth, blue dress coat ornamented with large fancy brass buttons, and a vest, a double breaster of the brightest scarlet. But these eccentricities in apparel would hardly attract attention so long as the main feature of his dress is visible. That feature is his collar. It is a remarkable collar, a mighty rampart of linen, which encircles his head in a line with the centres of his ears, almost meeting in his face. Numerous reasons have been assigned for Mr. Buxton's going to such lengths, or rather heights, in his indulgence in collar. One idea advanced is that he is actuated by a desire to economize in the expenses of washing, and to do this has the garments made in such a way as to be convertible into collars at either end. Another suggestion is that the collar is a matter of utility, designed by Mr. Buxton to economize physical strength, which, inasmuch as his head is very large and his body very small, must be overtaxed to hold his ponderous brain box erect. Gentlemen, 3 days since, I received a call from my friend Buxton. He appeared melancholy and dejected, which surprised me. But what surprised me more, in respect to his present appearance, was the manifest disarrangement of his collar. It did not stand up on one side with the majestic erectness which characterized it on the other. On the left it was hanging down flabbily. Its self-sustaining power was departed. I saw by his countenance that something important to him had occurred, and the appearance of his collar only tended to confirm my suspicions. I accordingly asked him what was the trouble. "Trouble?" said he. "Enough of it, sir," he continued. "Last night I was locked up in a cell at the station house, for exercising the privileges of a free man, a native American citizen. I was arrested, and violently dragged off to that cell, where I remained last night, and this morning was tried before the magistrate, only, however, to be acquitted. What made it worse was, that I should be arrested with a nigger, and be tried with a nigger, and acquitted with a nigger. He was a huge nigger, a colossal nigger, a nigger fully 6 feet and 4 inches in height. His face betrayed no evidence of light. It was all shade. He was a nigger above all others, so black that he could make an excellent drum major to a funeral procession, if custom sanctioned the employment of that non-commissioned official on such occasions. Inasmuch, however, as custom doesn't do any such thing, the next best use to which the sable giant could be put would be to make his face the figurehead of a Broadway mourning store. With the exception of his large size and remarkable black face, the nigger in question looked very much like other niggers not in question. He was a nigger, in fact, who gave as his name the half classic and half descriptive appellation of Caesar Freeman. I have always been a woolly head until now, but may I be bursted if I don't go and join the Know Nothings to morrow, and begin a crusade against all niggers, particularly nigger giants and nigger women. "How did this occur?" I inquired, anxiously. "I'll tell you," said he; "but before doing so, however, I desire to state as a fact, we all have our human weaknesses. Indeed, it may be set down as a truism that human beings do have human weaknesses to a greater or less extent. I am a human being. I have my human weakness, and that weakness is my collars. It required years of experiment to bring my collars to their present perfection. Nearly all of the quarrels I ever had have been with laundresses who have failed to do them up to my liking. If a man wishes to ruffle my temper, he need only to ruffle my collar, and it is accomplished. Tell me the savings bank, where I deposit my extra money, has collapsed in the region of the money vault. Tell me that I have got to attend a charity ball. Give me the jumping toothache. Place me in a Bowery stage, with 14 inside, and I in juxtaposition to a dirty woman with a squalling baby who has got the 7 years itch. All of these I can bear. But when it comes to interfere with my collars, it is going a point too far. Now I come to the time when unforeseen circumstances brought me in violent collision with this nigger of African extraction. I was walking down the street, near where the belligerent demonstration took place, when I saw directly in front of me a long-tailed man in an amiable appearing coat. No, an amiable appearing coat in a long-tailed... No, I mean an amiable appearing man in a long-tailed coat. For my life I could not conceive why that amiable individual's proclivities in matters of apparel should lead him to wear a garment of so ridiculous a cut. I had just come to the sage conclusion that it was because every donkey in the country chooses to have his hips appear high or low to suit the caprice of Broadway tailors, when at that moment the amiable person, together with his long-tailed coat, was driven from my mind. I became suddenly conscious that an important event had transpired. An elderly female nigger, in throwing water on a store window which she was cleaning, did not confine her professional favors exclusively to the window for which she had been hired, but she dispersed copious supplies of croton upon the passers by, for which she had not been hired. In fact, I am bold to assert that several persons were favored with several gratuitous duckings by this colored female. I was one of those persons. A bountiful current of water interrupted the current of my thoughts. Like a juvenile Niagara, it dashed against my collar on the left side, as you can see. Now, my collar is impervious to perspiration, but it could not stand up under the soaking of a cataract. As my collar fell, my choler rose. I looked round again at the sable author of my troubles, and I saw on her face an exultant grin at what she had done. I felt as if I would like to have crammed a wet broom, which she had in her hand, down her throat, splint end downwards. For obvious reasons I did not do this, but I did speak to her in language expressive of my emphatic disapprobation of the unasked for and informal baptism with which she had been pleased to favor me. I suppose my words must have frightened her. At any rate, she fell off from a stool on which she was elevated. She gave a scream. This black Hercules came down the stairs. She informed him that I had insulted her. He looked at me with his teeth grinning as if he would like to have eaten me without gravy or condiment. He gave one diabolical grin and then came at me. I am not pugnacious. A lamb-like inoffensiveness has ever been my prominent characteristic. I have a constitutional repugnance to a fight, either with weapons natural or artificial. If loaded firearms are around, I never feel so safe as when I see the butt ends pointed at my vital parts. Though not a member of the Peace Society, yet that society has ever had in me an ardent sympathizer. Peaceful though I be, yet when the sleeping lion within me is aroused, I know no bounds to my rage, and I insist upon going about, seeking whom I may devour. I saw the belligerent attitude of my enemy. He struck me. We grappled. An insatiable desire to taste the flesh of a colored man at that instant seized upon me. In a moment the digits of his right hand were between my teeth. I know that for a moment or two hostilities were active. I became conscious, too, that hostilities ceased. I soon learned the cause. The cause was the arrival of two policemen, who were always around when they shouldn't be, and never when they should. I was brought to the station house. "Well, what took place before the court?" I asked. "At 7 this morning," said Buxton, "we were brought before the judge and put in a pen. On one side of me was the aforesaid nigger, and on the other side a disgusting piece of feminine humanity, an importation from Ireland, who had just come off from a bender. Our names were finally called. The nigger's first, by all that's holy. Two officers who arrested us were the witnesses. They testified that on last evening about dusk they were engaged in conversation on the corner of a street which forms the boundary line between their respective beats, when they saw a crowd collected on the sidewalk, about a square above. They ran there, and they saw me and the nigger engaged in a fight. They said that the nigger was striking me violently with his left fist. His right hand was between my teeth, while I was kicking and striking the nigger very generally and promiscuously, and a nigger woman who was present was laying the blows on me with a broom whenever she could. At that moment they arrested me and the nigger. It required all their strength to secure us. Such was the violence of our efforts to get away. Hence they were unable to take the woman into custody. The judge showed the cussed bad taste to ask the nigger to make his statement first. The nigger said that I had insulted his wife, and had made improper proposals to her. That made me wrathy. I told him that he was guilty of uttering a falsehood before the court, emphatically pronounced his assertion relative to my making an insulting proposal to that feminine lump of animated charcoal, with whom he very properly cohabited, to be an unequivocal lie. I am no controversialist, and still less would I descend from my exalted height to engage in a controversy with that Herculean African, especially after enduring the perspiration which, despite my frantic efforts to the contrary, I was compelled to suffer during a hot night in a cell where any respectable thermometer, if it could be induced to go into the cell once, if it was anything at all, would be 100 at least. Yes, sir," he continued, "and should you ever have a morbid desire to enter into controversy, recline your heated form of a hot night in the cell which I occupied, and by morning you will insist upon retiring into some secluded spot, from which secluded spot you can look dispassionately and unmoved upon the moral strifes of the world." Well, the upshot of the matter was that both of us were discharged. I gave Mr. Buxton what consolation I could, after which he took his departure to put on a new collar. When Mr. Spout had concluded his narration, he proceeded to awaken such of the members of the club as were still present, telling them that it was time to go home; but he did not succeed in fully arousing them to an appreciation of the lateness of the hour until he had put ice into their boot legs and shirt bosoms. Chapter 7. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybart.blogspot.com.
Chapter 8 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 8. The Club in an Uproar. Now doth the little busy bee improve each shining hour, and gather honey all the day from every opening. Towards 9 o'clock one evening, the members of the club had casually convened in the club room, although no notice had been given that they were to assemble on that occasion. The only absentee was Johnny Cake, but this created no surprise, as the wonder was, not why any member was absent, but why so many were present. An hour was passed in discussing the current events of the day, when some member suggested that if anybody had anything to offer, either amusing or instructive, an excellent opportunity was now afforded. It so happened that Mr. Remington Dropper had in his pocket a quantity of foolscap, on which he had written a statement of certain experience, with which he had been favoured on the previous day. A general wish was expressed that Mr. Dropper might make himself useful in the exigency. He consented, and after the members had lighted their pipes, the barkeeper had been signalized for 8 whiskey punches, and the Higholdboy had seated himself in his chair, the meeting was declared to be duly organized. Mr. Dropper commenced. "Yesterday," said he, "I had the pleasure of seeing our favourite quadruped as he appeared on Broadway from an omnibus, whilst on a voyage from the South Ferry to Union Square. At 2:30 o'clock I went over the ferry to Hamilton Avenue, Brooklyn. Having transacted my business, set out on my return, jumped aboard the ferry boat, and was soon on the New York side, stepped outside the gate, when I was beset by 24 different omnibus agents, and as many different drivers. 'Here you are, right up Broadway, wide awake, 'ere Bower and Grand Street, right up Broadway, 6th Avenue. Here's Broad Bleeck Street, and 8th Avenue. Here you are, Bowery and Euston Street.' 'I want to go to Greenwich Avenue,' said a timid old gentleman. 'Here you are,' said the agent, as he took the old gentleman by the seat of his pantaloons and threw him head first into an East Broadway stage. The old gentleman, as soon as he could recover from his astonishment, looked out of the window at the agent. 'Sir,' said he, 'does this stage carry me to Greenwich Avenue?' 'Certing,' was the prompt reply. 'You'll get there, never fear. Here's East Broadway and Drydock.'
"Where do you want to go, madam?" asked the Ninth Avenue stage agent of a lady accompanied by a little boy. "To the Crystal Palace," said the lady. "Here you are, then," said he, as he placed her in the stage, which probably stopped fully 3/4 of a mile from the place. At last all the persons desiring to ride had secured seats in stages, but whether the stages they desired is quite doubtful. I jumped in a Broadway and 14th Street stage. The agent gave the door 2 slams, and off we started. The passengers were an old maid with a poodle dog, a young miss who had just put on a long dress, a German, an old buffer who occupied space for 2, and myself. Suddenly we stopped in Whitehall Street. On our larboard side we find ourselves caught against a Sixth Avenue stage coming down, and our starboard quarter caught against the hubs of a cart. Carman apologetic, Sixth Avenue stage driver affable, passengers frightened. Maiden lady with poodle dog exclaimed, "Oh dear me!" Poodle dog barked. Fat gentleman thought that stage drivers nowadays were growing too careless. Got under way. Sighted Bowling Street off our port bow. Female from Ireland with native infant hailed the vehicle. Driver stopped. Female from Ireland tumbled up the steps. Driver slammed the door, which struck the female from Ireland a severe blow in the rear. Result, female from Ireland lying prostrate on the floor, and native infant lying around loose on the person of the old maid, in the particular premises claimed by the poodle dog. Poodle dog barked and snapped at native infant. Native infant cried. Old maid scolds female from Ireland. Female from Ireland takes up native infant, and anathemizes poodle dog. Fat gentleman suggests that it's all the result of the recklessness of the driver. Old lady and female from Ireland pacified. German female with a basket of dirty clothes seeks admittance. Driver accommodating. Enter German female, and exit myself. Take my position on top with the driver. Band of music heard in the direction of Wall Street. Target company turn into Broadway. Inebriated negro carrying a target, on which is inscribed, "Michael Flynn, Guard Captain, Pat Sweeney." Horse attached to a buggy coming down Broadway, unused to military demonstrations, unaccustomed to the noises of 16 German gentlemen making frantic efforts to blow their brains out through brass horns. Horse rears and plunges into the rank and file of the Michael Flynn Guard. Consternation of the infantry at an unexpected attack from the cavalry. Cavalry triumphant. Michael Flynn Guard commence throwing stones at individual in the buggy. Individual drives off. Plethoric German scrapes himself up, and finds the starch entirely taken out of his ophicleide. German with light moustache has lost the mouthpiece of his E flat sax horn. Michael Flynn Guards endeavoring to find their arms. Irish corporal unable to discover his bayonet. First lieutenant finds his sword run through the tenor drum. Ambitious private finds the pewter cake basket he won as a prize with the butt end of a musket through it. Guns in several instances and fragments. Swords broken. Brass horns disjointed, and, as a consequence, music non est. By general consent, Michael Flynn Guards break ranks and disperse. Lady with hoop skirts hails the driver. Driver again obliging. Enter hoop skirts. Gentleman with a baby wagon hails driver. Whoa pee! Astonishing driver. Gentleman lifts up the baby wagon on top. Driver receives it and gently smashes it in pieces. Gentleman gets inside. Dropsical individual on the starboard quarter hails us. The gentleman enters, and again we are under way. Teutonic Target Company turn into Broadway from Cortlandt Street. The Lager Beer Invincibles. Captain Konrad Kunzmüller. Stages, buggies, wagons, horses, mules, cotton bales, boxes, furniture, drivers, policemen, passengers, pedestrians, etc. A wagon load of dirt on our port side. Wagon driver unsophisticated, unused to driving in New York. In advance a cart having 2 bales of hay on board. Our horses, having nothing else to do, make efforts to get at the hay. Our driver again accommodating. He gets down and unchecks the horses. Horses proceed to make inroads upon property not belonging to the omnibus company. Carman discovers the larceny. Indignant carman.
hits our horses over the head with the butt end of his whip. Reciprocal indignation. Our driver gives Carmen a cut across his proboscis with a long lash. Our progress continues. Fat gentleman impatient, reasserts his previously expressed conviction that the stage is an imposition, says he'll get out. Driver insists on payment. Fat gentleman passes up a quarter. Driver passes him back a 10-cent piece and 8 cents. Fat gentleman insists that he is swindled to the extent of 1 cent, which he demands. Driver very obliging, and don't he wish he may get it. Fat gentleman gets out, but finds himself completely surrounded by vehicles, and without a possibility of being able to reach the curbstone in safety, concludes to enter the stage again. Driver refuses to open the door. Fat gentleman demands to be admitted. Driver says he'll see him blowed first. Fat gentleman frantic, but driver incorrigible. At last fat gentleman gets on his hands and knees, and after crawling under a team of horses and the tails of 2 carts, reaches the sidewalk. Again moving. Irish female with native infant pulls the strap. Driver accommodating. Female inquires if this is a Bowery stage. Driver says no. Female insists upon getting out. Driver insists with equal warmth that as a prior condition she must disgorge a 6-pence. Female indisposed to comply. Old maid with the poodle dog gives the strap 3 convulsive jerks. Whoopee! Old maid says that native infant belonging to female from Ireland has the ship fever. Female from Ireland indignantly denies the statement, and says that it is only the itch. Old maid swoons. Poodle dog barks at all the passengers generally, and the female from Ireland particularly. Dropsical gentleman puts some smelling salts under the nose of old maid. Happy result. Old maid revives and asks if anybody beside herself was injured by the explosion. Sight Fulton Street off our starboard bow. Enter Fifth Avenue and Amity Street stages. Right first entrance. Exit Irish porter with a load of bandboxes. Left first entrance, in time to save his bacon and bandboxes. New feature coming up Fulton Street from the East River. The Sauerkraut Guards, Captain Wilhelm Stein, in return from target excursion. Still another feature coming up Fulton Street from North River. The Patrick Gaffney Grenadiers, Captain Timothy Leahy, on a return from target excursion. 2 companies approach one another, menacing looks on the part of the Sauerkraut Guards. Bellicose attitude of the Gaffney Grenadiers. Belligerent manifestation of the Sauerkrauts. Corporal of the Gaffneys throws a brick at the Sauerkrauts. Sauerkrauts, boiling over with indignation, make a demonstration. Both companies unused to the management of firelocks, but accustomed to war and carnage. They lay down their arms and take up their fists. General, promiscuous, and miscellaneous shoulder hitting by the strength of both companies. Enter third party. Mad bull rushes down Broadway and pitches into the hottest of the fight, with horns down and tail up. Sauerkrauts and Gaffneys in consternation fly from the scene of the struggle in all directions. Mad bull makes a descent into a mock auction shop. Stool pigeons and auctioneer all knocked down without a bidder. Sudden fall in pinchbeck watches. Bull stands for a moment in a contemplative mood over the devastation, and then walks away with a dignified air. Barnum's in sight. Lady and 3 children get inside. Female from Ireland with native infant concludes to pay the 6-pence and get out. Astor House in the usual place. Barclay Street in the distance. By way of variety, a company turn into Broadway. The Tug Mutton Terribles, Captain Frightful Buster, in a return from a target excursion at Hoboken. The captain elevated, lieutenants inebriated, privates intoxicated, the nigger target bearer drunk, effect of having eaten too many ham sandwiches. Stage again immobile. 2 Hoosiers get inside, and ask the driver to stop at the St. Nicholas Tavern. Funeral procession coming down Broadway. 49 carriages. Learned that the remains of Dennis Hooligan, the keeper of a corner grocery in Hammersley Street, were being conveyed to their last resting place. Just as the hearse reaches Anthony Street, a ponderous cart crosses Broadway. Wheels 15 feet in diameter. Steamboat boiler suspended under the axletree. Majestic vehicle fetches up all standing against a cart loaded with flour. fall in breadstuffs, prodigal distribution of flour, hearse and funeral procession in close proximity. Vehicles accumulate, great commotion among drivers, procession mixed up in an indiscriminate verbal war. At last hearse manages to go down towards the 5 Points. The procession succeeds in getting out by turning in the other direction, except the rear portion, which to my knowledge never got out. Once more under way and making good time, man with a gold headed cane stops the stage and passes up a 5-cent piece. Driver swears and advises him to ride in the cars hereafter. Driver suggests that he is full 10 minutes behind time, and is bound to make it up. Lays on the lash, much to the surprise of the animals. Driver pulls up in front of the St. Nicholas Hotel, and announces the spot through the money hole. Nobody essays to pass up any fare. Driver repeats the announcement. Nobody moves. Driver inquires impatiently if there aren't 2 fellers inside what wanted to get out at the St. Nicholas Hotel. Still no reply. Again the inquiry. One of the Hoosiers said he asked him to stop at the St. Nicholas Tarvern. 'Cause why? 'Cause he wanted to see it. He'd seen it enough. It was a pretty nice tarvern, he reckoned, and he might drive on. Driver gave the horses an extra cut, and we move again. Asthmatic party pulls the strap. After feeling in all of his pockets for 2 minutes, informs the driver that he left his porte-monnaie in his other pantaloons. Driver says the story won't go down, that the game is too old. Party tries to make his exit, but the door won't open, the driver holding hard to the strap. Asthmatic party threatens to horsewhip driver. Driver says any time when conwenient he hoped he'll make the trial. Driver about to start, when asthmatic party pulls out his jackknife and cuts the strap. Asthmatic party triumphs. Driver, frantic with rage, throws an apple at asthmatic party, and hits asthmatic party on his knowledge box. Asthmatic party falls and upsets an apple stand. Celtic female, the proprietor of the apple stand, hits asthmatic party with a brick. Both parties close in, and fight amid the ruins of the apple stand. Driver starts the horses, but looks around to watch the fight. Horses sheer off to the starboard, and the hub of the hind wheel breaks down a lamp post. Driver observes policeman approaching at a rapid speed. No time to survey the ruins, so he applies the lash, and we move away from the scene of the mishap at a speed ominous of swift destruction to horseshoes and wagon tires. Female with 3 children calls out to stop, and passes up a $3 bill. Driver inquires if she hasn't got any change. Female gives a negative response. Driver gives change in small pieces, retaining as fare the moderate sum of 75 cents for a woman and 3 children. Woman attempts to count the change. Driver sings out to "Hurry up! Behind time! Can't wait all day!" Female, bewildered, leaves with her children, and driver whips up the horses, remarking that he "guesses she'll learn after a while not to pass up bills for stage fare." Soon reach Union Square. Tell the driver I'll get off. Offer him a 6d. Driver says he'll not take a cent, that if there ever was an out and outer, I'm one, and he hopes that it won't be the last time we'll meet, and if he only had time he wouldn't let me off without treating me. I thanked him for his good opinion, shook hands, and jumped off the box. Thus, gentlemen, concluded Mr. Dropper, ends the history of my voyage on an omnibus. Mr. Quackenbush arose and stated that he regarded Mr. Dropper's paper as a valuable addition to the historical writings of the country. He therefore moved that a high gold medal be prepared by a committee of the club, of which the Higholdboy should not be an ex officio member, for presentation to Mr. Dropper, Mr. Dropper to pay the whole expense of procuring the same, and to stand a champagne supper for the honor conferred on him. The motion was carried with only one dissenting voice, that of Mr. Dropper, who said he didn't want any such expensive and equivocal honors. The presiding officer informed Mr. Dropper that he was fined 3 cents for contempt of club. Over an hour was now passed in a state of inactivity. Some of the members slept and some didn't. As a means of inducing excitement of some kind, a member signalized the institution on the first floor for pork and beans for the entire crowd. This was promptly answered, and for a time the club had enough to engage its attention. After the aforesaid luxuries had been duly disposed of, the members proceeded to take seats, lie on the floor, prop themselves against the wall, and hang themselves up on a peg, as best suited their independent fancies. The presiding officer announced that the rules on this occasion would be enforced strictly. Accordingly, each individual present began to do exactly what pleased him, without any regard to the comfort, convenience, or personal predilections of anybody else. The Higholdboy first secured the left boot of every member present. After pulling a boot on each leg of the table, he put one on each of his hands like a gauntlet, and then laid the seventh on the table. The object of Mr. Spout in pursuing this eccentric course of conduct soon became apparent, when he laid himself on the table, using the aforesaid solitary boot as a pillow, it being manifest that he desired to preclude the possibility of an adjournment during the nap, and inasmuch as it would be found inconvenient for the members to leave the premises with but a single pedal covering, and as it would be impossible for a member to secure the other without awakening the most venerable and exceedingly somnolent Higholdboy, it will be apparent to the credulous reader that Mr. Spout's idea was quite ingenious. Under these circumstances, each member determined to make himself as comfortable as the time, the place, and the conveniences would admit of. Mr. Boggs was lying flat on his back, trying to drink a hot whisky punch without breaking the tumbler, spilling the liquor, or getting the sugar inside his whiskers. Mr. Overdale was learning judging without a master, and was endeavouring to spin plates on his whalebone cane. In striving to acquire this elegant accomplishment, he had broken all the dishes in the premises. As he varied his plate spinning endeavours with repeated trials at tossing the cups and balls, for which purpose he used the tumblers and coffee cups, and as whenever he caught one cup he dropped two, and stepped on the fragments, the work of demolition went bravely on. Mr. Van Dam amused himself by blacking the faces of all the pictures in the room with charcoal. Dennis employed himself for an hour and a half in whittling off with a jackknife one leg of every chair in the apartment, so as to make it 4 inches shorter than the rest. Wagstaff collected all the books he could find, and piled them into a shaky pyramid, which he was preparing to push over with a broomstick upon the head of the unconscious Higholdboy. Quackenbush had not been idle. Taking advantage of the drowsiness of his superior officer, he had sewed the bottoms of that gentleman's pantaloons together with a waxed end, after which he made a moustache on himself with burned cork, and then painted the left side of his face in 3-cornered patches like a sleepy harlequin, dyed his shirt collar scarlet with red ink, and went to sleep in the corner to await the result, having first tripped up Mr. Overdale, who, by the way of a new variation in his juggling performances, was now trying to balance the poker on his nose, while he held a rocking chair in one hand and a hat box full of oyster shells in the other. Dropper had a checker board before him, and was superintending a game between his right and left hand. But suddenly those of the Elephants who were in their waking senses became sensible of a noise outside. It began at the foot of the stairs, like the sound of a regiment of crazy Boston watchmen, all springing their rattles at once. The sound became louder, and seemed to be coming up the stairs, and now rivaled in sound a mail train on a race. Now the uproar became more distinct, and evidently proceeded from some person or persons outside, who were provided with some ingenious facilities for kicking up a row, with which ordinary roisterers were unacquainted. These persons now began a furious attack upon the outer walls. Mr. Overdale paused in his plate breaking occupation long enough to pour out a few emphatic sentences addressed to the individuals outside, in which he consigned them to a locality too hot for a powder mill, and then resumed his practice. As the door began to shake, Overdale laid down the poker, smashed what few large pieces of plates were left over the head of the recumbent Quackenbush, awoke the Higholdboy by rolling him off the table, aroused the rest of the party by a few kicks in the ribs, and then, undoing the fastenings of the door, was proceeding to expostulate with the disturbers. No sooner, however, had he opened the door than a rush was made by the invaders, and Mr. Dropper upset by the besieging party. Mr. Dropper fell upon the stomach of the half awakened Quackenbush. They both pitched into Mr. Boggs, and then all three rolled over the Higholdboy. This last named personage, having the bottoms of his pantaloons sewed together, could not arise until the friendly jackknife unfettered his lengthy legs.
All parties being restored to the perpendicular, an immediate inquiry was made into the cause of the disturbance. Then it was discovered that the person who had kicked up this diabolical bobbery was no less a personage than the heretofore discreet and temperate Johnny Cake, aided and abetted by an individual unknown to the rest of the company, but whose appearance bespoke him to be one of the boys, who, although not an elephant, presented at first sight distinguished claims to be honoured with that enviable distinction. Yes, Johnny Cake, the man who would never be persuaded to taste a glass of liquor of any kind, who had always endeavoured to keep his companions from spirituous imbibition, the virtuous cold waterite, whom the sight of a glass of brandy would give a cold chill, a whisky punch throw into spasms, or a mug of lager give a teetotal convulsion, stood now before the astounded elephantine brotherhood, drunk, plainly, undeniably, unequivocably drunk. He had a black eye and a swelled nose. His coat was on hind side before, and buttoned between his shoulders, while his pantaloons were entirely bereft of buttons, and were secured from parting company only by two pieces of telegraph wire, which, with commendable ingenuity, he had converted into extemporaneous metallic suspenders. His companion was in a singular state of derangement as to his personal attire, having no coat at all, and a red shirt over his nether continuations. As soon as the first expression of surprise was over, the Higholdboy, comprehending that something unusual had taken place, ordered the company to be seated. In obedience to this peremptory order from the most noble officer of the club, the Elephantines each took a seat; but as the inglorious young man before mentioned had made the chairs exceedingly treacherous and insecure by cutting off one leg of each, the immediate consequence of the attempt was another general sprawlification upon the floor, executed in a masterly manner by the entire strength of the company. After 5 minutes of vigorous polyglot profanity had somewhat relieved the feelings of the fallen Elephantines, and they had recovered their feet, they continued to sit down. The chairs were as treacherous as ever, but being forewarned, the members were forearmed, and by dint of many exertions contrived to maintain their seats with a tolerable show of dignity. Johnny Cake was too far gone to make any intelligible replies, or give any account of himself, and it was resolved to postpone his examination until he should get sober. His companion, however, who seemed to be something in the theatrical way, gave his own story in his own peculiar manner, but refused to enlighten the anxious brotherhood about poor Johnny. He possessed a facility of quotation equal to Richard Swiveller, Esquires, but he was as reckless about the exactitude of his extracts, and jumbled up his authorities with as much confusion as Captain Cuttle himself. He seldom gave a quotation right, but would break off in the middle and substitute some words of his own, or dovetail an irrelevant piece from some strange author, or mix up half a dozen authors with interpolations of his own, in an inextricable verbal jumble. The Higholdboy and the stranger held the following conversation:
What's your name?
Peter Knight. I am a native to the Marrowbone. That's Shakespeare.
Young man, strange young man to me unknown, young man of the peculiar hat and ruby shirt, I fear to adapt my conversation to your evident situation, that you're drunk, emphatically drunk. I repeat it, drunk, drunk was my remark. Drunk, drunk.
It's true. 'Tis pity, 'tis, there isn't the devil a doubt of it. That's Scott.
Where did you get your liquor?
Where the bee sucks, there sucks Peter Knight all day. Thou base inglorious slave, thinkest thou I will reveal the noble name of him who gave me wine? No, sirree, Bob, that's Beaumont and Fletcher.
Ante up, or leave the board. That is to say, fire away. Let us know, we won't tell. Although we never drink, we like to know where drink we might get in case of cholera or colic.
I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts he dwells. No, he don't, he lives over in the Bowery, but in his needy shop a codfish hangs, and on his shelves a beggarly account of empty bottles. Noting his penury, to myself I said, if any man did need a brandy punch, whose sale is $50 fine in Gotham, here lives a caitiff wretch who has probably got plenty of it under the counter. Why should I here conceal my fault? Wine ho! I cried. The call was answered.
I have no wine, said he, but plenty of Silence, thou pernicious caitiff, quoth I, thou invisible spirit of wine, since we can get thee by no other name, why let us call thee gin and sugar. He brought the juice of cursed juniper in a phial, and in the porches of my throat did pour Udolpho Wolf's distilment. Thus was I by a Dutchman's hand at once dispatched, not drunk or sober, sent into the dirty streets, 3/4 tight, with all my imperfections on my head. The fellow's name? My very soul rebels. But whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the cuffs and bruises of this bloody Dutchman, or to take arms against his red haired highness, and by informing end him, I go, and it is done. Villain, here's at thy heart. His name, your honour, is Bobblesnoffkin in the Bowery. That's Shakespeare mixed.
Young man, whose shirt has escaped from all control, and now hangs loose, the posterior section of which has also sustained a serious, and I fear irremediable fracture, I have another question to propound. Answer upon your life. Have you got a home?
My home is on the deep, deep sea. That's Plutarch's Lives.
How do you get your living?
Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt that I'll get a living, while the oyster sloops don't have but one watchman. That's Billy S. again.
Do you pay for your oysters?
Base is the slave that pays, the speed of thought is in my limbs. That's Byron.
Do you steal them and then run away?
I've told thee all, I'll tell no more, though short the story be. Let me go back where I was before, and I'll get my living without troubling the corporation. That's Tom Moore, altered to suit circumstances.
You ought to dispense with the brandy and gin.
Oh, I could be happy with either, were t'other dear charmer bottled up and the cork put in. That's Didbin with a vengeance.
Young man, I fear you've led our young friend, whom you now see asleep amongst the broken crockery, from the paths of sobriety. What do you suppose will become of you if you go on this way?
Alas, poor Yorick, Peter, I mean. Who knows where he will lay his bones? Few and short will the prayers be said, and nobody'll feel any sorrow, but they'll cram him in his clay cold bed, and bury somebody else on the top of him to morrow. The minister will come and put on his robe and read the service. The choir'll sing a hymn, earth to earth and dust to gravel, and that'll be the last of Peter Knight.
The Higholdboy consulting with those members of the club who were still awake, it was resolved forthwith to put Peter Knight downstairs. As he went, he remarked,
"Fare thee well, and if for ever, all the better." That's Byron, revised and corrected.
Johnny Cake was manifestly too far gone to think of taking him to a hotel to sleep, and under these circumstances the club resolved itself into a committee of the whole, to remain in sleepy session all night, to take care of their prostrate fellow member, Mr. Johnny Cake. End of Chapter 8. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 9 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 9. Johnny Cake's First Spree. Whatever is. Right. In the last chapter of this veritable history is related the unexpected and unusually thorough inebriation of Mr. John I. Cake, from the verdant prairies of Illinois. The alcoholically saturated condition of Johnny's corporosity, on the occasion herein before mentioned, surprised the thirsty brotherhood far more than would a similar state of facts in which any other one of the fraternity should have been implicated. Because as Johnny had always perched himself upon the aqueous pinnacle of misanthropic teetotalism, it was not reasonable to suppose that he should, by one single dive, precipitate himself at once to the lowest depth of inebriation. For his profession's sake, he should have come down easier. As his new made friends had taken his moral culture under their especial guardianship, he was duly required, the next evening, to give, for the instruction and edification of the club, a full account of his night's experience.
Having first premised that he only complied with this desire in obedience to that imperative rule of the club, to which he had solemnly affixed his name, which, in the most awful language, pledges every member who takes that terrible obligation to do exactly as he pleases, unless his own pleasure shall influence him otherwise, or unless, upon mature consideration, he shall decide that he had rather do something else. He proceeded to enlighten the anxious elephantine expectants.
"When I left you yesterday," said he, "I had no more idea that I should so far overstep the bounds of my customary propriety, and make my next appearance before you in a state of alcoholic disguise, than I have at this present moment that the setting sun shall see me under arrest for picking somebody's pocket of a steam saw mill. Strolling about yesterday for some time, I became tired of the monotonous hurry of Broadway, and eventually strayed into that delightful rural locality which you call, I think, the Bowery. On the corner of this avenue of the rustic cognomen and Broome Street there is a place of refreshment for the weary. I entered its open doors, and sat down in a little three sided closet, determined to procure the wherewithal to refresh the inner individual. Obedient to my upraised finger, a person came. This person had on a small white apron. This person also flourished in his dexter digits a napkin of questionable purity. This person wore slippers, and had a voice like an asthmatic bullfrog. This person was a city waiter, a male waiter, a degeneration of the genus homo, which I sincerely hope will, at no very distant day, become utterly extinct. He procured for me the viands which my capricious taste selected from the suggestive printed list of edibles there to be obtained. While engaged in consigning to a living grave the bivalves he had brought, I had a fair opportunity to observe some, to me, remarkable gymnastics then in course of accomplishment by an active young man who presided at the bar, and held dominion over the bottles. First pouring into a tumbler some liquid, to me unknown, diluting it with water, adding ice, sugar, lemon, and other ingredients with which I am unacquainted, he proceeded to throw the compound about in the most unheard of manner, from one tumbler to another, over his head, under his leg, round his neck, over one arm and under the other, without ever spilling a drop. First uplifting one hand high in air, he poured the mixture in a sparkling cascade from the glass in the right hand to that in the left. Then he threw it in a sparkling shower in the air, till the lumps of ice rattled on the ceiling. Then he dispersed it in a misty spray about his head, and recovered it all in his magic glass by some diabolic dexterity, without losing the fraction of a drop. Then, in one grand final effort, he tossed it round the beer pump, down one side and up the other, and over the chandelier, changing a $2 bill while it was in the air, and giving his customer his drink with one hand, and with the other his silver change, intermixed with 20% of pewter dimes, which the thirsty buyer invariably pocketed before he could recover from his astonishment. I finished my dinner, and was anxious to see the little man perform again. I approached the little man, and desired him to concoct me a lemonade. He inquired if I wanted a fly in it. As the flying part was what I most desired, I answered yes. The little man went through the motions. I sent the lemonade to its destination, noticing at the time something remarkably nectarian in the taste. As I supposed the evolutions which it had accomplished in mid air had imparted to it an unusual flavour, and as I wanted to see the performance again, I immediately subscribed for one more of the same sort. Again the question about the fly. Again an affirmative, with a remark that the bigger the fly, the better I should be pleased, supposing that thereby he would for my satisfaction make it fly through some new motions. I am satisfied that this time the fly was larger than on the former occasion. I was still unsatisfied. Another subscription, and another lemonade, but this time the entomological interrogation was not propounded. He took the fly for granted, and he was right. About this time the person who came home with me last night made his appearance. I shook hands with him at once, for I thought I recognized him. I imagined that he was a man who 7 years ago licked me with rawhide for stealing his pippins and setting fire to his sugar bush, and I was anxious to shake hands for old acquaintance sake. I beg now, however, to state that I am satisfied this impression was erroneous, for I have this morning a distinct recollection that the individual of pomological memory removed to Kansas, where he was first lynched for stealing a horse, and afterward chosen county treasurer and inspector of election. However, be that as it may, certain it is that, in that particular moment, thinking I had fallen in with an old friend, I invited him to drink with me. He accepted, and presently he proposed punch, and made a remark about cobbler. Punch I have heard mentioned as the prince of good fellows, and I was anxious to make his acquaintance. Cobbler I had only heard of as a man of lapstones and leather aprons, and I did not particularly desire to know him. On receiving an introduction to Punch, I was amazed to find that he was not an individual but a drink, a luscious combination of fragrant ingredients. Although I was mistaken in the identity, I was pleased with him, and it may not be superfluous to remark that the more I saw of him, the more I wanted to see, and the more I did see. About this time I had two friends. There were two active little men behind the bar, each throwing from double-barreled tumblers 2 streams of lemonade over his head, each with 2 flies in. There were 2 beer pumps, each with 2 dozen handles, and the number of bottles and decanters was beyond computation. The floor rose up and down in wooden billows, and knocked my hat off. I attempted to remonstrate with Floor, but at this juncture the floor clinched me. We had a long wrestle, and finally went down, Floor on top. By a convulsive exertion I turned the floor, got it under, and stood on it to keep it down. Had some compunctions about striking a fallen enemy, but passion got the better of me, and I tried to kick the floor. Floor kicked back, and threw sand dust in my eyes. Got away, wanted to get outdoors, but the room had changed about so, that the door was over my head, and the bar, with the active little men, was nearly under my feet. Was afraid I should walk over the little men, and break the bottles. Stepped very carefully so as to avoid any such accident, and put my foot in the stove. Peter rescued me from the devouring element, and got me out of doors. Peter said he would see me home, and asked me where I lived. I told him I was an elephant. Made him understand that I could show him the place where I hung out, even if I couldn't tell him. So we started. We must have come through Chatham Street, for I can remember seeing someone with a hammer selling clothing. I know I wanted to go in and make some purchases. The ruling idea in my mind at that moment was that the grey mare wanted a winter overcoat, the oxen a pair of striped pantaloons apiece, that the sow and each of her tender offspring ought to have a red jacket and a pair of spectacles, and that it was a matter of necessity and charity to purchase 7 dozen hickory shirts to keep the blue jays away from the apple trees. I went in and commenced bidding. I know I was not particular about prices, and that any opposition provoked me exceedingly, so much so that I bid $23 for a second-hand pocket handkerchief, because, when the auctioneer started it at 10 cents, and I offered 15, a hook-nosed Jew bid 3 cents over me. Auction over at last. Man with the hammer wanted me to pay up. Found that I had bought 3/4 of his stock, and hadn't money enough to settle the bill. I know I gave him all I had, and also my coat and neckerchief to make up the balance. I also had a distinct recollection of calling him a Hebrew robber, upon which he knocked me in the eye with his hammer, and followed up his declaration of hostilities by splitting my nose with a yardstick. We got out of doors and proceeded down town. On the corner of Chambers Street, the Third Avenue Railroad squared off, and knocked me down. Peter held me steadily, while I rebuked the offender in proper terms. The Third Avenue Railroad took off its hat and apologized. I forgave it. We went into a cellar, got in by a complicated dive. I sat down at first on the piano, next on a pile of oyster shells, and finally, by the aid of a huge pair of whiskers, with a little Dutchman behind them, deposited myself in a chair, on top of Peter. Peter got out after a prolonged struggle. Place very hirsute. Big beards on everybody. 10 parts of hair to 1 part Dutchman. My vision may have been slightly deranged, but I am certain that one diminutive German had 2 pairs of whiskers, a moustache just over his eyes, and a 4-foot yellow beard which sprung from his teeth. We drank lager beer. Peter quoted Shakespeare when the man said, "Pay up," and insisted on singing an English chorus to a Dutch song. Company indignant, Peter very valiant, but too few in number. Peter fought, Peter kicked, Peter swore, Peter was overpowered. Peter was elevated in the arms of 4 stout Dutchmen above the heads of the company. Exit Peter through the window.
In leaving the room myself, I, too, received some uncalled for aid, but finally rejoined Peter on the sidewalk above. I spied the mystic light which told me the Elephantine Resort was close at hand. Couldn't fetch it. Asked M.P. He said if we'd tell him the address he'd show us. Tried to recollect it. Couldn't exactly make it out, but said at a venture, corner of Maiden Lane and Canal Street. Officer indignant. We finally found the place. Tried to come up still, so as to surprise you. But I am willing to admit that attempt to be a partial failure. We reached the door at last. It wouldn't open. Peter called it Sebastopol, and proposed that we should storm it. We resolved ourselves into an attacking party of two, called to our aid a 12-feet plank as a battering ram, and by hard blows persuaded the door to yield. That broken panel is a forcible example of the power of moral suasion. When I remarked that, judging from my present sensations, I should imagine a 6 horsepower threshing machine to be in the height of successful operation in my head, immediately over my eyes, there are perhaps some sympathizing persons in the room who have experienced the same delicious sensation, and can therefore fancy my feelings. The members of the club expressed themselves eminently satisfied with Mr. Cake's statement of his experience, and the Higholdboy requested that Mr. Cake should inscribe in the records the said experience, in order that it might not be lost to future generations. Mr. Cake promised to do so. Mr. Spout, being seized with a fit of liberality, ordered punches for the company, and 2 of the same kind for Johnny Cake, which Johnny indignantly refused, saying that, if, before his recent experience in wholesale dissipation, he had disliked alcoholic beverages, such were his feelings now, that the dislike amounted to an abhorrence. Mr. Spout said that it was all right, as in such case he should drink them all himself. Mr. Dropper remarked that some 2 or 3 years previously, when he first arrived from Cincinnati, and before he had became fully posted up in the various phases of unwhipped rascality in New York, he had, on one occasion, owing to his ignorance, got into the station house. A general sentiment, as expressed, was, that Mr. Dropper should state the history of the circumstance, or be immediately expelled from the club, and kicked down stairs, minus his coat, hat, and boots. Mr. Dropper said that he found it impossible to resist the gentle persuasions of his companions. "Fellow quadrupeds," said he, "soon after my arrival in this mass meeting of bricks and mortar, I read in a morning paper the announcement of an extraordinary gift enterprise, which some benevolent and philanthropic individual had set on foot, with the view of making everybody in general, and himself in particular, rich. I thought of the subject for several days. The idea of securing a farm of 300 acres in New Jersey, all in first rate condition, with houses, barns, and fences ready made, at the moderate cost of $1, was rather agreeable than otherwise, and the more I reflected upon the matter, the more I became satisfied that such a bargain was a consummation most devoutly to be wished for. One night I went to bed thinking of the farm. Finally I fell asleep, and, sleeping, I dreamed love of seeing 6 cats, each with 2 tails, and each tail 8 feet long, and afterwards a 7th cat with a bobtail. When I awoke in the morning, I attempted to interpret my dream, and I readily found a meaning. I put the figures together in the order above, that is to say, 6 cats, 2 tails, 8 feet long, 1 cat bobtail, which latter I thought was equivalent to a nought, and I had the following result: 62810. I concluded that this was the lucky number which was to get the farm. I posted off immediately to the office of the gift enterprise, and called for number 62810, and laid down my $1. The $1 was accepted, and the ticket was handed me, done up in an envelope. I was confident of having the title deeds to the premises given me as soon as the drawing should take place, and as that event was set down for the next week, and there was no time to be lost, I contracted for 32 head of cattle, and all the necessary farming utensils, in order to be ready to commence a life of ease and luxury, at the earliest practicable moment, after the said real estate should come into my possession. I also advertised for 2 stout farm hands, to assist me in following the prospective agricultural pursuits. I had some 368 answers. I finally engaged 2 athletic Irishmen, who were recommended by their late employer as being excellent farm hands, and who, in addition, possessed this virtue, that, when drunk, they were satisfied to abuse one another, and never their employer. The day of the drawing at last came. I went to the office to get my deed, for I never doubted a single instant that I had drawn the big prize.
I entered the office and told the clerk that I would take the documents.
"What documents?" said he. "Why, my deed of the magnificent country mansion and farm in New Jersey, with 300 acres of land, and a house with all the modern improvements." Gentlemen, I have been in the course of my life kicked by a horse, knocked into a cocked hat by a threshing machine, and had my hair singed off by chain lightning, but neither one of these occurrences so astounded me as did that red haired clerk when he informed me that my ticket had drawn a gold pen, with a silver holder, and a place in the top to put pencil leads in. Gentlemen, I was not furious, I was perfectly cool; but when I jumped over that counter and laid hands on that red haired clerk, I will admit that it was my calmly settled intention to eat that red haired clerk for luncheon, notwithstanding his cock eye. A hasty glance at the mud on his boots, and the metal buttons on his coat tails, caused me to alter my original amiable intention, and I made up my mind to be gentle with him, and merely whip him so his mother wouldn't be able to tell him from a little neck clam on a large scale, and then leave him to live through it if he could. I struck him once, and he laid down on a counter among some bottles, with his head in the glass meter, and in 1 minute from that time he was one universal damage. The proprietor being done for, I proceeded to demolish the establishment. I didn't leave of the chairs, tables, and desks a piece big enough to make a bird cage, and having turned on all the gas, I was seriously debating whether I should not set the whole shop on fire, and sue for the insurance, when the 2 Irishmen whom I had engaged to work my farm made their appearance. I told them to clear out, to budge, move on, leave, but they evidently took me for a swindler, and were going to pay me off. They pitched into me, our amiable struggle to put each other's eyes out attracted a crowd, the muss became general, everybody went in, and before the policeman came there was a considerable music. Nobody was bashful, and the result was 4 interesting cases of black eye, a pathetic instance of demolished nose, 2 lovely examples of swelled head, an agreeable specimen of peeled shin, 7 illustrations of the beautifying power of finger nails, when forcibly applied to the physiognomy, and 3 convincing exemplifications of the power of the Irish fist in extracting opposing teeth without the aid of forceps or turnkey. The police came at last, and arrested the entire multitude. That night we slept in the station house. I don't want to say anything against the bunks in that station house, but this I do say, that if there ever is a bed bug convention, and that station house is not well represented, it won't be because any lack of population deprives them of the right to a strong delegation; and if at any national mass meeting of fleas they stand in need of 10 or 15,000 to make up a quorum, the station house of that ward can supply them, without any perceptible decrease of its entomological census. In the morning we were conducted before the justice, but as there were about 40 cases to be heard before mine, I had ample leisure to look about, and take a realizing sense of the beauties of my situation. The case of myself and the others was at length reached. The officers swore to the muss, as if the numerous broken heads were not sufficient evidence that there had been a difference of opinion. One of the Irishmen became a volunteer liar in his own behalf, but the justice recognized him as an old customer, often brought up for drunkenness, and knowing him to be a reliable liar, he placed his evidence all to my credit, and discharged me without even a fine, but with the assurance that if I came there again he would "send me up." Not wanting to make any such equivocal ascension as a matter of experiment, I have kept away from him, and cut up all my subsequent monkey shines in another ward, which is out of his jurisdiction. After Mr. Dropper closed, there was a brief silence, in which each member quietly smoked his pipe, apparently reflecting upon the morals of lotteries. At last Wagstaff inquired who won the farm. "I forgot that," resumed Dropper. "I learned from an advertisement which appeared in the daily journals that ticket number 6281 drew the farm. This number, you will observe, corresponds with the one I supposed would be the lucky one, except that in mine a nought was annexed to the 4 figures, making it 62810,
instead of 6281. My mistake grew out of a misinterpretation of my dream, in respect to the bob-tailed cat, I having assumed that the diminutive nether extremity, in this instance, was equivalent to a not expressed; whereas, if I had let it remain a not understood, and had acted accordingly, I should have been the lucky man."
"Not so lucky as you imagine," remarked Quackenbush, "for the facts of the matter I am somewhat familiar with. A country fiddler living up in Connecticut held the ticket which entitled the holder to the real estate foresaid. He saw the advertisement, and I being the only acquaintance he had in the city, he wrote to me to secure the deeds, as he couldn't raise the money to come down. I called at the office of the managers of the enterprise, and presented the ticket. They said it was all right, congratulated me on the luck of my friend, and told me to call a week from that time, and they would be prepared to execute the deed. This I thought was very fair, and I left the office. On the appointed day I called, and found the office closed, as the managers had sloped." The conversation then turned upon police courts, and the facilities which they afforded in aiding a person to get glimpses of the elephant. It was conceded that the experience of Dropper just related opened very fair, and on the suggestion of Mr. Quackenbush it was resolved: 1. That the members of the club do make it their business; 2. To visit the police courts; 3. Before the next meeting of the club. The meeting was adjourned by the club, singing "We're all jolly good fellows."
End of Chapter 9. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 10 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 10 The Police Courts. I do remember Anne. A Pothecary. Several evenings passed before all the members of the club again assembled. In the meantime, the quantity of manuscripts had become unusually large, the members having found that the police courts were prolific in sights of the colossal quadruped. When they did meet, it was whispered that one of the members had had some personal experience, not only as a spectator, but as a prisoner. No questions, however, were propounded upon the subject, in a tone loud enough for the member in question to hear, as they desired to allow him to speak of the matter voluntarily, confess his fault, and receive the forgiveness of his fellows. The proceedings of the evening were opened by the Higholdboy, who took his official seat, announced that the special order of the meeting was to hear the reports of members who had been present at the sessions of the police courts, with the view of noting down their zoological features. The Higholdboy called upon Dennis, Wagstaff, and Overdale for the result of their visit to the police courts. Wagstaff's notebook was produced, and the lengthened narratives inscribed therein went to show the following state of facts. Wagstaff arose one morning at 6 precisely, and after having hit Dennis with his own wooden leg, and pulled Overdale's eyes open by his whiskers and hair, announced to them, if they were going to visit the Essex Market Police Court that day, to see the animals, that it was time to rise. They slipped on their clothing as soon as possible, and started somewhat sooner. They passed the Odd Fellows' Hall, which Overdale expatiated upon at some length as an extensive log chain factory. He formed his conclusion from seeing 3 links of chain represented in a conspicuous part of the building. The Westchester House, he informed them, was Washington's headquarters, and under this belief they stopped some time to look at it, and speak of it in connection with the many stories related of that interesting relic of the architecture of the last century. They arrived at length at the Essex Market, in the upper part of which the police magistrate of that judicial district sits in a big chair, for the purpose of dealing out retail justice and getting a wholesale living. The trio ascended into the court room, where the justice was seated, disposing of the hard cases which had accumulated during the night. Overdale was still communicative. In answer to the inquiries of Dennis, he informed that gentleman that the police clerks were associated justices, that the prisoner's cage was the jury box, and pointed out the prisoners themselves as the jury. The humble member of the police, who is known as the doorman, Overdale said answered well the description of the chief of the police, contained in one of the historic works of John McLennan. Dennis inquired where the prisoners were. Overdale was unable to answer, but at last expressed it as his opinion that the persons who were standing about them must be the malefactors. Dennis said he never could satisfactorily account for the jurors being tried and sent out of the room in charge of officers, but he had too much confidence in the extensive knowledge and vast intelligence of Overdale to suppose that his hirsute friend could possibly be mistaken. In consequence of this misplaced confidence on the part of Wagstaff and Dennis, the notebook of the former was filled with notes of the trials of the different members of the jury. One case of which Wagstaff took full notes was that of Edward Bobber, a seafaring man of very peculiar appearance, possessing some remarkable characteristics of manner, dress, speech, looks, and action. He was charged with being drunk. In the way of physical beauty, Edward was decidedly a damaged article. He had lost one arm by a snake bite, and been deprived of an eye by the premature explosion of a pistol, which broke his spectacles, at the same time it extinguished his sinister optic. The unexpected descent of a shipmate from the tops upon his head had turned his neck so that he seemed to be keeping a perpetual look out over his shoulder with his remaining eye. His nose resembled a half-ripe tomato, and a pair of warty excrescences hung upon his face, as if someone had shot a couple of marbles at him, which had stuck to him for life. His complexion bore a close resemblance to the outside of a huckleberry pudding. His teeth, which were unusually long, projected backward, as if they had taken a start to grow down his throat. This last peculiarity was undoubtedly one cause of a remarkable singularity of speech, which seriously impaired his natural facility of conversation. Some idiosyncrasy of disposition probably had also something to do with this lingual embarrassment, but certain it is that Mr. Edward Bobber never answered one question until he was asked another, to which last he would give the reply intended for query number 1. Whether his mental faculties needed always a second interrogative punching up, or whether the fangs projecting downward retained one answer until displaced by another, Wagstaff and his friends were unable to decide, but they truly believed that an inquiry propounded to Edward Bobber aforesaid would have remained unanswered until doomsday, unless a second question followed the first. A transcript of a conversation between him and the clerk of the court reads as follows: Clerk: Where were you born? The prisoner removed his solitary orb from its guardianship over his left shirt sleeve, rolled it slowly round until it commanded a fair view of the questioner, but said nothing. The clerk, nothing daunted, continued: How long have you been in this country? The face assumed a look of intelligence, and answer number 1 came out: Edward, Broome County. Clerk: How old are you? Edward: 2 years. Clerk: How long have you been drunk? Edward: 34 years, 7 months, and 9 days. Clerk: Where did you get your liquor? Edward, rolling his eye toward the judge: Been on a spree 4 days. Judge, very indignant: Did you say I've been on a spree? Edward: Old Mother Bidwell's, down in Mott Street. Clerk: Do you mean hereafter to treat this court respectfully? Edward: No, sir, I hope not. Officer with red hair: If you ain't crazy, I'm a jackass. Edward: Yes, sir, of course. The excited judge here commenced making out his commitment, but the clerk, who began to see the fun, thought best to ask him a few more questions first, and accordingly enquired of Bobber what he traded in, as he seemed to own a sloop. The prisoner, who had been cogitating upon the last remark of the red-haired officer until he had waxed wroth, burst out: Jackass! Jackass! Yes, you are a jackass, not a doubt of it. Clerk: Come, tell me what kind of liquor did you drink yesterday? Edward: Soap, candles, coffee, barlid, chickens, coal, pine, kindling wood, smoked hams, and white wood shingles. Judge (interfering): Prisoner, you are only getting yourself into trouble. My patience will give out. I can't stand everything. Do you think I'm made of patience? Edward: Whiskey, nothing but whiskey, sir, upon my honour. The last answer proved too much for the gravity of the court.
The judge, the clerk, the attendant officers, and all smiled audibly. A whispered word from the clerk explained to the justice the true state of the case. Edward was discharged, and as he departed from the court room, an officer, 2 blocks away, heard him, in answer to a request for a penny proffered by a little girl, give what was undoubtedly intended as a detailed reply to the last interrogative remark of the police justice. The case of Mr. Palmerston Hook, which was also reported in Wagstaff's notebook, would seem to indicate that there was more than one way of catching fish. Mr. Hook was brought up as a vagrant. He was a smooth faced individual about old enough to vote, dressed in rather grotesque flashy clothes, very much worn. The sleeves of his coat were quite large, in accordance with the prevailing style, but they served a purpose of utility, as was developed by the evidence, in a rather novel profession which Mr. Hook followed. The principal witness was Mr. James Skinner, a very respectable dealer in Catherine Market, who devotes his time and talents to purchasing eels from the catchers thereof, and selling the same to citizens and others who desire to enjoy the luxury of eating eels, either fried or done up in the form of pie or any other form. Mr. Skinner has obtained for himself an enviable popularity as a man of integrity. It has never been said of him that he ever sold an eel whose recent advent upon dry land from the salt water was a matter of serious question, and to think that Mr. Palmerston Hook should have selected Mr. Skinner's stock to depredate upon is a matter of some surprise. Mr. Skinner testified as follows: "This 'ere feller come to my eel stand yes'day morning and asked me how eels was. Says I, 'Good as usual,' and I axed him if he wanted to buy. Says he, 'How much?' Says I, 'Eighteenpence.' Says he, 'Is them all yer got?' Says I, 'Yis.' Ye see, jest before this feller come up I counted them, and there was 'zactly 'leven. Then this 'ere feller he 'gun to paw 'em over and kinder jumble 'em up together, which I thought was very funny, and at last says he, 'Guess I won't take none this mornin'.' He acted so kinder sneakin' that I thought he wasn't all right, and 'fore he got out of sight I counted the eels and found one on 'em was missin'. I put for this here feller and ketched him at the corner, and I found my 'spicions was right, for on searching the chap I found a needle up in 'is coat sleeve." Judge: How did he keep the eel up in his sleeve? Mr. Skinner: "Well, that was done in a kinder genus way. He had a fish hook on the end of a line, and the line was run up the right coat sleeve over his shoulder, and it come down inside of his coat on the left side. An' he come up to the stand, and when he was a kinder pawin' over the eels, he was a catchin' the fish hook in the tail of the eel, an' as soon as it was catched in, he pulled the line with his left 'and, an' drawed the eel up inter his sleeve, an' as soon as it was drawed up, he stopped pawin' an' left. An' 'ere's the fish hook and line wot I found on 'im, an' I think he oughter be sent to Blackwell's Island for bein' a wagrant." Judge: Hook, what have you got to say for yourself? Mr. Hook: "I haven't got nothin' to say, only I was very 'ungry, and was a looking along in the market ven I 'appened to see the heels vot this 'ere hold cock 'ad. Says I to myself, says I now, I'll hax the price, and maybe the whole woman may want von if they's cheap. Vell, I 'appened to 'ave a 'ook and line in my coat, which I s'pose haccidentally got catched in von of the heels, and ven I left to go and tell the whole woman how cheap they was, it 'ung on to the 'ook." Judge: That's a pretty story to tell me. Do you suppose I am going to believe it? Mr. Hook: "On the honour of a gentleman, that was the vay it 'appened." Judge: At any rate, I shall send you up for 3 months. Mr. Hook: "Bust me, I honly vish you 'ad to try it 3 months yourself. You wouldn't think it was quite so funny." Mr. Palmerston Hook was conducted below. Another interesting feature of the proceedings during the morning grew out of the case of Mr. Wallabout Warbler, whose name was the last called. Mr. Warbler had reached the last stages of shabby gentility. Time had told sadly on his garments, originally of fine material and fashionable cut. His black curly hair was whitened out by contact with whitewash, and his nose had become the garden for the culture of blossoms, by far more common than they are proper. But Mr. Warbler, despite the reverses which he had evidently suffered, stood proudly and gracefully erect. If the external man was in a state of dilapidation, the spirit still was unhurt. He smiled gracefully when the judge addressed him, and told him that he was charged with having been arrested in a state of drunkenness. Officers Clinch and Hold'em were the witnesses against Mr. Warbler. They stated substantially that about 1 o'clock that morning they found Mr. Warbler standing in a garbage barrel on the edge of the sidewalk, extemporizing doggerel to an imaginary audience. They insisted upon his stopping, when Mr. Warbler told them that it was a violation of etiquette to interrupt a gentleman when he was delivering a poem before the alumni of a college. He was evidently under the influence of liquor, and quite out of his mind. They thought, for his own safety, that they had better bring him to the station house. Judge: Mr. Warbler, you have heard what the officers have stated about your eccentric course of conduct. How did you happen to get drunk? Mr. Warbler: 'Twas night, and gloomy darkness had her ebon veil unfurled, and naught remained but gas lamps to light this 'ere world. The twinkling orbs, with silvery light endowed, were all occult on t'other side a thundering big black cloud. Pale Luna, too, shed not her beams upon the motley groups which lazily were standing round like new disbanded troops. Judge: It's not to hear such nonsense that I occupy this seat. Mr. Warbler: A death-like stillness 'ere prevailed on alley, pier, and street. Judge: To listen to such stuff, sir, I can't sacrifice my time. Mr. W.: Don't discombobulate my thought and interrupt my rhyme. I think that when misfortune is put on its defence, poetic justice, logic, law, as well as common sense, demand its story all be heard, unless ex parte proof is to send poor friendless cusses underneath the prison's roof. Shall I proceed? Judge: Proceed, but don't make your tale too long. Mr. W.: I'll heed your words, depend upon it. I own that I was wrong in rushing headlong as I did into inebriation, but let me question now the court. Is it not a palliation of the depth of human guilt if malice don't incite to break in divers fragments state laws wrong or right, and when only human appetite, uncontrolled by human reason, leads men of genius, oftentime, the dish of life to season with condiments which, pro tem, the mental palate tickle, yet very often, in the end, put human joys in pickle which ain't so cussed funny, though all of the expense of grub and the et ceteras the public pays for. Hence I ask this court, believing that its feelings are not hampered, if justice should not ever be with human mercy tempered. Judge: Perhaps. Now tell me, Warbler, where you bought your liquor. Mr. W.: Anon I'll tell you. Last week, Judge, prostrate was I, far sicker than to me's agreeable, with the diarrhea chronic, and sympathizing friends advised that I should take some tonic. I asked them what. At once they said, "Get some lager beer." 'Twas got. "Drink freely, boy," said they. "Nothing need you fear, but you'll be up and on your legs." The lager beer was took. Soon every object in my sight had a very drunken look. Lager beer, to German ears the words may be euphonic. Tonic, certainly it was, but decidedly too tonic. Abnormal thirst excited it, and I went to great excesses the statement's quite superfluous, my nose the fact confesses. Last night, attracted by the scenes which Gotham streets present, I dressed myself in sombre clothes, and out of doors I went. To quench my thirst did I imbibe the more of lager beer at Hoffman's on the corner, several squares from here. No more know I, 'cept in the morn I wakened from my sleep, and having sowed, perhaps I'll learn that likewise I must reap. Judge: Have you got $10? Mr. W.: 'Tis true, I hain't a red. I suppose the word's unpleasant which next to me'll be said. That because by my imprudence my pocket books collapsed. In prison drear must I remain till 10 days have elapsed. Judge. I'll let you go this time. Mr. Warbler. Ha! Say you so? Is true, that though my offence is rank, in vain I did not sue for mercy, ne'er I failed to say both through thin and thick in the circle of my acquaintance that you're a perfect brick. Mr. Wallabout Warbler left the room. Mr. Van Dam announced that he had visited the Jefferson Market Police Court one morning, and though there was much in the proceedings that was uninteresting, he had yet been able to collate some facts, which he doubted not would be regarded as worthy of being recorded upon the minutes of the club. After taking a punch, Mr. Van Dam proceeded. He stated that a dozen or two individuals, all of whom, not having the fear of the law before their eyes, and being instigated by a morbid thirst, and who did in the city and county of New York drink, swill, imbibe, smile, guzzle, suck, and pour down various spirituous, fermented, or malt liquors, wine, beer, ale, or cider, and from the effects thereof did get drunk, were severally favoured with moral lectures and $10 fines. The first were not appreciated, and the second were not paid. But the case which interested Mr. Van Dam most was that of 4 boys named Frederick T. White, Michael Keefe, John Wheeler, and Manning Huff, who were arraigned on a charge of disorderly conduct. They were bright looking boys of about 13 years of age, dressed in plain but neat clothes, and with the exception of White, did not seem much to like the position they occupied. There was a devil may care, though not a vicious look about White, which was positively refreshing. He seemed to rather like the position than otherwise, and from a roguish leer that was observed in his eye as he surveyed a personage who was to appear as the witness against him, Mr. Van Dam was led to anticipate something in the shape of novelty, and he accordingly prepared for the worst. The judge told the boys the nature of the charge against them. The name of the witness being called, Mr. Konrad Heinrich Holzenkampf announced his presence by an emphatic "Here." Mr. Holzenkampf was a man who was the very ideal of lager beer saloon keeper. His weight was at least 275 pounds, one half of which could be set down to lager beer. His height was not more than 5 feet 8, but the circumference and diameter of the lager beer were enormous. He carried himself erect by necessity to balance the lager beer in the front. His hide was in wrinkles across the back of his neck whenever he held back his head, and every wrinkle seemed ready to burst with lager beer. Mr. Holzenkampf's face looked lager beer. Mr. Holzenkampf walked lager beer, drank and ate lager beer in alternation. He thought lager beer, dreamed lager beer. In brief, Mr. Holzenkampf was composed of 2 things. First, the effects of lager beer, and second, lager beer. Mr. Blotter, the clerk, administered the oath in his characteristic manner as follows:
You solemnly swear in the presence of Almighty God that the evidence which you shall give in the present case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Kiss the book and get out of my way.
Mr. Holzenkampf.
I can schwear to all the dings what you speak, but to tell the whole truth, that I cannot schwear. When I can dinks von all these boys have done, I tells you more as genuff to sends them to the benedentiary for so long as they lives. 100 dings they do what I dinks not of.
The Court.
Kiss the book, Mr. Holzenkampf.
The witness proceeded to bring a gill of lager beer contained in his nose, and a half gill of lager beer contained in his lips, in contact with a venerable Bible, which has been so familiar with crime by long association that we almost wonder the text has not been long since corrupted as much as the cover. Lager beer and the Bible having come in contact, lager beer is supposed to be incapable of lying. The Court.
Mr. Holzenkampf, please state the circumstances connected with the arrest of these boys.
Mr. H.
Well, on Wednesday night at 1 o'clock, my customers they all goes vay from mine lager beer saloon, und I say to Jacob to go mit them and put up the blinds. When he goes out, myself, mine wife, We drinks some lager beer, and then I takes de money and counts dem and puts dem in mine pocket. Ven Jakob come in, we locks the door, and goes de stairs up to sleep. Vell, mine wife and I get to de bed in, so soon as we can, and then I sleeps. Ven I been sleep little while, mine wife she shakes me and say, Heinrich, de cats they makes noise in de streets, so that I cannot sleep. Ven I wakes up, I hear so much cats squall in the streets that I dinks there was a meeting von cat politicians, but they make so much noise I cannot wink mine eyes wants to sleep. So I get up and goes to the window and say, Scat, scat! But the more I say scat, the more they will not scat. I say to mine wife, Katrina, you been so younger and so smaller as I been, you go down in the streets and drives away the cats. My wife then goes down, and when she opens the door, the cat squalls not more, and she looks to see them, but there is not cats in the streets. When she comes the stairs up again, and say the cat's been gone, we lie on the bed to sleep. Well, when I been just sleep most, mein Gott, I hear the cats so louder as before, and I say to mine wife, all the cats in the city been come on the step walk von mine lager beer saloon. They squall like 100 devils, and I try to scat them way, but it was no good. They squall. I cannot say to you so bad as they squall. Mine wife say there been a thunder shower von cats. When I lie in my bed and stand it so long as I can, I jump up und swear that I shoots all the cats in the world. I takes mine pistol and runs the stairs down, but I bin so mad und I go so quick that I falls the stairs over, und in a minute finds mine head knock on the wall, mine right hand in some Schweitzer cheese, the odder in the spit box, und von foot in the big ice picture. So soon as I can gets up and goes to the door and opens it, I goes on the step walk und mine foot slips, and I falls down on mine back and breaks all the bones in mine body. I feels mine hand on the step walk and I find it bin all covered mit soft soap. I tries to raise mineself, but I bin so heavy that I down falls before I get up. Just then mine wife come and help me and bulls me from the step walk in the door. We do not hear the cats then, und so we goes to the beds again. So soon as we lie down, I hears the cats so verse as the other time. I hears nothing but cats. I never was so much afraid, except once when a lager beer barrel fly in pieces. I goes to the window and I dinks I hear them on the awning, and I gets out. Just then the cats stop, but I say I will find where they bin on the awning. I walk along and my foot trips on some strings, and when I fall I hear one loud cat squall that fright me so that I thinks I been fall on more as 300 cats. When I can get up I feels on the strings, and I walks till I finds a box. I brings the box to the window. Katrina gets the lamp, and there we find in the long wood shoebox 7 cats what was fixed this way. 7 notch holes was cut in the side the box, and the cats was put in the box mit their heads stick out the holes. On the other side the box was 7 little notch holes, where was the cats' tails, and a string was tied to all the cats' tails. I know that the cats come not in the box by themselves, and so I look to see where was the boys. I comes the stairs down again, goes on the step walk so soft as I can, and I finds where the strings come down from the awning. I keeps hold of the string till I find it come to a big sugar hogshead by the next house, and there I find these boys. Just then I say "Watch!" and the policeman comes and takes the boys to the station house. I believe they is be same boys as trouble me before. The Court. Boys, what have you got to say for yourselves for such conduct? Master White volunteered to act as spokesman. He said,
Well, one day we was playin' in front of this 'ere man's lager beer saloon, and he come out and threatened to lick us if we didn't stop. We kept on, and by'n by he comes to the door when we wasn't a lookin' and threw a pail full of dirty water on us. We thought we'd got as good a right to the street as he had, so we made up our minds to be even with him, and we got the box and cats and serenaded him.
Mr. Holzenkampf stated that he baptized the boys a few days before as described. The boys promised not to bother lager beer saloon keepers any more, in consideration of which they were discharged. Mr. Van Dam stated that the last case called was that of Mr. Timothy O'Neill. The case, he said, occupied the attention of the court nearly a half hour, owing to the difficulty which the court experienced in getting him to make direct responses to his questions. Timothy appeared in a grey dress coat, that is to say, it was high in the waist, with a short and pointed tail, a feature oftener produced by tailors than by literary men of the present day. Timothy's vest was red, his breeches were made of corduroy, below them were long coarse stockings and brogans. The evidence went to show that Timothy had been found drunk in the street, but he was not communicative on the subject. He did not call the officer a liar after he had heard him give his evidence, nor tell the judge that he was an old thief. He said nothing until he was asked to take the usual oath. The judge said, "Mr. O'Neill, put your hand on the book." Mr. O'Neill complied cautiously, fearing the result of his act. When the words of the oath were uttered, he made the sign of the cross, and after being requested by the court, kissed the Bible. The Clerk:
What's your name?
Prisoner: The same as me father's.
What was his name?
The same as mine.
Tell me your name, or you shall be locked up.
Timothy.
And what else?
I haven't any middle name.
I mean your last name.
O'Neill.
How long have you been in the city?
Since I come to the country.
How long is that? Pat Hooligan can tell you better nor I can.
What month was it?
The first Sunday in Lent.
Where do you live?
With Biddy and the childer.
Where do they live?
The second floor back room, bad luck to the bugs that's in it.
I mean what street?
Mike Hennessy's store's on the first floor.
Tell me what street the house is on.
Who the devil can tell when they are changing the names of the blackguard streets so much?
What was the street called before the name was changed?
Anthony Street. They calls it by another name now.
Worth Street, I suppose you mean.
I mean that the painter should have put it Worthless Street.
Whereabouts in Worth Street?
3 doors from the corner.
What corner?
The corner of the street.
What street?
The street 3 doors above.
Well, what is its name?
Bad luck to you. Why didn't you ax me that before?
Well, tell me the name.
Faith, I don't know myself. It's an alley.
Well, what's the number of the house?
The number on the door, do you mean?
Certainly.
There isn't any.
What is your trade?
Me father never prenticed me.
I mean, what do you work at?
I don't do any work.
Why?
Because you've got me locked up in prison.
Will you tell me what you work at when out of prison?
I'm a labouring man, sir.
At what were you employed?
Hard work.
What kind of work?
In the shores, sewers.
You are charged with being drunk.
Drunk, is it? Faith, I never was more sober in my life than I am at this minute.
That may be, but here are half a dozen men who are ready to swear that they saw you drunk yesterday.
If it comes to that, can't I bring twice as many who will swear that they didn't see me drunk yesterday?
What kind of liquor did you drink?
Mighty bad liquor, and ye'd say the same if you was to try it.
Was it malt or spirituous liquor?
It was neither. It was whiskey.
Where did you purchase it?
At the Dutchman's.
Where is his store?
On the corner.
What corner?
The corner nearest to where they're building the store.
Where is that?
Where I was working.
The Court: What was O'Neill doing when you found him? Officer:
He was lying very drunk in a hole which he had been digging.
Prisoner:
Be me soul, you're wrong for once. I didn't dig the hole. I dug out the dirt and left the hole.
Were you ever up before the court before? No, nor behind either. When I want to be again, I'll send to your honour and let you know." "If I let you off this time, will you keep sober?" "Faith I will, unless the Dutchmen keep better liquor nor they do now." "You may go." "Thank ye, sir, you're a gentleman, av there iver was one." Mr. Timothy O'Neill left the court room. Mr. Dropper also proposed to relate the experience of some half a dozen mornings which he had spent in the pursuit of amusement under difficulties, when he had occupied himself in seeing the sights around the Jefferson Market Police Court. "On one of the mornings which I devoted to visiting the tombs," said Mr. Dropper, "the class of prisoners varied. Most of them claimed to be from the western of the British Isles. Others said they were born in Cork, Clare, Down, and other counties. A number answered to patronymics to which were prefixed the letter O and an apostrophe. One party, who called themselves Far Downers, looked brickbats at another party who occupied a remote corner of the cage, and who claimed to be Connaught men. The remainder of the prisoners were Irish. An interesting feature in the proceedings of the morning was a case in which Owen Shaughnessy, Patrick Mulholland, Michael O'Shea, Timothy Leahy, Dennis Maroney, Dermot McDermott, Phelim Flanagan, Bridget O'Keel, Mary McBride, Ellen Dougherty, and Bridget Casey were the defendants. As the judge called out their names, the prisoners severally responded. They were all, as their names would indicate, of Irish birth; the men evidently longshoremen and labourers, and the women servants. Their garments, in some instances, were torn, and in other ways disarranged and soiled. The men, and in one or two instances the women, showed bruises about their faces and hands, indicating their active participation in a recent scrimmage, from the effects of which they had not had the time, or soap and water, to enable them to recover. Mr. Gerald O'Grady, who stands at the head of the bar at the Tombs, and who, under adverse circumstances and strong competition, has been enabled by his talents to keep up his tariff of fees, from which he has never deviated, appeared as counsel for the prisoners. Mr. O'Grady has never been known to defend a case for less than 50 cents, unless actuated by feelings of commendable philanthropy. He has volunteered his professional services gratis. It may be reasonably supposed that his success has excited the envy of the shysters, for while they have to sit oftentimes a whole morning beside their respective granite columns at the Tombs without being called upon to defend a case, Mr. O'Grady's presence in the court room is in frequent demand. Mr. O'Grady had been retained in this case, I learned, by 7 of the defendants, at a certain specified fee for each man, he volunteering his professional services to the ladies without charge. He announced to the court that he represented the defendants, and that they were ready to have the trial commence. "Is Mr. O'Grady your counsel?" the judge inquired of the defendants. "Yes, your honour," said one of the parties addressed. "Didn't I pay him 5 shillings, divil a halfpenny less, for to defend me?" "5 shillings!" said Mr. O'Grady, indignantly. "You mean that as a retainer, of course." Defendant: "I mean that's all you'll get, anyhow." Counsel (loudly): "Say, sir, it is time for you to know that as a client you should address the court only through your counsel." To the court: "Sir, my clients here, paceable citizens, stand ready for to answer through me to the diabolical charges which designin' men have brought against them, feelin' within their breasts." Here Mr. O'Grady hit one of his clients a severe blow in his bread basket. Assaulted client: "Oh!" Counsel (to client): "Keep your mouth shut, why don't you?" To the court: "Feelin', as I said before, within their breasts the proud consciousness of their entire innocence of any charges which their accusers should dare for to bring against them." The witnesses were Sergeant Ferret and Officers Snap, Catcher, O'Grasp, Ketchum, Holder, and Van Nabham. Officer Holder stated in substance that while patrolling his beat during Thursday night, the inmates of a house, No. 83 1/2 Pacific Place, began to get very disorderly. From the howlings and noises which he heard, he came to the conclusion that there was a wake in the house.
Not desiring to stop the disturbance by any violent means, he knocked at the door with the view of telling them that they were disturbing the public peace, and requesting them to desist. No response was made to his knock. He then put his mouth to the keyhole of the door, and announced to them as audibly as he could, that unless they desisted he should have to call other officers and arrest them. No attention was paid to his words. Sergeant Ferret arrived soon after, and, inasmuch as the disturbance continued to increase, they called in the other officers to make a descent on the place, not, however, until they had first endeavoured, by their voices, to make the inmates of the house understand the consequence to them, in case they persisted in their unlawful course. Officer Ketchum, who had formerly patrolled the beat, knew of a rear entrance to the house through an alley, and they accordingly entered the house by that way. They found about 20 persons present, men and women, engaged in a promiscuous scrimmage, howling, drinking, and fighting. The orders of the sergeant to cease their disturbance did not avail anything, which decided them to arrest the leading actors in the scene, which they forthwith accomplished, after some considerable resistance on the part of the company. They brought them to the station house. The remainder of the party subsequently retired or left the place, which was quiet for the rest of the night. The remaining officers confirmed the evidence of Officer Holder, in such of its particulars as they were acquainted with. All of them were cross questioned more or less by Mr. O'Grady, without, however, eliciting any new facts of material interest. Mr. O'Grady introduced, as a witness for the defence, Mrs. Kathleen Hennessy. Mrs. Hennessy is a lady of about 45 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches in height, weighing about 250 pounds. She has a florid face. Her dress was remarkable for the extent with which it was ornamented with highly coloured ribbons and laces, gathered in fantastic bows. Mr. Blotter, the clerk, administered the usual oath. Mrs. Hennessy having kissed the book, the examination was commenced. Mr. O'Grady: Mistress Hennessy, will you state to the court if you're the proprietor of the house, number 83 1/2 Pacific Place? Mrs. Hennessy: Of course I am, and a divil and ha'penny is there owin' to any man for what's inside of it. Mr. O.G.: What kind of a house do you keep there? Mrs. H.: Is it for to prove that the character of me house is not good that you're after axin' the question? Mr. O.G.: Mistress Hennessy, could ye make it convenient to thraite this court with becomin' respect by answerin' the questions that I put to ye, for the purpose of establishing a defence of these ladies and gintlemen, some of whom, I am told, are inmates of your house. What kind of a house, I'll ax ye once more, do you keep? Mrs. H.: It's a respectable, honest boardin' house. Bad luck to the blackguard that says it's not. Mr. O.G.: Will you please state to the court the facts of the unfortunate occurrence that transpired in your house last night? Mrs. H.: For the matter of that, there's mighty little to tell, for it was nothin' more nor a wake, barrin' that the corpse come to life without showin' the civility of first tellin' the mourners that he wasn't dead at all, and saying, "By your lave, I'd rather not be, av it's all the same to yez." Mr. O.G.: It's about that, Mistress Hennessy, that his honour is a waitin' for ye to spake of. Now then, will ye relate the facts? Mrs. H.: Well, plase your honour, it was yisterday morning, airly, that I heard Timothy Garrity was upstairs in his room very sick, and like to die. I dressed myself and sent for the dochther, and went upstairs, and troth Tim was a lyin' there in one of his fits, vid which he had been often troubled before, and before the dochther could come to him the circulation of his breathin' had stopped entirely. Well, your honour, Tim had many frinds in the house, and as he was an old boarder, we thought to hold a wake over his body. He was laid out and put into a coffin. At night all of his frinds came into the room, where everything was illigantly arranged for the wake. They had begun to drink their whisky, and was enjoyin' themselves in a gintale way, when Pat Mulholland he struck Mike O'Shea over the eye for somethin' that Mike had said, and wid that Mike's frinds and Pat's frinds got themselves mixed up in a free fight together.
At that time, please your honour, who should I see a rising from the coffin but Timothy Garrity himself, and resting on his hands. By my soul, I was freckened, for I thought it was Tim's apparition that was appearing. Then Tim spoke up. 'Bad luck to yez,' says he. 'Isn't it a fine thing yez is doin', havin' the whisky flowin' free and a free fight too, and keepin' me a lyin' in this blackguard box on the broad of me back, widout ever so much as axing me if I had a mouth on me at all? Wid that, somebody who was a strikin' happened to hit Timothy a clout in the eye, which knocked him back into the coffin. 'Who the devil did that?' says Tim, as he made a spring from the coffin on to the floor, dressed all up in his white clothes. 'Show me the man that struck me in the eye.' And wid that, Tim he commenced a strikin' out, and he struck Dennis Maroney under the butt of the lug. When they saw Tim out of his coffin, they stopped a fightin' and fell on their knees, and commenced a sayin' their prayers. 'What's the matter with yez?' says Tim. 'Are you not dead?' says Larry O'Brien. 'Yes, as dead as a nest of live flays,' says Tim. 'Then you're alive,' says they. 'Thry me vid some whisky,' says he. And wid that they got up and give Tim some whisky, which he never drank wid a better grace nor thin. Well, as Tim wasn't dead, they couldn't hold the wake, but they said it would be a pity to leave the whisky to spoil, so they agreed they'd have the spree just the same. Tim was purty wake from his fit, so it didn't take long to make him dead drunk when we laid him in his bed. After that, your honour, they kept on a drinkin' and was fightin' in the most friendly way, when the MPs come to the door and took some of them off to the station house. I then shut up the house, and the rest went to bed." Judge: Mrs. Hennessy, where is Timothy the corpse? "Here, sir," said a cadaverous looking Hibernian, a little the worse for dying without being very dead. Judge: I think you're good for a few years yet, if you take care of yourself. Mr. O'Grady, have your other witnesses anything to testify in addition to what Mrs. Hennessy has stated? Mr. O'Grady: I believe not, your honour. The material facts of the defence are sufficiently proven by Mistress Hennessy's evidence. Av the court please, I have a few words to say in behalf of me clients here, which av the court will hear me, I will make brief and to the point. Judge: Go on. Mr. O'Grady: Then, av the court please, I will state that the ground of my defence of these gentlemen and ladies against the unfounded charge of their disturbing the public pace is that the charge is unthrue in point of fact. Sir, what are the facts? A man dies, and his friends congregate about the corpse to perform their last friendly offices to his remains, in accordance with a custom justified by tradition, ratified by usage, sanctified by antiquity, vilified by these officers of the law when they call it a disturbance of the public quiet, crucified when they burst in the house of mournin' and interfered wid it in the name of the law. And, sir, I shall now proceed to establish a defence, bona fide, with the soundness of which I believe your honour will be satisfied. Sir, the Constitution guarantees to my clients freedom of conscience. The stars and stripes wave proudly over a land in which religious despotism never dare show its repulsive form, and yet these officers dare say that a custom, which is almost a part of the religion of these my clients, is a disturbance of the public pace. Sir, the institutions of our country are endangered by such proceedings, and who was they disturbin'? Wasn't every man and woman and child in Pacific Place of the same nationality of these my clients? Are not their ethnological instincts runnin' in the same channels? Was they disturbed? No! Every man and woman and child there would have admired the devotion of these my clients to their ancient national traditions and customs. There they was, one wid another, doin' their last friendly offices to their deceased friend in a fraternal fight over his corpse. Sir, what a sublime spectacle for the human mind to contemplate! I wondher that the officers were not transfixed by the solemnity and moral grandeur of the scene. Judge: Mr. O'Grady, I think that the fact of the dead having come to life, and having been put to bed dead drunk, proves disastrous for your argument, even admitting its soundness. Mr. O'Grady:
True it is, your honour, that the wake was proceedin' without the corpse, as tradition has it, that onct upon a time Hamlet was played without the Prince of Denmark. But, your honour, it was the fault of the corpse, and not of that assembly of mourners. If Timothy Garrity had chosen to have remained a dacently behaved corpse, then the objection which your honour has raised could not have weighed against me clients here, and I press it now upon your honour, should my clients here be held accountable for the shortcomings of the corpse? I think not, sir. Judge. I think, Mr. O'Grady, you may dispense with further argument, as it would be superfluous. Mrs. Hennessy's house and its inmates have never been complained of before that I am aware of, and in consideration of this fact I'll discharge the prisoners, giving them warning, however, that in the future, if they are any of them brought before me again, I shall not deal with them so leniently. You may go." The interesting party left the court. The business of the court having been quite extended, the judge cast eyes upon the clock, observing that the hour was already advanced; but as he looked at the list of cases before him, he observed with a seeming satisfaction that he had now reached the last. He felicitated himself with the idea that in a few moments he would be at liberty to leave the premises, and after finding his way to some neighbouring restaurant, partake of his judicial sirloin steak and coffee. He was evidently fatigued, but he put on a good humoured face as he called out, "Timothy Mulrooney." "Here, sir," said a young Milesian, remarkable for nothing in particular. "Here I am, sir," and Timothy Mulrooney stepped forward to the bar. The judge addressed the prisoner. "Timothy," said he, "you are charged with disorderly conduct." "Yes, sir, he is, and it's me that charges him with that same," spoke up an old woman, dressed in a heavy blue cloth coat and an antiquated cap and bonnet. Judge. "Are you the witness?" Woman. "Of course I am, your honour, and it's me pride that I can spake against Tim Mulrooney, the dirty thief of the world that he is," to the prisoner, "and I wonder, Tim, that you're not ashamed to hold up your head before his honour." Judge. "Madam, state the facts as they occurred." Witness. "Well, place your honour, it was on Friday mornin' or Saturday mornin', I don't know which, but be that as it may, it doesn't make any difference, because it's about what followed that your honour wants for to know. When I heard the horn of a fish cart in front of my door, says I to myself, now Michael has come with the porgies, and—" Judge. "Who is Michael?" Witness. "And don't you know Michael, sure? He is my own child, and a better behaved and more dacent boy nor him never sang at a wake, and he can rade and write, your honour, as well as anybody, barrin' that when he comes to the big words he has to skip them, and guess at what they mean. But that is not his fault, your honour, for Michael never had any time to go to school. Still—" Judge. "Madam, you shouldn't let your tongue fly off in a tangent in this way. What we desire to know is relative to the charge preferred by you against Timothy Mulrooney here." Witness. "Yes, your worship, I was just comin' to it when ye interrupted me." To the prisoner. "Oh, you murderin' thief, it's on Blackwell's Island that you ought to be, instead of bein' here to face his honour in the indacent way that you're doin' now." To the judge. "Well, your honour, it was on Friday mornin' or Saturday mornin', I can't tell which, be that as it may, it does not make any difference, because it's about what followed that your honour wants for to know, when I heard the horn of a fish cart in front of me door. Says I to myself, Michael has come with the porgies. You see, your honour, Michael owns a fish cart, and he sells fish, and what he doesn't sell he brings home for us to ate. He told me in the morning that he would try for to save some of the porgies for dinner. Then I went out of the door, and sure enough it was Michael. 'Michael,' says I. 'What?' says he. 'Is it here yez are?' says I. 'Sure it is,' says he. 'Did you save the porgies?' says I. 'Of course I did,' says he, and wid that he commenced taking out the fish from the cart." Judge. "What has all this to do with Timothy Mulrooney's offensive conduct? You have not shown as yet that he has done anything wrong." Witness. "Your honour need have no fears, but I'll convince yez that a dirtier spalpeen nor him niver was allowed to go unhung among a dacent people." To the prisoner.
Ah, Tim, ye villain, I wonder that the ship didn't sink wid ye on board when ye left the old country. I'd like to see ye show a receipt wid your passage money paid, ye.
Judge. Madam, I must insist upon your addressing yourself to the court. You have no business to speak to the prisoner at all. Although he may have done wrong, yet so long as he is in my presence he shall be protected from the assaults of your tongue. Witness (excited). The assaults of me tongue! Howly St. Patrick, do ye hear that? Your Honour, I'm a dacent woman wid a family of childer, and divil a word has ever spoke against me character before. Judge. I said nothing against your character. I want you to confine yourself to what Timothy Mulrooney did to disturb the peace and quiet of your domicile. Witness.
I will, your Honour. It was on Friday morning, or Saturday morning, I don't know which, but be that as it may, it don't make any difference, because it's about what followed that your Honour wants for to know. Ah, your Honour, I have it now. It was Friday morning. We was to have porgies for dinner, and not mate, because it was Friday.
Judge. All this is worse than nothing. You are taking up the time of the court by your tedious talk, which, so far as I can see, has no bearing whatever on the charge you have seen fit to make against this man Timothy. Witness.
Haven't I been trying for the last 10 minutes to tell ye, and ye'll not let me? It's wid a bad grace that your Honour reproves me for not telling ye what I know, when it's yourself that is interrupting me. Well, your Honour, it was on Friday morning when I heard the horn of a fish cart in front of my door. Says I to myself, now, Michael.
Judge. I don't want to hear that story any more. You have told that several times already. State the facts about Timothy. Come down to the time when he commences to figure. Witness.
Ah, bad luck to the thratement I get here. Has any of my illustrious family, the O'Briens, ever done anything against your Honour that yez would ill thrate me in this way?
Judge. Not that I'm aware of. Now go on with your evidence. Witness.
Well, your Honour, as I was about to tell ye, it was on Friday morning when I heard the horn of a fish cart in front of my door. Says I to myself, now Michael has come wid the porgies.
Judge (impatiently). Mrs. O'Brien, I Witness.
Me name's not O'Brien. I'm a married woman, and me name is Flaherty. Me name was O'Brien when I was a girl.
Judge. Well then, Mrs. Flaherty, O'Brien, or whatever your name is, I have heard of these porgies and that fish cart so often that they have grown stale. Now tell me what occurred between you and Timothy Mulrooney.
Witness. How do I know but you'll interrupt me again before I have said 5 words?
Judge. You may rest assured that I will not if you will tell what Tim Mulrooney has done that is contrary to the law.
Witness. I could tell ye enough to hang him half a dozen times if he had as many necks as that. To the prisoner. You know I could, Tim, ye.
Judge (perspiringly). Mrs. O'Flaherty.
Witness. Flaherty, without the O, your Honour.
Judge. Well, whatever your name is, you must not say anything to the prisoner in this court. Go on now, and if you will tell what he has done, I'll not interrupt you.
Witness. Now remember your promise, your Honour. It was on Friday morning.
Judge (despairingly). You're at it again. Witness.
Howly Mother of Moses, I told your Honour how it would be wid ye. Here I haven't said more nor 5 words before you're at your old thricks again.
Judge (much vexed).
What did Timothy do with your fish?
Witness.
He didn't do anything wid 'em that time, barrin' that he saw Michael bring 'em to the house, and I heard him tell Biddy Mulrooney, his mother, who lives in the next room to me, that he would rather live on praties and bread, as they was a doin', than to ate stinkin' porgies that nobody else would buy. I know the Mulrooneys was jealous.
Judge. Did Timothy create any disturbance then? Witness. No, your Honour, he didn't. Judge. Then why did you have him arrested? Witness.
It was after then that the spalpeen made the disturbance.
Judge. When was that? Witness.
It was yesterday morning.
Judge. What did Timothy do? Witness.
It wasn't Tim, but his cat.
Judge.
Then it seems you have entered a charge against Timothy Mulrooney of disorderly conduct, which by right you should have made against Timothy Mulrooney's cat, always provided that cats are amenable to municipal law. Witness. By my soul, your honour, you've got it mixed up again. Now why didn't ye wait until I could tell ye? Judge. Go on. I am reconciled to my fate. As a particular favour, I should like to have you finish within a half hour. Witness. Well, your honour, as I was telling ye, the Mulrooneys was jealous of us because we had fish and they didn't. Yesterday morning Michael brought home more porgies. The judge here heaved a deep sigh. And I laid them on top of a barrel in the passage to wait till I could dress them. What next, your honour, did I see but Tim Mulrooney's big tomcat on the barrel atin' the fish. I heaved a pratie at the cat, and it ran off wid the porgies. Just then I saw Tim Mulrooney laughin' at what the cat was doin'. I knew the blackguard had told the cat to ate the porgies. I called to Michael and I run toward Tim to bait the thief as he deserved, when my foot slipped and I furled over on the broad of my back. Wid that Tim laughed the more, and Michael run to him and was about to give him a tap on the sconce, when Tim struck Michael a blow in his bowels, which quite prostrated him on the floor. With that I ran and got the MP, who brought the murderin' thief to the station house. Judge. Well, Mrs. Flaherty, I think, according to your own story, the prisoner acted more in his own defence than any other. Witness. In his own defence? Bad luck to the tongue that says so. Is Judge (to prisoner). Timothy Mulrooney, I am by no means sure that your cat did not eat the Flaherty's fish with your connivance. If the cat did so, you did wrong, but for that you are sufficiently punished by your imprisonment last night. I think you might have been less hasty in striking Michael. Is Michael in court? Mrs. Flaherty. He is. Stand up, Michael, before his honour. Mrs. Flaherty, Michael and Timothy are standing together in a row. Judge. Now I am going to ensure perfect harmony in your house for 6 months to come. I shall bind each of you over in the sum of $200 to keep the peace. This was almost too great a humiliation for the blood of the O'Briens to bear, but there was no alternative. Mrs. O'Brien Flaherty satisfied herself as well as she could by looking screwdrivers at the judge. Michael appeared demure, and Timothy appeared jolly. The bonds were given, and the interesting trio left the court. The judge rose from his chair and made a bee line for breakfast. During the various narrations which were given during the evening, Mr. Quackenbush remained seated in the corner, saying nothing and doing as much. His eyes were partially closed, and an occasional sigh was all that escaped him. When Mr. Dropper concluded the reading of his contributions, it was moved that Mr. Quackenbush open his mouth and say something, under the penalty of having it pried open with the poker. This caused Mr. Quackenbush to open his eyes, and after various preliminary hems and coughs, he announced that there was a certain rule of evidence which gave a witness the right to refuse to say anything tending to criminate himself. He should avail himself of that rule. Having said these words, Mr. Quackenbush rolled over on the floor, drew himself into double bow knot, and was soon snoring against noise. In the meantime, Mr. Spout had taken the floor, and stated that he had on one occasion been over at the Essex Market Police Court. He was there the involuntary witness of the trial of a case, which might account for the non-communicative disposition manifested on the present occasion by Mr. Quackenbush. During the proceedings, the justice called out the name of R. Percy Delaney Blob, and in response to the call a tall individual arose and came forward. "I thought I recognised in the individual in question," continued Mr. Spout, "a person whom I had seen before, and was not mistaken. He was wild, and disposed to regale the assembled company with a numerous collection of songs which he had at his tongue's end. His dress was much disarranged. The evidence of the officer who arrested the tall gentleman went to show that he had offended against the laws by disturbing the rest and quiet of an unappreciative neighbourhood by bawling forth at midnight most unmelodious yells, which, when he was apprehended, he assured the officer were capital imitations of Sontag, Greasy, and Greasy's new baby. When arrested, the individual was in a plebeian state of drunkenness, not so much so but that he could sing, as he called it, and could talk after an original fashion of his own. His ideas were slightly confused.
He informed the officer that he had been to hear Louisa Crown sing the Pine Diamonds, and that he met a friend who took him to a billiard shop to see a clam race, that he and his friend bet the whiskey on the result, that he drunk for both, and that they had passed the remainder of the evening in a magnorious manner, singing Storm Columbus, Yankee Boodles, and Scar Strangled Bladder. The officer had taken him to the lockup, where he had finished the night singing "Good Old Daniel," whistling the Prima Donna Waltz, and playing an imaginary piano solo on the floor, in which attempt he had worn off some of his finger nails. When he was before the court he had not yet recovered his normal condition. He was still musically obstinate, and refused to answer any questions of the judge, or make any remarks, except in scraps of song, which he sang in a low voice, mixing up the tunes in a most perplexing manner. Being possessed of an excellent memory, and having a large assortment of melodies at his command, his answers were sometimes more amusing than relevant. The judge proceeded to interrogate him somewhat as follows: Judge: What is your name, sir? Prisoner: My name is Robert Kidd. As I sailed. Indignant Officer: He lies, your honor. Last night he said his name was Blob. Judge: Where do you live? Prisoner: Erin. Erin is my home. Knowing Officer: He isn't an Irishman, Judge. He's a Connecticut Yankee, and lives in East Broadway. Prisoner: That's 8 times today you have kissed me before. Officer: Please, your honor, he's an octagonal liar. I didn't. Judge: Where did you get your liquor? Prisoner: Way down south in Cedar Street, Ringtum. Judge (to Officer): What's that he says? Attentive Officer: At Ringtown's in Cedar Street. Judge: What number in Cedar Street? Prisoner: 40 horses in the stable. Officious Officer: Ringtown's number 40 Cedar Street, your honor. Prisoner (voluntary remark, sotto voce): A jaybird sat on a hickory limb. He winked at me, and I winked at him. Indignant Officer: Who are you winking at? Prisoner: Nellie Bly shuts her eye. Officer: You'd better shut your mouth. Judge: What have you got to say, prisoner? Prisoner: Hear me, Norma. Officer: Well, go on, go on. Prisoner: Oh, blame not the bard. Judge: Nobody to blame but yourself. Prisoner: Did you ever hear tell of Kate Kearney? Knowing Officer: Keeps a place in Mott Street, your honor. Prisoner: Oh, Sally is the gal for me. Judge (to Officer): Who is Sally? Some disreputable female, I suppose? Officer: She went up to the island to day, sir. Prisoner: Oh, tell me, where is Fancy Bread? Judge: I don't know anything about your Fancy Bread. If you have anything to say, go on. Prisoner: We'll all go bobbing around. The judge here became indignant, and demanded if he had a friend to become bail for him, to which query the prisoner hiccuped out: I'll never find a better friend than old Dog Tray. Judge: Can't take him. He is not responsible. Prisoner: I give thee all. I can no more. Judge: It won't do, sir. I shall fine you $10. Prisoner: That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Indignant Officer: I'll pop you over the head presently. Prisoner: There's whiskey in the jug. Officer: You'll be there too, shortly. Judge: If you can't pay, you must go to jail. Prisoner: Give me a cot in the valley I love. Judge: Very well, sir, I'll do it. Tombs, 10 days. Prisoner: I dreamt that I dwelt in marble halls. The officer was about removing the individual below, when I came to the rescue, and informed the judge that the prisoner was a friend of mine, that this was the first occasion in which he had ever manifested such eccentricities, and if he'd let him off from the punishment this time, I would take him to his home and see that he never disturbed the city by his yells in the future. The prisoner turned his eyes upon me, and again broke out: Good news from home, good news for me. Mr. Blob, said the judge, if I let you off this time, will you cease going on these drunken sprees? Prisoner: I'll touch not, taste not, handle not whate'er intoxicates. Judge: I hope that when we meet again it will be under more favourable auspices to yourself. Prisoner (interrupting): Meet me by moonlight alone, and I will tell thee. Judge (resuming): For you're in a bad way now to appear among the ladies. Prisoner: Oh, I'm the boy for bewitching them. Judge. Not when you're drunk, I imagine. Prisoner. A man's a man for a' that. Judge. You may go, sir. Good day. Oh, give to me that better word that comes from the heart. Good bye. I managed to get my friend, Mr. Blob, out of the court room, and subsequently, with some difficulty, I succeeded in putting him to bed in my apartment, where I kept him for 24 hours, until he had recovered from his temporary aberration. He has since that time been in a normal state, except that he appears melancholy at times. He is well enough, however,
to be here this evening, said Quackenbush, interrupting. For know ye that Mr. R. Percy Delancey Blob is now before you in the person of myself, and I am here to night to ask forgiveness, which if you don't give to me, I shall take immediate measures to expel you all from the club. It was immediately voted that Mr. Quackenbush be forgiven, on condition that he would disclose the facts which led to his being found a prisoner in the Essex Market Police Court. This Mr. Quackenbush said he would do, and do it now, and after finding room for a glass of ginger wine, proceeded to narrate his experience. He stated, substantially, that the whole difficulty grew out of a love affair. He had become deeply infatuated with an unknown and beautiful blonde. He had often met her in the street, in theatres, and concert rooms, and his intense admiration ripened into a deep love. He was unable to learn who she was until a fortnight previously, when he found a friend who was well acquainted with her, and who undertook to bring about an introduction. Things wore a brighter aspect then. The sun was more brilliant, the moon shed a less melancholy light, lager beer tasted better, oysters appeared fatter, peanuts seemed always roasted just enough, and, in fact, he felt quite satisfied with life, and the world generally, and resolved to postpone indefinitely a purpose he had entertained of buying 3 cents worth of arsenic. But a day or two before the scene in the police court in which he figured, he found himself in a stage, and directly opposite was the identical object of his admiration and affection. He hitched from one side on his seat to the other, put one leg on the other, and then reversed them, looked out of the window, and then at her, scratched his ears, pulled up his collar, brushed the dust from his pantaloons, put his hands in his pockets, pulled them out, and did many ridiculous things which he would not have done had she not been present. She stopped the stage on one of the avenues, and handed him a 5-franc piece to pay the driver. The driver, as usual, gave change in small pieces. He counted it to see that it was all right, found it to be so, and informed her of the fact. The streets being very muddy, he resolved to do the genteel in the way of assisting her out of the vehicle. Made his exit, put one foot 6 inches into a mud hole, and the other on the edge of the curbstone, lifted the lady to the sidewalk in safety, at the expense of bursting off 2 suspender buttons and his vest buckle, a slip down causing his nose to fall against the tire, his knees into the mud, his shoulder against the stage steps, and caving in his hat. But all this didn't trouble him in the least, as he expected to be more than remunerated by an approving smile on the part of the lady. He turned his face towards her, and found her engaged in counting the change, which he had pronounced to be all right, as if she suspected that he would be guilty of cheating her out of a stray sixpence, and thus hazard his chances for salvation. The effect of the disappointment on him was frightful. He felt a sickening sensation, stopped at the nearest whisky shop and imbibed, went to another and took a nip, proceeded to a third and smiled, reached a fourth and took a horn, entered a fifth and drank, and so on ad libitum. At last he reached Niblo's, saw a flaming poster announcing that Louisa Pyne was to sing in the Crown Diamonds, bought a ticket, took several drinks and a seat. His ears had become unusually critical. Thought he could beat Harrison singing, and to satisfy himself he rose up and commenced to slaughter a piece which Harrison had just executed. There was an evident want of appreciation of his abilities, for he was hustled out in double quick time. He then went to a bar room and called for something to drink, which deliberate act was the last circumstance he remembered, previous to recognizing Mr. Spout in his room in the afternoon of the following day, when he inquired of that gentleman if he wouldn't be so kind as to prevent the nigger boy from striking him on the head with a poker, as he thought he had done it long enough. A vote of forgiveness to Mr. Quackenbush was carried, after which the entire club went to sleep. End of Chapter 10, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybart.blogspot.com. Chapter 11 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 11. The Hamlet Night. Murder most foul, as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural. A few days after the events recorded in the last chapter, a new trick was invented to obtain, under false pretences, the money of the public. A number of needy and seedy individuals, having been told that in England several of the most distinguished literary men in that country had given a few theatrical exhibitions with great success, conceived the plan of exhibiting, in a similar manner, in the city of New York, a number of authors, artists, and other celebrities, admitting the public at 25 cents per head. That it might look less like a humbug, and by way of hiding, as far as possible, the swindle which was only too transparent after all, it was announced that the living poets and painters would be shown all alive in secure cages, undergoing a periodical stirring up by the keeper, and being benevolently fed in the presence of the spectators afterward. Preparations had been made to secure the services of the biggest authors, the most notorious painters, the largest sized sculptors, the most melodious poets, and the most sanguinary editors the country could produce. The anxious world expected nothing less than to see the author of Thanatopsis appear as Hamlet in black tights and a slouched hat, and he who invented Evangeline and Hiawatha come on as the Ghost with a pasteboard helmet and a horse hair beard. Who should be Laertes but he who sculped the Greek slave? Or what editor could play the king like the democratic conductor of the Tribune, who, in assuming the crown, was to doff the white hat, positively for one night only? The Queen of Denmark would of course be represented by the architect of Uncle Tom's Cabin, whose familiarity with courts and royalty would enable her to invest the character with lifelike interest. The public had made up its mind to be content with no Ophelia except Ruth Hall, for no one else could play the crazy scene so admirably. But alas for the expectations of the misguided public, the illustrious individuals aforesaid would not come, and consequently the public were compelled to witness the consummation of the dreadful tragedy by authors whose works they had never heard of, painters whose productions were unknown to the world, and editors whom a close investigation resolved into obscure scribblers. To this literary exhibition Overdale, Wagstaff, and John Spout resolved to go. Overdale to give the necessary explanations, Wagstaff to make a transcript of his friend's valuable remarks, and John Spout, himself an amateur artist, to see the celebrated men of his own profession, whose contributions to art had been so persistently kept out of sight. The performance was to take place in the Academy of Music, a building designed and completed by a diabolically ingenious architect, who endeavoured to construct a theatre in such a manner that one half the audience could not hear and the other half could not see, and who succeeded to admiration. Our friends obtained seats in that part of the house where they could see, though it was not possible to hear a word. After a great many preliminary flourishes and false starts by the members of the orchestra, they set off as nearly together as they could in obedience to the frantic gestures of the leader, who flourished his fiddle bow with as much energy and vindictiveness as if he had been insanely endeavouring to kill mosquitoes with it, in 40 different directions at once. Finally the curtain went up amid the uproarious applause of the assembled multitude, interrupted only by a small boy in the gallery, who hissed like a whole flock of enraged wild geese, having been stationed there especially for the performance of this sibilant duty by an avenging washerwoman, to whom one of the amateurs owed 4 and 6d. His dissenting voice was, however, soon hushed by the police, who put him out, and didn't give him his money back, after which the exhibition proceeded. To give a full description of one half of the ridiculous performances indulged in by these deluded persons, to tell of the new readings which they gave, and the old readings which they didn't give, to relate how carefully they avoided the traps, and with what commendable caution they kept away from the footlights,
To give an idea of the bedlamitish ingenuity they had displayed in the selection of wardrobe, how each one had put on the most inappropriate articles imaginable, and how they could not have been more incongruously attired if they had been all dressed in sheep's grey breeches and straw hats. To dilate upon the disasters which befell the said wardrobe, how the tunics caught in wings, and the shoulder cloaks got singed by sidelights, how the ladies' trains were in everybody's way, and their feathers in everybody's eyes, how in their confusion, when they painted their faces, they put the wrong colours in the wrong places, and some of them went on with white cheeks, chalked lips, and eyebrows coloured a bright vermilion, how the gilt crowns got bent and battered until they looked like ancient milk pans with the bottoms melted out, how the flannel ermine on the regal calico robes got greasy and looked like tripe, how the wax pearls melted and the glass ones broke, how the supes painted their whiskers uneven, and got their wigs on wrong side before, how some of them couldn't get the armour on at all, but how one enterprising individual, having succeeded to his satisfaction, came on to deliver a message, with his sandals in his hand, his helmet on one foot, his breastplate on the other, and his leg pieces strapped on his shoulders, to tell how the Ghost got chilly, and played the last scene in an overcoat, and proved that he was a substantial native American ghost, by making 2 extemporaneous speeches, in excellent English, to the audience, to do full justice to the miscellaneous assortment of legs then and there congregated, and relate how some were bow legs, and some were shingle legs, and some were broomstick legs, some were wiry legs, and some were shoulder of mutton legs, to give an accurate relation of the various expedients resorted to remedy the most noticeable defects in these legs, and state that some were padded on the sides, and some at the ankles, and how, in not a few instances, the padding slipped away from its original position, thereby putting the calves on the shins, and causing the knees to resemble deformed india rubber footballs, and to give a reliable history of the unheard of antics indulged in by the said fantastic legs, after their symmetry had been perfected by the means just written. How some went crooked, some sideways, and some wouldn't go at all. How some minced with short steps, like a racking pony, and others stepping along as if they had 7-league boots on. How some moved with convulsive hitches, as if they were clockwork legs, and the springs were out of order. How some worked spasmodically up and down in the same place, and didn't get along at all, as if they were legs which had struck for higher wages. And how others dashed ahead, as if they did not intend to stop until they had transported their bewildered proprietors out of sight of the audience, as if they were machine legs with the steam turned on, and weights on the safety valve. How some went on the stage and wouldn't go off, and how others went off and wouldn't go on, until they were coaxed on by their agonized owners, a long time after the cue came, to tell how the red fire burned green, and the blue fire would not burn at all, how the call boy got tipsy and was not forthcoming, how the property man fell over the sheet iron thunder and stuck his head into a pot of red paint, which made him look like a modern edition of Charles I with his head cut off, how the grave diggers got into the grave and couldn't get out, how Hamlet and Laertes could hardly get in at all, and how, when they did get in, they made the gravel fly, how the wrong men came on at the wrong time, and how, as a general thing, the right men didn't ever come on. How Guildenstern spoke Ophelia's lines, how Horatio tried to speak one of Hamlet's speeches and danced a frantic hornpipe with rage because he couldn't think how it began, and how Polonius couldn't speak at all, and so went home. How nobody could remember what Shakespeare said, and so everybody said what Shakespeare didn't say, and hadn't said, and wouldn't have said under any circumstances. How some of the men swore, and some of the women wanted to, but postponed it. And how the butchery proceeded, with many mishaps and multitudinous mistakes, and how the audience applauded and cheered and laughed at the dismal tragedy, evidently considering it the liveliest farce of the season, are facts, falsehoods, and circumstances, both real and supposititious, which could not be compressed within the limits of a single volume. Hamlet was personated by an aspiring youth, whose physical dimensions were not up to the army standard, and who couldn't have gathered fruit from a currant bush without high-heeled boots on, while the lady who represented his mother would have been compelled to stoop in order to pick pippins from the tallest apple tree that ever grew. By the side of her illustrious son she looked perfectly capable of taking him up in her arms, giving him his dinner after the usual maternal fashion, and afterwards disposing of him in the trundle bed, to complete his infant slumbers. Overdale explained that they had tried to get a bigger Hamlet, but that, upon the whole, he thought the little fellow would speak his piece pretty well, taking into consideration the fact that in the dying groans he was supposed to have no superior. Wagstaff was totally ignorant of the plot, and as from the obfuscation of the performers no one could have formed the slightest idea of what they were all talking about, he seemed in no very fair way to find out anything about it. The peculiar rendition of the story of the King of Denmark was so uncertain, that even John Spout found it exceedingly difficult to tell where they were or how they would come out, or what they intended to do next. He was a little uncertain whether the Queen would finally subdue Hamlet, or Hamlet succeed in thrashing the Queen. In the closet scene especially, the battle was conducted with such varying success that it was impossible to bet with any kind of certainty on the result, or to prognosticate with reliability whether Hamlet would knock his mother down with a chair and damage her maternal countenance with the heels of his boots, or whether the old lady would succeed in her design, which was evidently to conquer her rebellious offspring and give him a good spanking. Neither could tell whether Laertes would kill Horatio, Hamlet, or the second grave digger, who stood behind the wing, with his hands in his pockets and his breeches in his boots. He was also a little undecided as to which was Polonius and which was the king, and when the player queen came in, he thought it was only Ophelia, with a different coloured petticoat on. John swore the ghost looked as if he hadn't had any dinner, and said he was perfectly certain his ghostship had been refreshing his invisible bowels with a mug of ale, behind the scenes, because when he came on the last time with the broomstick in his hand, he could see the foam on his whiskers. One of the richest and most incomprehensible scenes ever witnessed on the modern stage was the final one between Hamlet and the Ghost, who, finding the weather chilly, had done his best to mitigate his sufferings by putting on an overcoat. Hamlet, trying to look fierce, holding his sword at arm's length, performing a kind of original fairy dance as he followed the spiritual remains of his ghostly father across the stage, Hamlet, the mortal, being about the size of a mutton ham, while his father, the immortal, supposed to be exceedingly ethereal, was tall enough and stout enough for a professional coal heaver, instead of an amateur ghost; the intangible spirit, moreover, having one hand in his overcoat pocket, to keep his fingers warm, while in the other he flourished a short broomstick, as if to keep his degenerate scion at a respectful distance, were so ludicrous that John Spout seized Wagstaff's book and produced the sketch to be found at the beginning of this chapter. And in the last death scene, Hamlet really won such honours as were never before accorded to mortal tragedian. Being by this time a little doubtful whom to kill, he made an end of the entire company in rotation. First he stabbed the king, who rolled over once or twice, and died with his legs so tangled up in the queen's train that she had to expire in a hard knot. Then he stabbed Laertes, who died cross-legged. Then he stabbed Osric, and not content with this, he tripped up his heels and stood on his stomach till he died in such agony of indigestion. Then he tried to stick Horatio, but only succeeded in knocking his wig off, and then, turning up stage, made extensive preparations for terminating his own existence. First, as everybody was dead and everybody's legs were lying around loose, he had to lay them out of the way carefully, so as not to interfere with the comfort of the corpses. Then he picked up all the swords and laid them cautiously in a corner, so that the points shouldn't stick in him when he fell. Then he looked up at the curtain to see that he was clear of that. Then he looked down at the traps to see that he was clear of them, and having at last arranged everything to his satisfaction, he proceeded to go systematically through his dying agonies, to the great satisfaction of the audience. Suffice it to say that when the spasms were ended, and he had finally become a cold corpus, his black tights were very dirty and had holes in the knees. When the curtain went down, Hamlet was too exhausted to get up, and instantly everybody rushed to the rescue. Those he had slaughtered but a few minutes before forgot their mortal wounds and hastened to the murderer with something to drink. The king rushed up with a pewter mug of beer. Horatio presented the brandy bottle. The ghost handed him a glass of gin and sugar. The queen gave him the little end of a bologna sandwich and a piece of cheese. The stage carpenter, in his bewilderment, could think of nothing but the glue pot. The property man hastened to his aid with a tin cup full of rose pink, and a plate full of property apple dumplings, ingeniously but deceptively constructed out of canvas and bran, while an insane scene shifter first deluged him with water and then offered him the bucket to dry himself with. John Spout, who had been behind the curtain and witnessed this last performance, immediately came out, borrowed Wagstaff's notebook, and left therein his pictorial reminiscence of this scene as follows. Overdale had been profuse in his explanations of the many curious scenes, and Wagstaff had noted down his words carefully in his memorandum book. Once, when the ghost tripped and fell through the scenery, caving in the side of a brick house, and kicking his spiritual heels through the belfry of a church in the background, Overdale said that this was Ophelia, who had been taken suddenly crazy, and in her frenzy had imagined it necessary to hasten to the nearest grocery for a bar of soap to saw her leg off with. Polonius, he explained, was Horatio, and Hamlet was a little boy who run on errands for the cook of the palace, by which culinary appellation he designated the Queen of Denmark. He said the plot of the piece was, that the king wanted to marry the cook, but her relatives objected to the alliance because his majesty hadn't got shirts enough for a change. All of which was carefully written down by Wagstaff, with divers alterations, emendations, additions, and extemporaneous illustrations by John Spout. This last named individual asserts to the present time that he cannot tell who were the most humbugged, the people who paid their money and laughed at the play under the impression that it was a farce, or the unfortunates who performed the play, labouring under the hallucination that they were acting tragedy. All were, however, satisfied that it was a kink of the elephant's tail, which he has not yet uncurled in any city of America save Gotham. End of chapter 11. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 12 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 12. Mrs. Throughby Daylight's Fancy Dress Jam. Black spirits and white, red spirits and grey, mingle, mingle. Mr. Remington Dropper had a respect for Upper Tendom, was almost inclined to admit without question its claims to the worship of the vulgar masses, and confessed that when he saw one whom he took to be a leader of fashion coming, he felt an involuntary movement of his right hand towards his hat. He admitted that he had, by this manner of doing indiscriminate homage to well-dressed people, on several occasions taken off his hat to notorious horse jockeys, faro dealers, and gamblers. "However," said John Spout, "if you want to go to a grand fancy dress ball where you will meet all the world, as these try-to-be fashionable people call those who have scraped together dollars enough to entitle them to their royal notice, I can very easily get you an invitation. Mrs. Throughby Daylight, whose husband made a fortune by selling patent medicine, and thereby purged himself of poverty and plebeianism altogether, gives, in a short time, a grand fantasquerade, which is intended to be the most consolidated fancy dress jam of the season. Do you want to go?" "Go!" replied Dropper. "How can I go? I don't know Mrs. Throughby Daylight, or Mr. Throughby Daylight, or any of the Daylights, so that daylight is all moonshine." "Dropper," was the response, "you're young, I excuse that, for you can't help it, but you're also green, which I cannot forgive. Your verdancy is particularly noticeable when you revive the absolute absurdity of supposing that it is necessary to be acquainted with a lady before you are invited to attend her parties. That antiquated idea has been long since exploded. Why, my dear sir, it is no more necessary that you should have ever previously heard of a woman whose jam you receive an invitation to attend, than it is probable she knows who you are, or where the devil you came from." Dropper was bewildered. "It is a positive fact," continued Spout. "Why, bless your innocent eyes, a woman of fashion no more knows the names of the individuals who attend her grand party than she knows who took tea last night with the man in the moon. She merely orders music and provisions, makes out a list of a few persons she must have, has her rooms actually measured, allows 8 inches square to a guest. Thus, having estimated the number that can crowd into her house, she multiplies it by 2, which gives the amount of invitations to be issued,
after which she leaves the rest to Brown. Brown takes the list. Brown finds the required number of guests. Brown invites whom he pleases. Brown fills the house with people, and Brown, and only Brown, knows who they are, where they came from, or how the deuce they got their invitations. Dropper, still more bewildered, inquired who Brown was. Brown, explained John Spout, is the Magnus Apollo of fashionable society. He is the sexton of Graceless Chapel, and no one can be decently married or fashionably buried without his assistance. He has a wedding face and a funeral face, but never forgets himself and cries over the bride or laughs at the mourners. He is great as a sexton, but it is only in his character of master of ceremonies at a party that he rises into positive sublimity. He is the consoler of aspiring unfashionables, who have got plenty of money and want to cut a swell, but don't know how to begin. He is the furnisher of raw material on short notice, for fashionable parties of all dimensions. His genius is equal to any emergency, though, as the latest fashion is to invite 3 times as many people as can get into the house at any one time, Brown is often put to his trumps. Mrs. Codfish last week wanted to give a party, and of course called on Brown. Brown measured the parlors. They would only hold 1,728, even by putting the chairs down cellar, and turning the piano up endways. Mrs. Codfish was in despair. Mrs. P. Nutt had received 1,800 at her party the night before, and if she couldn't have 2,000 she would be ruined. Brown's genius saved her. Mrs. F., said he, though we must invite 2,000 people, and though we must have 2,000 people in the house, they need not all be there at one time, and they need not all stay. Certainly not, said Mrs. Fish. I'll manage it, said the indefatigable Brown, and Brown did manage it. He got 272 retail dry goods clerks, whom there didn't anybody know, dressed them in white gloves and the required fixin's, so they looked almost as well as men. Well, sir, if you'll believe it, Brown had his 272 clerks arrive at the door, 11 at a time, in hired hackney coaches, announced them by high flown names to the hostess, had them march in single file through the parlors to the back door, where he had a man waiting to conduct them over the garden fence by a step ladder, and so get them out of the way to make room for more. Mrs. Lacey's Candy had but 1,439 names on her list. She wanted 1,800. Brown was summoned. Brown heard the trouble. Brown produced from his pocket a list of names 21 yards in length. For a moderate compensation, he furnished Mrs. Candy with 1.5 yards of literary celebrities, 3 yards of Shanghais, 5 yards and a quarter of polka dancers, and about 14 feet of foreigners, with beards and moustaches for show pieces, and to give the thing a recherché look. But not to be too tiresome, Dropper, I am on Brown's list of eligibles, and can get your name added also. Remington eagerly accepted the offer, and 3 days after they found on their table 2 huge envelopes, addressed respectively to Mr. John Spout and Mr. Remington Dropper. Remington, trembling with haste, broke open his at once, and discovered a card about the size of a washboard, on which was a communication to the effect that Mrs. Throughby Daylight requested the pleasure of the company of Mr. Remington Dropper, and that it was to be a fancy dress party, and he was requested to appear in costume, all of which he only discovered by calling John Spout to his assistance, who condescendingly explained everything. Remington was overjoyed, but in answer to all his anxious inquiries concerning the manner of procuring the invitation, he only elicited from John Spout the mysterious monosyllable "Brown." "What does it mean by coming in costume? How am I to dress? What shall I put on? And where shall I get it?" inquired he. John explained. "It means that you are to disguise yourself in an unchristian attire of some description, making yourself look as unlike a human gentleman as possible. Call yourself a gondolier, a brigand, a minstrel boy, or some other sentimental or romantic name, and cut as big a splurge in your borrowed clothes as possible. If you know anybody who belongs to the theatre, you can easily borrow a rig. If not, you'll have to hire it of a Jew, and give security that you'll bring it back." For 4 days Mr. Dropper was in a state of feverish undecision respecting the choice of a character. At the end of that time he was still wavering between a Turk, a monk, and Jack Sheppard. By John Spout's suggestion, he resolved to decide the matter by a throw of the dice, which method made a Turk of him for the eventful evening, the monk getting deuce, ace, and a 5, Jack Sheppard scoring but 11, while his Oriental Highness came off victorious by means of 2 4s and a 6. John Spout was going as a Choctaw Indian, so that he could smoke all the time and no one would find fault and say that he was vulgar. The wished for evening arrived, and Remington began to dress at 4 in the afternoon, so as to be in time. By the assistance of 2 Irishmen and a black boy, he got his dress on at 6:30, and 6:45 he sunk exhausted into an armchair and went to sleep. John's own toilette was quickly made. He had borrowed his dress from a friend, who attended in person and put it on for him. When they were ready, the black boy was dispatched for a hack, into which they both got, after experiencing some difficulty from Spout's war club, which got tangled in Remington's trousers, and being a good deal exasperated by Dropper's scimitar, which would get between John Spout's legs, and interfere with his breech cloth. At last they approximated the house, and their carriage took its place in the rear of a long line which had formed in front of Mrs. Throughby Daylight's mansion, and anxiously waited for those in front to move out of the way and give them a chance to get out. They could hear in the distance the shrill whistle and the voice of the indefatigable Brown shouting, "Room for Mrs. Rosewood's carriage! Clear the way for Mrs. Fitzgiggle's vehicle! Let Mrs. Funk's establishment come up!" And then Brown would disappear into the house, and a faint echo of Brown would be heard from the inside announcing these visitors as Mrs. Noseblood, Mrs. Buzzfiggle, and Mrs. Junk. It being a peculiarity of Brown that although he might get the names of the guests right the first time, he never announced them at the door without some ludicrous perversion. Our friends at length attained the entrance, and having been interrogated by Brown as to who they were, and having told him a Turk and a Choctaw, they were instantly ushered by that individual into the presence of the versicolored crowd, and announced in a voice of thunder as Mr. Squirt and Mr. Bucksaw. As they had come in a carriage and were prepared for immediate conquest, they had no overcoats or hats to dispose of, and were consequently ushered directly into the first of the 3 parlours. They held a consultation as to which was the hostess, and what the least perilous manner of getting at her, concluding that it was not necessary for a Turk or a heathen to be so particular about the rules of Christian society, and so they dispensed with the usual entering salute. Remington Dropper soon found that he was not the only Oriental in the room. There were 4 other Turks, and a great many Moguls, so that he only made up the half dozen, but he consoled himself with the reflection that his turban was the biggest, and that the toes of his slippers turned up higher than any of the rest. But beside the malignant and turbaned Turks, there was a great variety of other unexpected characters on exhibition in Mrs. Daylight's apartments. Kings, queens, gipsies and highwaymen, milkmaids who not only couldn't milk, but probably couldn't tell a cow from a codfish, peasant girls with jewellery enough on for princesses, and princesses with red faces and feet big enough for peasants, tambourine girls begging for pennies which they couldn't get, and bouquet girls trying to sell flowers from a large assortment consisting of 2 geranium leaves and a rosebud. French grisettes who couldn't speak French, and Spanish noblemen who talked most unmistakable down east Yankee, Highlanders with pasteboard shields and bare knees, army officers who didn't know how to shoulder arms, sailors who couldn't tell the keel from the jib boom, or swear positively that the tiller wasn't the long boat, the Queen of Sheba in gold spectacles, robbers, brigands, freebooters, corsairs, bandits, pirates, buccaneers, highwaymen, filibusters, and smugglers in such quantities, that it might be supposed that our best society is 2/3 made up of these amiable persons. There were 3 Paul Prys, 4 Irishmen, and 13 Yankees, equipped with jackknives and shingles, 7 Hamlets and 14 Ophelias, 1 Lear, 2 Richards, and 5 Shylocks, 8 Macbeths, 3 Fitzjames, and half a dozen Rob Roys, who made a very respectable assortment of Scotchmen. There were also 21 monks, quite a regiment. This was considered strange, but the next day, when most of the silver was missing, it was immediately surmised that these reverend gentlemen were thieves, who had obtained surreptitious admission
and carried off the valuables under their priestly robes. There were also a few ladies, particular friends of the hostess, who appeared, by permission, in no costume more ridiculous than that which they were accustomed to wear daily, but who displayed the usual amount of whalebone developments. After the band arrived and was stationed in the conservatory out of sight, an attempt was made to get up a dance. Spout introduced Dropper to a princess of his acquaintance, and Dropper, as in duty bound, asked her to waltz, and actually proceeded to carry out his intention. As some 60 other couples attempted the same feat at the same time, and as there wasn't room for any one man to dance without stepping on the heels of his neighbour, the scene instantly assumed a peculiar appearance. Dropper first whisked his partner against a flower girl and upset her basket, then against a Paul Pry, and demolished his horn spectacles. Then he tumbled her into the stomach of a Falstaff and rolled him into the window curtains. Then he himself stepped on the favourite corn of a tall Hamlet, and pushed his elbows into a Shylock and broke his false hooked nose, and they both concluded their gyrations by upsetting a couple of brigands, and marching deliberately over the prostrate bodies of Helen Macgregor and a match boy in their progress to a sofa, which they finally reached in an exhausted condition. The lady wanted some water, which Remington started to get, but didn't come back, inasmuch as he hurt his shins by tumbling over a chair and fell to the floor, carrying with him in his descent a fairy in one hand and a Fitz James in the other. The crowd immediately closed around him so that he could not rise, and as he was involuntarily reposing directly upon the hot air register, he was more than half cooked before he got rescued out. The attempt to dance created also no small amount of confusion among the others, about 25 of whom were precipitated into the conservatory and dispersed through the orchestra. King Lear landed with his head in a French horn, and Byron's Corsair was seen to demolish 2 violins with his hands at precisely the same time he kicked both feet through the bass drum. Supper came at last, and the guests were fed in instalments, as many getting near the tables as could crowd into the rooms. Jellies, creams, fruits, and the more substantial articles of the repast were devoured and scattered over the carpets and over the dresses of the assembled multitude in about equal quantities. Champagne corks flew, and all the men of whatever nation, trade, or occupation represented in that incongruous assemblage seemed to understand perfectly well what champagne was. Kings drank with peasants, brigands touched glasses with monks, and Shylock the Jew took a friendly drink with Her Majesty the Queen of Sheba. After supper the smash recommenced, and things grew worse, and the characters, by continued exertion and repeated accidents, became so changed in appearance by the mutilation of their fancy dresses, that at 3 o'clock in the morning no one could have picked out any one of the remaining guests and told whether he was intended for an Italian brigand or an Irish washerwoman. Our friends reached home about daylight, tired, draggled, disgusted, and drunk. Neither of them undressed, but both slept on the floor in the remains of their fancy costume, and in all their paint. They didn't get their faces clean for 10 days, but Remington Dropper had seen the elephant in one of his Fifth Avenue aspects, and was content. End of Chapter 12. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Chapter 13 of The Elephant Club by Doesticks and Oxide. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 13. Conclusion. Exeunt omnes. Shakespeare. A few days after the events recorded in the last chapter, a letter was received at the residence of one of the compilers of these records, Q.K. Philander Doesticks, P.B. The communication was signed by John Spout, and the writer, after apologizing for communicating with a perfect stranger, stated his reasons for so doing. It seems from the communication that Mr. Spout was informed by a friend who was in the confidence of the United States Marshal, that Mr. Spout and others were accustomed to meet in a room on Broadway, and that they were strongly suspected of being engaged in the organization of a filibustering exhibition to Nicaragua, and furthermore,
that it was the intention of the officious officials of the United States Government to make a descent upon the premises and arrest all who were present on the next regular meeting. Mr. Spout had no difficulty in convincing his friend of the entire misapprehension of the officers; but in the fulness of his modesty, the worthy Higholdboy thought that the time was not arrived when it would be prudent to announce to the world the fact of the existence of a scientific association organized for the purpose of studying the elephant. Furthermore, he did not like to be arrested, even though he would be acquitted, fearing that contact with stone walls might aggravate a chronic catarrh with which he was afflicted. Under these circumstances, he called a mass meeting of the members of the club at his private room, where, after a session of 14 minutes, it was unanimously resolved that the Elephant Club cave in for the present, under the pressure of strong necessity; resolved that the landlord of the club room whistle for the arrearage of rent; resolved that Q.K. Philander Doesticks, P.B., we have every reason to believe, will fully appreciate the high character of the objects of the Elephant Club; resolved that he is hereby authorized to go to the Elephant Club room, secure the records and such other property therein contained as he may desire; resolved that the said Q.K. Philander Doesticks, P.B., is further authorized to compile the said records for publication, if he thinks the public can be induced to buy the book when it is published; and he is further authorized to reorganize the club in accordance with the same principles of the old organization, and when the present federal administration goes out of power, the present members will again put on the scientific harness, and gladly cooperate with the club so formed, to secure the ends desired. In accordance with the request contained, Mr. Doesticks did go to the premises designated, where he found said records and a variety of articles of furniture in a state of chronic demolition. The records he carried away, the furniture he did not. An examination of the documents satisfied Doesticks that if properly compiled and published the work would sell; but feeling himself incompetent to the task of preparation, unaided, the work being of a scientific character, he decided to call to his assistance his friend Night Russ Oxide. In his youth this gentleman had the advantage of being employed in sweeping out the Medical College in 13th Street, and was once severely injured when young by being hit with a medical book on the head; and these facts, it was generally conceded, in accordance with the spirit of modern progression, entitled him to the honorary degree of M.D. The scientific part of the work of compilation was therefore left to Dr. Oxide, who has endeavoured to do full justice to the subject. Doesticks has reorganized the Elephant Club, and applications for membership will be received by him at No. 70001 Narrow Street. N.B. Applicants will be particular to bring testimonials as to character. No persons will be received against whom a shadow of suspicion exists that they are of foreign birth, whilst to be a native would be a permanent bar to their membership. End of Chapter 13. End of the Elephant Club, by Doesticks and Oxide. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.